Welcome in. Welcome in. I was sitting here taking notes while I was listening, not even paying attention that I. Anyways, good morning. Good morning. How is everybody out there? So, I don't like to talk about other events when I'm doing this stream. I really don't. Hey, Cindy. Good morning, love. Um, but right now, I just want everybody to keep it in your mind and your hearts. There was a mass shooting in Minneapolis, I believe, and there is a few deceased. Anyways, I thought some prayers go out to them. I don't like to bring up other. If I'm doing a stream like this, I don't want to bring up other tragedies. So, um, my sound's a bit low. Maybe it's just because I'm not being loud. I don't know. Let me see. Let me look over here because it might be better. Oh, it is over here. Oh, how about that? Is that better? How about that? Is that better, Cindy? Because now it looks like I'm like peeking out. So maybe it is too much. I don't know. I don't know how to work these background things just yet. They have this new thing back in here that's, I don't know, something about, I don't know, you adjust the sound or so. I don't know, still learning. Gen X here. Walked away from the internet when the vid happened, and I've only been back for a year. So I lost 4 years of internet knowledge. So I wanted to do the Cardi B trial. But I've postponed that because this takes up a lot of times. So I'm really invested in this and I want to hear this. And so I think for me to try to do 2 different trials at one time in my head won't work. So I'm going to put off Cardi B till this is done. So it'll be in the background. We'll eventually do Cardi B. I did watch some of it. It's quite intriguing. Little attitudes and snarkiness. Hey, how are you, Denise? You have a 4-hour training. Bless your heart. I couldn't do it. No way. So I have my breakfast, which is a chorizo burrito. I have a sparkling ice, strawberry watermelon, should I get thirsty. And of course, coffee. So with that, let's get rolling because I need to know what happened. You know what? I did. I walked away, Cindy. I left. Oh my, how do I fix this? Hang on, this is a wrong screen. Let me get down here my other screen. Nope, that's not it either. There we go. That's it. Yeah, I in 2020, my mom passed away right at the beginning in March for the vid. Hang on. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Take it. It's right there on the kennel. I'll come get it. Hang on. I got to go get mom her phone. Hang on. I'm working. Yes, ma'am. It's working. Take it to your room. Call who? Okay, mama. Okay, sorry about that. Mom was looking for her phone. Y'all know I don't usually walk away like that. But anyways, yeah, and when it happened, I just left everything, and I shut off all my social media. I shut down everything. I went introverted so much that it was just horrible. So yeah. Oh, I got these sparkling ice 12 for 10. I got them on sale. Cindy, I got them on sale for $8 at HEB. Yes, they had a coupon. It was like $2 off or whatever, and they were $8. I was so excited. I love them. I love them. So anyways, let's get rolling on the trial. I'm going to mute because we're at the point where they're going to get that recording in. I think that's where we stopped. They're going to pop this record. Yes, ma'am. Hi, baby. Do you want to come up here a minute? You want to be seen? Okay, hold up. Mommy let everybody see you. Okay, come on, right here. Look up here. Over here, baby. Come here. Come here. Here's my voice. There's your boy. Okay, go play. All right, go play. Okay, let's go.
And the dispatcher when you called 911?
That's loud.
No.
No, have you had a chance to hear it?
I heard a little bit of it.
Okay, and then did you recognize your voice in that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you had a chance to listen to this, was this the conversation you would have had with the dispatcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect on showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 77. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 77. Is this the exhibit or disc that you had a chance to listen to recognize your voice and know that this was the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 77.
No objection.
Exhibit 77 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish State's Exhibit 77?
You may.
Okay.
Okay, I'll turn it up. I didn't want to blast your ears.
911 to address.
Oh, that's loud. See, I didn't even adjust the volume yet.
911 to address. Emergency.
Well, I'm on my way back to my job at Texas Rally at 21 East Locust.
Okay, you cut out. What's going on?
I'm on my way back to my Texas at 1721 East Locust Street.
1721 East Locust. What's going on?
Well, my daughter was staying the night with my son's dad and my son, and I had went into work, and he had just called me and told me that he don't know how long she's been gone, nor what the hell she has on. She was last over by Jersey Meadows Apartments.
How old is she?
She's only 9.
Okay, so you want to report her as missing?
Yes, because he doesn't know how long she's been gone, nor what she has on, or where she's even going. I haven't even got a call from her or anyone else.
Okay, let me give you another number so you can report her. You can file that report. Do you have something to write with?
Yes.
It's 563-326-7979.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Okay, with them approaching. Zoom, zoom. Don't know what they're talking about. She looks nervous. Bless her heart. Come on. There we go. All right. And good morning, Ava, if I didn't say it loud enough.
At this time, we will.
No,
take
stop
our
it,
afternoon
Ava.
break.
Get
We'll
out.
reconvene at
I said hi to you.
12:30. Thank
Girl, calm down. Oh, I didn't hit send because I went to adjust the thing. It was in there. Ava, you better stay, or I'm going to have my feelings hurt. Y'all want to see me cry on cam? I'll do it frequently. What is wrong with this stream? What are they doing? And then the screen goes black. What the hell is happening? Screen goes black for a long time. Oh, so they left. Okay. They didn't tell us that they left. Okay.
Ms. Cunningham, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Langford, I would remind you that you're still under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Langford, I believe when we concluded your testimony before lunch, we had discussed the conversations you had with the female representative of the Davenport Police Department when you were referred to their general number after speaking with a dispatcher at 911. That being said, let's pick up from there and let's go ahead and we're going to go back to your telephone records if we could. When you received that inbound call on July 10th from Mr. Dinkins at 8:08 a.m., if you could, I'd like to reference you back to State's Exhibit 96-1. Do you have that before you?
No, I don't. I just have the schedule. Yeah, just go sit down.
Now, on page 4 of State's Exhibit 96-1, toward the bottom, do you see that first call that would have come in from Mr. Dinkins on July 10th at 8:08 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
What was the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
All right. From that point moving forward then, is there a number of telephone calls that appear on page 4 and going into page 5 of your call record?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, may we publish this?
You may.
All right. How many calls after the unanswered call at 8:08 do we see on this particular page?
On this particular page, I see 3 after that 808 call.
Okay. All right. Who is the calling number in that left column?
That's actually my number.
All right. And then what number are you calling?
I'm calling Dinkins number, the 726-4078.
Does this document show that those are all outbound calls from your number to Mr. Dinkins' number?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do all of those outbound calls on this page after that 8:08 time frame all occur on July 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could then articulate for our record the 3 successive outbound calls that you made and the duration associated with that. So just give us times and then the time that the call lasted.
All right, so I have 8:09 a.m., 34 seconds. I have 8:10 at 34 seconds and 8:10 again at just 24 seconds.
In those 3 outbound calls that you made, do you know if you were able to connect with Henry Dinkins, or are you just simply calling over and over and over trying to make the connect?
I was trying to make a connect.
All right, let's go to our next page. How many highlighted calls then appear on our next page, which I'm going to identify as page 5 of State's Exhibit 96-1, and that would simply be the highlighted calls. How many are we seeing here?
We're seeing 6.
Okay. Now let's go back and let's repeat that process if we could.
The process of times.
Yes. For those 6 calls, who's the calling number in the very first entry?
That's my call. I was calling out to Henry.
What's the time then that you placed that call to Mr. Dinkins?
It was at 8:11 a.m.
The duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Did he answer?
No, he didn't.
The next entry, what's the calling number?
The calling number is the 563-726-4078.
Mr. Dinkins' number?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then what time is that call coming into your phone?
It looks about like 8:11.
All right. If you were to give us the seconds, your call at 8:11 would be what? 8:11 and what? How many seconds?
120 seconds, that second call.
Oh, yeah, no, let me make this clear, just so that we understand the time elapsed.
You hear her. Let me make this clear. She's going to just straighten it out for her. Goodness.
So for your call, give us the seconds on that call. What time did you make it?
I made it at 8:13 a.m. that morning. 8:13, 39 seconds or something like that.
Is that 8:11-13 seconds?
I'm not exactly sure what you're looking at.
The very first entry.
The very first one. It's 0 seconds for the very first one because that was the call outbound. The inbound call was at 8:11 a.m. and 8:13. Well, hold on. The in call was at 8:13, it looks like.
Okay. How long did that call last?
That lasted me about 2 minutes.
All right. Now let's go to our third call. Who's making that call?
I'm making that call to Mr. Dinkins again.
And then what time do you place that call?
I placed that call in at 8:15.
8:15 or 8:17?
It's 8:15. That's the end call. It's the end date. So am I looking at the end date or am I looking at the start date? I'm a little confused.
It may be that I didn't highlight one. All right. So give us the next call. Who's making that one?
Myself again, back to Dinkins.
Okay. And what's our time?
That is 8:18.
We have confusion reading a piece of paper, y'all.
Yes, that's what I want.
So the end date time, okay.
All right. Give me those times.
Okay,
All
so
right. So our third entry.
third entry was at 8:17.
Okay. Who's making that call?
I'm making that call to Dinkins.
Okay. Our next highlighted call. Who's making that call?
That's myself again, reaching back out to Dinkins
At what time?
at 8:19.
All right. And then our next entry.
The next entry is me calling Mr. Dinkins again at about 8:26.
And then our final entry.
That final entry, that was me calling the police. It looks like 326-7979 at 8:35 a.m.
All right. And what is the telephone number that's reflected for when you call the police department?
The police department number or mine? 563-326-7979.
As we look at the duration of those calls, did you have some conversations with Mr. Dinkins in that series of successive calls?
Yes, as to where she might have been and what was actually going on and where was he.
Okay. When you were making inquiries about where Mr. Dinkins was at, what was he communicating to you about his location and what he was doing?
He wasn't necessarily communicating anything. He said that he was out looking for her and he was going to make a police report.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, did it become clear to you that he had not yet reported Breasia as missing?
Yes.
Did you question him as to why he would not have reported Breasia missing?
I don't recall.
Okay, and that's all right. Now let's go back to State's Exhibit 96.2, and then I'll go ahead and hand this to you again. And then what I want to focus on is the communications then that occurred between yourself and Mr. Dinkins on July 10th, and what is going on in text messages. All right, so on page 2, starting
With July 10th at 8:08.
right.
That was a call me,
Who made that, or who sent that text?
Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, from there then,
And from there,
do we go to our first page?
I tried to call him several times and he didn't answer. So then I sent a text message and I just said, just call me. I'm not about to play telephone.
What time is that text?
It looks like 8:11 a.m.
Okay, and then your next communication with Mr. Dinkins.
It was at 11:07 a.m.
Who's sending the text?
That was me.
What are you saying?
I'm asking him, where is he?
All right, and then your next communication with Mr. Dinkins.
It was again at 12:03 p.m.
Who's sending that text?
Mr. Dinkins stated that he was downtown.
All right. And then does that include all of the text messages that you had with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to redirect your attention to States Exhibit 95-1 and 95-2. For purposes of the record, what is this exhibit?
A work schedule from work.
Okay. Does this set forth your work schedule for July 9th and July 10th?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, on States Exhibit 95-1, does it indicate what had been your scheduled shift before changes were made?
Yes, ma'am.
And then going into 95.2, does it actually show the hours that you would have worked on July 9th and July 10th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 95-1 and 95-2.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay. On States Exhibit 95-1, in that left-hand column, what kind of information is contained in that left-hand column?
That's the names of the employees.
Does your name appear in that list of employees for work schedule?
Yes, it does.
What is the date range for this particular work schedule?
It's from July 7th, 2020 to July 13th, 2020 for the week.
Is there a column set forth for your scheduled shift, your original scheduled shift for Thursday, July 9th of 2020?
Yes, there is.
What were you to work on July 9th of 2020?
I was to work 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And then is there a column for what was your original work schedule for July 10th?
It was for 11 a.m. to 4 p.m.
All right. Going to States Exhibit 95-2 then, for July 9th of 2020, does it set forth the times that you would have clocked in and clocked out?
Yes.
Okay, what time did you initially clock in on July 9th?
I clocked in originally at 10:39 a.m.
What time did you clock out?
I clocked out at 12:59 p.m.
Did you have a lunch break at that point in time?
Yes, I did.
And then what time did you clock in after your lunch break?
I clocked back in at 1:33 p.m.
And then what time did you clock out on July 9th of 2020?
I clocked out at 5:07.
Okay. And then so from that, did your trip over to the apartment complex occur within, an hour or so later?
Yes.
Okay. Now on July 10th, what does it show as a time that you actually clocked in at?
It says that I clocked in at 8:04 a.m.
What time did you clock out?
I clocked out at 8:16 a.m.
I want to pick up at the point in time where you described sitting in the back room and you were crying
Yes.
there at Checkers. What did your manager encourage you to do?
He encouraged me to get into the car and go downtown and figure out what was going on.
By going downtown, what do you mean?
Like going down to the police department.
Did you actually leave Checkers to travel down to the Davenport Police Department?
I did.
All right. When you left Checkers, what direction did you head to go downtown to the Davenport Police Department?
I was heading west, so I was heading away from, so yeah, I think it was west, right?
On what street?
On Locust.
As you were traveling west on Locust, did you notice something of interest to you?
Yes, I did.
Describe.
I noticed Mr. Dinkins and Paula flying down the opposite way, making a really hard turn on, I think it's a left turn on Eastern.
Okay. What type of vehicle was he driving?
He was driving in a maroon Impala with tinted windows.
Okay. And then did you pass him when you saw him heading east?
Yes, and
What did you do?
I made a U-turn.
And then at that point in time, describe what you did.
I was speeding behind him, honking the horn. I was calling his phone, and when I finally got him on the phone, he said that he was headed to Jersey Meadows because they wanted to talk to him out there. And I was still on his bumper, honking the horn, and we had pulled over by the McDonald's on Northwest, or it's like Kimberly, East Kimberly, across the street from Walgreens by the Old Kaplan.
All right. How would you describe the rate of speed that Mr. Dinkins was traveling?
Well, I was probably going about 65, 70 possibly because he was driving really fast.
All right. Going back to States Exhibit 38, don't say anything just yet. I want you to come down to this exhibit. And then I want you to look at the exhibit in terms of the map of the downtown area. Does it set forth an entry for your employment there at Checkers? And then do you see an entry for the McDonald's where you would have met with Mr. Dinkins? Okay, don't say anything. What I'm going to do is I'll take you back to the stand, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you use a blue magic marker to circle the location of Checkers. Do that, don't say anything. I'll put you back on the stand so that we can get that testimony through the microphone. Then I want you to take this red magic marker and I want you to circle the location of the McDonald's that you're referencing. Go ahead and take yours on the stand. My question to you is this. Do you see on State's Exhibit 38 the area of Davenport where Checkers is located?
Yes.
Does that reflect Locust Street and the area that you would have traveled when you were heading to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Do you also see an entry for the McDonald's on East Kimberly Road?
Yes.
And does that map reflect Eastern to show what direction he would have traveled on Eastern to get to McDonald's?
Yes.
Describe what happened then when you got to the area of McDonald's.
Well, when I got there, I was screaming because the feeling wasn't, it just didn't feel right. And so I was screaming and I was like, give me my son. And like, where, asking him, where were you at? Where was Andrea? Like, this don't even sound like Breasia. And he's like, I don't know. I just woke up. And he wasn't like making any eye contact. And so I snatched the toys out his arm and he had gave me like these bags, one of the bags that I had when they had went to stay the night, and another bag.
Okay.
And I just snatched it. And he was like, well, I'm on my way out there to go speak to the officer or something. And I said, yep, and I'm going to be right behind you.
All right. When you sent the children's or dropped the children's clothing off the previous evening, how many bags did you utilize to bag up the children's clothes?
Only one.
All right. And then so when you received the children's clothing back, how many bags were the clothing, or was it, I should say, was the clothing bagged up in?
It was bagged in two.
Okay. What happened next?
And then I followed him. We drove out there to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, and we were talking to the officer.
When you arrived at the apartment complex, was there a patrol officer already on scene?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I believe so.
All right. Did you have contact with that officer?
Like, as far as speaking to him?
Yes.
Yes, we were out there speaking to him. He was trying to get me to calm down, but I couldn't calm down.
All right. Who had the initial point of contact with the patrol officer?
I'm not exactly sure who had that initial contact with the patrol. I'm not sure.
That's all right. And then while you were speaking with the patrol officer, did Mr. Dinkins ever become a part of that conversation?
Yes, he was smoking a cigarette, and he just was, I don't know. I just woke up, and she just wasn't there. I don't know. And I'm like, and I was screaming, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense. That's not true. He's lying. That's not true. And, he kind of was like, and so I proceeded to cuss him out still. And I left because I'm like, you know what? He's playing games. I don't believe nothing he's
You don't have
saying.
to object to this point. It's narrative and non-responsive.
Okay.
I was waiting to see if somebody was going to object to that because she was just rattling on. So, yeah, and I was waiting for it. So,
Sustain.
Okay. At that point, then what did you say? Yeah, go ahead.
When I left,
Well, explain what you were going to say.
as to,
If I don't interpose questions and it becomes a narrative, that's objectionable. So then I'm asking a question. So then at that point in time, what did you say to the officer
No.
about Mr. Dinkins?
I don't object. That's hearsay.
I just told him that
Just
Dinkins
a
was.
moment, just a moment.
Your Honor, she's describing her own statements to law enforcement.
Overruled.
Yes, I was like, I'm not hearing it. He's lying. I know he's lying. It just doesn't feel right. And so, I was still getting upset because he was just so nonchalant. He wasn't answering nothing. So I left, And
Again, objection is narrative and non-responsive.
Your Honor, she is concluding the thought in terms of what it is that she did. That's,
Overruled.
I left and I went to my mom's house and I dumped all the kids' school pictures out and I tried to gather as many as I could. And in the midst of me doing that, I think it was a detective officer or someone had called me and had asked for me to come back to the fire station or something because I told him I was at my mom's house trying to get family, gather up family to come out there to, patrol that area and knock on a couple of doors.
all right. When you were talking with the officer, did you have an opportunity to make observations about Mr. Dinkins' physical appearance?
Yes.
Describe what you noted about his physical appearance.
Well, he had a black do-rag on that wasn't really on. It was kind of like tilted a little bit. His little braids were out. His lips was white. He was chain smoking cigarettes. He had on a long white T-shirt, and it was dirty, like dingy, like not dingy, but like dirty type, as if he was fishing or something or whatever. But he looked dirty, and then I can't recall the bottoms he had on, but he just looked muddy and he just looked it off.
Did you notice anything particular about the shoes that he was wearing?
Yes, they were some gold-looking type shoes. They were muddy looking. They weren't tied. Yeah, that's all I remember.
Ms. Langford, were you later interviewed by law enforcement at the Davenport Police Department on July 10th?
Yes,
Okay. Did that occur sometime in the early afternoon of July 10th at the Davenport Police Department?
yes, ma'am.
In your conversations with the officer who was interviewing you, did you mention what you noticed about Mr. Dinkins and his physical appearance?
Yes,
Did you also mention what you noticed about his do-rag and, in particular, the tennis shoes?
yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 128. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128 for purposes of identification. And in looking at that, do you recognize any depiction on State's Exhibit 128?
Yes, I recognize this is what he had on. Well, in the first photo here.
How many photos are there in State's Exhibit 128?
Well, there's only two.
Okay, so which of the two pictures do you recognize as clothing and shoes that Mr. Dinkins was wearing?
The picture to the left where it looks like we were outside talking to the officer. It looks like, well, he was like walking up or something. This one.
And as you look at the background, do you recognize the location?
Yes, I do.
And what is that location?
That's Jersey Meadows Apartments.
Certainly, thank you. Your Honor, the state is not going to introduce State's Exhibit 128 at this time. The state will lay foundation for the second photograph through another witness, and then I will introduce State's Exhibit 128 through that witness. Did you, in fact, get photographs of Breasia to give to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Langford, then describe for us how the day proceeded for you on July 10th and your family.
Yeah, so we all met out there at Jersey Meadows. We were knocking on doors. Neighbors were coming out and they were saying things. They were helping us out. And we sat there while they were looking through the apartment. We was out there trying to reach contact with Mr. Dinkins. And, while we were looking and there was no contact there, we were just searching.
All right.
There was people coming out, people looking at the apartment, people asking questions and things like that.
Was there anything that came of that where there was information that would help locate Breasia?
No, it wasn't.
All right. Did you, in fact, reach out to friends and family for assistance to look for areas that Breasia potentially could be?
Yes.
Okay. Beyond the area up at the apartment complex, describe your own efforts and friends and family members' efforts to try and locate Breasia.
Well, we looked in the bushes that's in the back of the apartment complex area. We went to stores in that area. We we went like by like the little garage areas. We searched quite a big area when we were out there. Everybody was grabbing pictures and moving to different areas outside to figure out where she might have been or if anybody may have saw her.
Okay. Was there any information that came forward that Breasia had been seen anywhere in the area?
No,
Okay. Now, the area that your mother lives at, does she live in an apartment complex?
yes, no.
What's the name of that apartment complex?
I don't think it's a permit. It's just a sixplex.
A sixplex?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Did friends and family and yourself even check out in that area in the event that Breasia would have tried to walk home?
We didn't check out in that area because my feelings told me that because she left with Mr. Dinkins, so she wouldn't have been in my area because that's where I left from. And my mom was there, my son was there, so she wasn't there. I knew she wasn't, so it wasn't a reason to search that area because she wouldn't have left an area she wasn't familiar with unless it was with somebody she knew.
All right. Let's talk about what happened at the Davenport Police Department. When you went to the Davenport Police Department, did any family members go down to the department with you to be interviewed?
I don't remember exactly who all came down, but I know that me and Detorius we had came down. They asked us to come down.
Okay. In addition to you being interviewed, was DL interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Was your mother interviewed at some point in time?
Yes, she was interviewed, yes.
And then while you were down at the Davenport Police Department on July 10th, did you have occasion to sit in with DL's interview?
Yes.
Did DL provide any information about locations that he would have traveled with his father when they came back into Scott County?
Well, he wasn't really good at the description of exactly where it was. And one of the detectives asked him if we had got out there and drove, would he see if something like that looked familiar in the area or something like that.
Okay. In DL's interview, did he ever mention going to the RV that Mr. Dinkins had parked down in the southwest portion of Davenport near Credit Island?
I don't recall.
Okay. At any rate, did you go along with detectives and DL to see if he could identify areas that he had been present with Mr. Dinkins the morning of July 10th?
Yes, I did.
All right. What locations then were you directed to or shown by DL?
We were showed down on like the River Drive area, like towards the Credit Island area, and then the frontal area of the Credit Island, and we kind of like drove, back and forth in the area towards the south end of Davenport.
All right. Did DL ever direct the detectives over to the location where Mr. Dinkins' RV was parked?
He might have, but I don't recall.
That's all right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
There's been a diagram that's been drawn of the area of Credit Islands. I want you to look at this, study it for a moment, and then tell me if you recognize what's depicted.
Yes.
Okay. As you look at that diagram, what do you recognize this area to be?
The frontal area down at Credit Island that we were in when we were walking around that area, Dory said that he had stated that they had stopped. So, people had came out there and, we as family and everything, we walked around that area out there as much as we could.
Okay. Was there a search done out in that area by law enforcement as well as yourself, family members, and friends?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was there anything that was found that would help you locate Breasia?
No, it wasn't.
All right. Now, I think that there's a pointer somewhere in the area, actually right there. I want to keep you there at the witness stand so that you're there at the microphone. Using that pointer, show what would reflect the entry into Credit Island from River Drive.
Like right in here, down here.
Okay. All right. Did you and the detectives actually go on to River or onto Credit Island as a result of Detorius directing you to that area?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, looking at that diagram, do you recognize a location where DL indicated that they had pulled over? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, I don't recall that.
Did he, though, identify a location where Mr. Dinkins would have pulled over in his car?
I don't recall that one either.
Okay, that's all right. Is there anything else that you can remember about the trip when yourself, DL, and the detectives left the Davenport Police Department to identify locations that DL would have been with Mr. Dinkins once they returned to Scott County?
No, not that I can think of.
All
I
right.
recall.
All right. Later on in the evening, did you return to a location with your family?
Yes.
What would have been that location?
That location would have been my mom's at 614 West 63rd Street.
All right. Had there been any discussion between yourself and law enforcement about clothing or footwear that Breasia could have potentially been wearing?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question
Yes.
one time?
Let me be a little bit more specific. Earlier in your testimony, I had asked you if law enforcement had inquired about whether or not you could provide information about the clothing or footwear that Breasia was wearing. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall.
Okay. And then focusing on the footwear, initially, what kind of footwear was in play? Meaning, what was the different descriptors of footwear that you provided that she could have potentially been wearing?
Pink flip-flops, a pair of white flip-flops, and a pair of slide. They were white. They were white slides. It had aqua blue trimming around the top strap, the top Velcro strap piece, and at the bottom of her the slide piece was a cushion little blue slide.
In the later part of July 10th, after dark, did any detectives respond out to the area of your mother's residence to show you a photograph that had been taken of an item found there in the area of Credit Island?
Yes.
What was that?
Picture of one of the flip-flops that I was shown to see if it might have been hers. And in the midst of them on their way coming out there, I kind of, lost it a little bit because I'm like, oh my God, a shoe. And they brought it out there. And I was kind of relieved a little bit because it wasn't hers.
Okay. At that point, did you have an emotional breakdown in front of the officers?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 3-139 and 3-140 that was previously introduced through the testimony of civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster.
Okay, I will pause to give a big trigger warning because I have no clue. I have no clue what they're going to show. So beware.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibits 3-139 and 3-140 that was previously introduced as exhibits. Do you recognize the depictions in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it because those were photos that was shown to me to try to identify if that was a flip-flop that might have been hers.
Okay. Describe what happened when you were shown those photographs.
They had told me and it wasn't hers, and they had walked off, and it was already dark time, and I just fell out because I'm like, dang, I can't go in. We can't stop looking for her. She's still out there. I can't go in. And I just fell out.
Okay.
This is heartbreaking for this mother. It's really hard. Good morning, TCN. How are you, love?
Let's talk about Breasia's hair. Around the time period of July 9th and July 10th, how had she been wearing her hair?
She had some locks in her hair, and my cousin had just put some like cute little pretty shells on it.
Okay. Did you tell law enforcement about the little seashells that had been interwoven into the locks of her hair?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you actually collect photographs for law enforcement so that they could see what those little seashells look like?
Of course I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 146-1 and 146-2. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 146-1 and 146-2. Please look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I recognize them.
How do you recognize this group exhibit?
Well, of course, I sent them, but because those are pictures that we had taken, and they also identified those shells.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce States Exhibit 146-1 and 146-2.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, as I publish these exhibits for our written record, I want you to describe what it is that we are seeing. In States Exhibit 146-1, what are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, you're saying, I want to say this was back in June at one of my uncle kids' birthday parties. We were taking a family picture, and you see Breasia sitting here with her two frontal shells that she had that she really liked it. That was so pretty.
All right. Does this show us, I guess, the maturity level of DL during the period of June and July of 2020?
Yes.
Has he grown quite a bit since this photograph?
Yes, he is.
All right. And within that photo, does that include you and then your older child, CS?
Yes.
And then going to States Exhibit 146.2, describe what we have in States Exhibit 146.2.
Well, here is just a picture that was taken between me and Breasia. They were doing something on Facebook with mommy duties photos, and we had taken this picture, and that was also to show that shell right below her little cheek down there.
Did she have these shells in her hair when she would have gone with Mr. Dinkins on July 9th to spend time with her brother over at the Dinkins Culberson apartment?
Yes.
Let's talk about Breasia and how she felt about her little hairstyle and going out in inclement weather. Describe that for us.
Well, she wasn't the type of little girl that would like to get her hair wet at all. It curled up. She didn't like that. So, I always, had it, restrained or something. She doesn't do the hair wet. She doesn't like storms. So.
Okay. Given the stormy conditions of July 9th of 2020, is that another factor that weighs into whether or not Breasia would just simply walk out of an apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Is Breasia the type of child who would simply leave an apartment in the middle of the night?
No.
Would she be the type of child that would leave an apartment in the middle of the night, particularly recognizing that there had been pretty inclement weather conditions during the evening of July 9th of 2020?
No, she wouldn't have.
Okay. I want to move forward to March 22nd of 2021. Did you become aware of 3 gentlemen in the Clinton area who had gone fishing and found human remains?
Yes. Yes.
How did you find out about that?
I got a call from Piper at like 7:33 that evening, and I never forget because it was a call that was just, I called it, I was waiting on. But he had called me and told me that he think that they had a break, and that he was heading out there, and I had knots in my stomach, and I'm like, oh, so what am I supposed to do? And because he had said that some remains were found or whatever, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I sat by the phone and I tried to wait and I drove out there the next day.
All right. When you drove out on March 23rd, do you know what time of day you would have gone out to that location?
It would have been a morning time. So someone had pinged the location maybe around like 7, 8 that morning. I might have left about 9 because I remember the tourist had to go off to school, and I wanted to make sure he went to school first before I had left to figure out what was going on.
All right. When you got out to the location, was there law enforcement out there?
Yes.
How significant was the concentration of law enforcement officers?
I don't understand that question. I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you were to describe the number of police officers out in the
Okay, I don't like that lady's tone, the way yeah, like she was saying she didn't, I don't know, that was just weird. Okay, sorry, it just, squirrel caught me off guard the way she said that.
area, how would you describe that?
There was so many, everybody was everywhere, that, that whole area blocked off. And I was trying to talk to the sheriff that was blocking the front entrance off because I was trying to get through the front entrance. And I was like, well, where's Piper? And he sent me down to some lighthouse, and I had to go to a lighthouse. And I was sitting in there and I was still crying because it was just the feelings that I had got when I was out there.
All right. Describe the feeling that you had when you got out there.
Hell, it was a feeling that people told me from the beginning that I would feel it if I knew she was out there. It was like a snug on my heart, like, oh, you found me. That's what it was like.
And then with you being out in the area, describe what developed.
I stood out in the field.
Okay. Did officers share anything with you about something associated with the remains that would be a unique identifier for Breasia?
The shell in her hair.
All right. Were you shown the shells?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
All right. Did law enforcement locate clothing out there and any type of shoes?
I was shown a shoe, and I was like, oh, that was a shoe. That was a shoe. I kept explaining. That was a shoe. I was trying to say that was missing.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4-40. May the record reflect I've shown counsel. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4-40. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 4-40?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 4-40?
I recognize it because it's my baby shoe. She had asked for it. I tried to describe this from the beginning. Hell, even till now.
Your Honor, the State will move to introduce that exhibit and maybe publish it.
No objection?
Exhibit will be admitted.
And is it subject to publication, Your Honor?
Excuse me.
Can we publish it?
You may.
Okay. Is that the slide that you had been describing for law enforcement?
Yes.
From there, were you aware that the remains had been recovered and sent off to the state medical examiner's office for an identification of cause of death and identification of who the skeletal remains belonged to?
Yes, and I was told they would contact me once they had more information, but
Was your DNA required so that they could identify if this was a female child of yours?
I want to say, I think that they had got her like from an old DNA or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure.
Was there DNA that was a part of paternity records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would that have included your DNA
Yes, ma'am.
and Breasia's DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was there also a request for any type of dental records so that they could specifically identify these remains as being Breasia Terrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there dental records that you were able to provide to them so that they could say this definitively was Breasia instead of just a female child of yours?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Ms. Langford, when did you find out how your daughter had been killed?
Well, I was just told that she was shot. That's all I know.
And who told you that?
One of I want to say Detective Pfeiffer.
Okay. Did he tell you that out there on the 23rd when you were there and identified the shells and the shoe?
No, that was later.
How much later?
Maybe a couple of days or something like that. It was because I kept calling, texting him and begging him to show me something.
Sure, understandable. After Detective Pfeiffer shared that with you, did you share it with anyone else before Mr. Dinkins was charged?
No, I didn't, because he told me that I had to keep that to myself.
When you talked to Detective Pfeiffer, was that on the telephone?
I thought the day of, like when I was heading out there.
No, I'm sorry, when he told you how Breasia was killed.
He had came to the house, and if I recall, he had came to the house and was telling me, it's Breasia and that type of stuff.
Okay. Where was Detorius during this?
Detorius he was in the back room with the door shut.
At this point in time, when Detective Pfeiffer comes to your home and tells you how Breasia had met her demise, that she'd been shot, had Detorius shared with you that he had been present when she died? Or did that come after?
That came, I want to say it came after, but I'm not exactly sure.
So Notorious at some point told you that he was present for Breasia's homicide, right?
At one point, yes.
He told you that he was present, that Henry Dinkins shot his sister, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
He said he was taken to a remote area along with Breasia and Andrea Culberson, right?
Right.
And that he was in the car and the other three left the car, right?
Right.
And that somehow he knew that he heard a gunshot and that Breasia was shot, right?
I don't recall that exactly, but
Did he also tell you that he heard a second shot and Mr. Dinkins pulled the trigger?
no, I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you share that with Detective Pfeiffer?
I may have texted his phone about some things, yes.
Well, did you share those specific facts with Detective Pfeiffer?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, if Detective Pfeiffer has a recollection on that, can we trust his recollection?
Of course you can.
Okay. Now, the morning, or strike that, the afternoon of July 10th, that's the day that Breasia is reported missing, right?
No, I made that call that morning.
Okay, so July 10th, we can agree is the date that Breasia went missing.
Yes.
And you were at the police station that afternoon. We can agree on that, right?
Yes, we can.
And that afternoon is when you and DL went for a car ride with the detectives, right?
Right.
On that date, DL never indicated that he was present for any shooting, right?
No, he was just trying to show us the areas that they had taken that was familiar with him.
Did he indicate to anyone in that car that day that he saw a bloody machete?
No, I don't know.
Did he indicate to anyone that day that he saw a bloody machete getting sprayed off with bleach?
Nope, I don't recall that either.
Has he ever said that to you?
No, not that I recall.
Have you talked to your son about this?
I spoke to him a couple times, but I was told by the law enforcement to not question him because that was their job.
When you were with him in that car ride on July 10th, did he speak at all about being somewhere with Henry Dinkins and Henry Dinkins pouring bleach along the side of a road in some bushes?
I'm not exactly sure the situation with the bleach exactly. I don't recall that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of him saying to you that Henry Dinkins had stopped somewhere and poured bleach in some bushes?
No, he said that he had pulled over to use the bathroom or something.
Okay. But if I told you that I believe that your son had said Henry Dinkins had pulled over and poured bleach on some bushes, today be the first time you've heard that, right?
I wouldn't say that. I just don't recall if it was said. That's all.
Okay. This is a pretty important event in your life, right?
Right.
And I'd like to think you would recall important events in your life. Agreed?
Agreed.
But you don't recall anything about bleach being poured on bushes as relayed by your son.
No, I don't recall that off the top of my head. My son, he was kind of off a little bit while I was trying to get back out there to look for my daughter.
Is your son the kind of boy that likes to exaggerate?
It depends on the situation.
What kind of situations does he exaggerate?
When he steals something or when he's just telling little movie tale stories. Not about his sister, though.
Okay.
He wouldn't lie about that.
I was waiting to see if she was going to say something about that.
So we spent a lot of time talking about your phone records.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm going to approach the Elmo here. I'm showing you now.
Okay.
Can you see it there?
Yes, I see it.
This is State's Exhibit 7-6. Now that is a text conversation with Mr. Dinkins, right?
Right.
Oh, that's the
And
picture that I have on screen.
if I recall correctly, Mr. Dinkins texted you at 8:08 a.m., according to the records, and said, call me. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Does that comport with your recollection?
Yes. Yes.
And then you responded, just call me. I'm not about to play telephone, right?
Yes, as I said earlier.
Okay. Then at 9:35, you text him a picture of Breasia holding a couple puppies.
Yes, I did.
Why?
I sent that because when I got on the phone with Mr. Dinkins, Mr. Dinkins said that he was downtown and he had needed a picture of Breasia.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Mr. Dinkins had told me that he had needed a photo when I was able to get on the phone with him on one of our calls. He had told me that he had needed a picture of Breasia, or whatever. So I had sent that picture because that was her most recent picture that she had with the dogs.
Okay, so in one of the phone calls then, he asked for a photo of Breasia.
Yeah, because he stated that he was downtown. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because if you look down below there, at 11:07, you say, where are you?
Yes.
And then he responds, I'm downtown, right?
Right.
So before that statement where he says, I'm downtown, he told you he was downtown before. Is that what your testimony is?
No, my testimony is I sent the photo because Mr. Dinkins asked me to send it because he was downtown trying to make a report or something like that. And he needed a photo of her, and that's when I sent it. And then when I asked him where he was, that's because he had then left the area and we were all looking for him. And I was calling him and calling him and calling him and he wasn't answering. So I asked him, like, where are you?
Showing you next what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 7-8. Can you see that okay?
Oh, yes, I can see it.
So it looks like there's 4 incoming calls to you at 8:11 a.m., right? You see that?
Yes.
From Notorious Daddy, right?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that Notorious Daddy, that's Mr. Dinkins, first of all, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He called you 4 times, ending at 8:11 a.m., right?
Yes.
Then you called somebody named Medea,
My mom.
okay? And then you called Mr. Dinkins at 8:15.
Yes.
And then you called Bestie Nene.
Nene, that was a friend at the time. Nene, I called her also someone that we had needed out there as people that was passing her picture around in the area.
Okay, well, at this point, you haven't even called the police yet, have you?
No, because I had reacted to Mr. Dinkins was nowhere to be found, and I needed my family to come here. And I called my uncle.
Who's your uncle? Uncle Earl?
Yes.
You know, I sitting here listening to this, I probably would have stopped and called all my family to come help me search for my missing child too. So that's just a thought. I mean, just me spitting out my thoughts. Okay, these are opinions. Everybody's entitled to them. But I probably, if somebody would have called me and said, I lost your child, I'd been on the phone calling my mama, my aunts, my cousins, saying, y'all, somebody needs to come help me look. Y'all all get over here. This was her last known location. Come look for her. Love you, muffins.
Yes, Uncle Earl.
Okay.
And I got on the phone with him, and I was telling him that Dinkins said that he was downtown making a police report. And he said, don't believe that. He said, call that shit in, is what he said. Sorry.
Okay.
He told me to call it in, and that's when that call was made to the police.
Okay, so this all happened in 10 minutes. I see the first call from Notorious Daddy at 8:11, and Uncle Earl at 8:19. That's 8 minutes, right?
Yes, a lot of things can happen fast when your child missing.
Okay.
Oh.
It took Uncle Earl for you to make a phone call to the police, right?
I'm sorry?
It took Uncle Earl for you to make a call to the police, right?
Well, I tried to trust Mr. Dinkins' word that he was actually looking for my daughter and actually downtown at the
Shade?
police department.
Shade?
I'm going to show you next what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 96-2. And actually, I'm just going to start with page 2. If you just see the top here, You see the very top here where I'm going to point? Right here.
The first text when Mr. Dinkins had told me to text him that morning, call me.
What time is that?
That time is 8:08 a.m.
So now we can agree that Mr. Dinkins called you 4 times, 8:11, and texted you at 8:08, right?
We can agree that I called Dinkins quite a bit of times, and he wasn't answering several times.
Do you see the first page of Exhibit 96-2 fairly well?
It's a little blurry over here, but I see it.
I could bring you a copy.
That'll work.
Is there a focus on this thing? Zoom. I'll show you the actual words and documents.
Thank you.
I was trying to get there whispering.
Now, before we go into that, though, you met with a police officer and Henry Dinkins before 9 a.m. at the apartment of Andrea Culberson and Henry Dinkins, right?
Right.
So 8:08, he calls you or texts you. 8:11, he called you several times. 8:20 something, you call police. At 8:54, Mr. Dinkins is with you at the apartment complex, making the report with you, right?
Mr. Dinkins didn't call me 4 times. I called Mr. Dinkins because I was trying to get Dinkins on the phone. That's the confusion part. I'm sorry.
But in any event, 8:54, he's with you at the apartment complex and a police officer, right?
Yeah, right.
And you're talking to the police officer, and you get angry and leave, right?
Yes, I got angry and left. Yes.
Because you didn't like what Mr. Dinkins had to say, right?
Yes, because he was one. Yes.
Okay. And then, if you look at exhibit number 96-2, I want you to look at entry number 1070. You sent a text to Detoria's daddy. It's on the very first page, ma'am. If you'll see the left-hand side, they're numbered consecutively.
Yes.
Do you see 1070?
I definitely see it.
What time is that text message?
That text message was about 11:07 a.m.
And that's from who
That is from me,
to,
Mr. Dinkins.
and what do you say?
I asked him, where was he? He left the area. We couldn't get a hold of him.
Okay.
And the police were out there and they needed to talk to him. And
The police were where, ma'am?
they were out there at the Jersey Meadows and we were trying to get him on the phone. Andrea was calling, like we were trying to get him on the phone and I just sent him a text message.
Okay, so you got angry and left and came back?
Yes, I got angry because of the situation and Mr. Dinkins not being honest. And I left, got photos, and the detective that called me and told me to come to the fire station. When I returned, Mr. Dinkins wasn't there.
Who is Kashanta Langford?
That is my oldest sister.
Okay. I want you to look at entry number 1072. Do you see that entry?
Yes,
And that's a text message from who?
that's a text message from me,
To,
my sister Kishana.
and what'd you say to her?
Well, at 9:17 a.m., I told her Henry lost Breasia. Call me, please.
Because that's what you thought, Henry had lost Breasia, right?
Yes.
You didn't think Henry had brought any harm onto Breasia at that time, did you?
No, but the feeling wasn't there.
Okay.
Something was wrong.
Mr. Freeze, I apologize for the interruption, but if you're going to refer to those entries in the exhibit, somehow I have to see what you're referring to.
Okay.
Because you've taken away the exhibit for me to refer to.
My apologies.
Thank you.
After you texted Mr. Dinkins at 11:07, he responded back at 12:03, entry number 1067. You see that?
No. You said, what's the entry number again?
1067.
Okay. He responded and said I'm downtown.
Right. That's the last time you spoke to Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes, and that was at 12:03 p.m.
So at noon, he's downtown. That's the last time you spoke to him.
Yes.
Look at number 1066, the next one up. Tell me who that text message is from, first of all.
1066.
Yes.
That is my friend Mimi. I was texting her.
At 1:49 p.m.
Yes, 1:49 p.m.
Read, if you would,
Of course.
what you said to your friend Needy.
Yes, I said, how am I supposed to feel when everything keeps happening to me? I can't take this at all, Nene. I'm hurt so bad to another core. I'm getting all my kids' phones in a week or so, and I'm changing my ways as they mommy. I'm so scared.
I'm changing my ways. What do you mean by that?
Changing my ways as to allowing them to just go anywhere, because when Breasia went missing, it made no sense.
Okay, it made no sense. What do you mean by that?
It made no sense because she's been plenty places and she's always came home.
Okay. Well, if you go up to the very first entry, 1081. You see the very top one?
On the first page, the
Very first page,
1061.
1061. Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Who's that from?
That is, I think for me, maybe. Let me see. It might have been sent for me. I think it was sent for me. Yes, I was texting my friend Nene at 1:58 p.m. You want me to read the message?
I do.
All right. It says, I said, why me? I can't stomach anything else. And then there's Bree. I need to work on being a better mommy. My kids will never go anywhere else again.
So there you say, in that text, you need to work on being a better mommy.
Yeah. Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Because I was focusing on work, and had I been paying attention, if I would have been paying attention, seeing if, Mr. Dinkins was in his right state of mind, maybe none of this would have happened. And yeah.
You have reason to believe that Mr. Dinkins was not in his right state of mind?
Something, because she was missing.
You trust your mom, right?
My mom?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And your mom met with Mr. Dinkins on July 9th, right?
I guess so.
Well, your mom was the one that allowed Breasia to go with Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
And you trust your mom to make those kind of decisions, don't you?
I trust enough that she won't put my babies in harm's way, of course.
So when Breasia was allowed to go with Mr. Dinkins that day, we can safely assume that she thought Breasia was going to be safe, right?
Right.
And Breasia was always safe before with Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
And Breasia enjoyed going with Mr. Dinkins, right?
I mean, she didn't really go like that, I guess. So when she did go around him, she was okay.
And there was a year or so where he helped you raise Breasia.
No, he never helped when he was around. My sister and her husband had her a lot of the times.
Okay. So your sister and her husband had Breasia?
Had Breasia majority of the time, yes.
You didn't?
Not necessarily. I was going through a lot.
Okay.
Like with housing, keeping a job and things like that.
Okay. Breasia, when you came over that day to bring clothes.
Now I'm curious as to why she was having that problem. Anybody know? Anybody?
She was the only one you saw, right?
Yes.
And she was outside already, right?
No, when I pulled up, I told Mr. Dinkins that I was outside, and then I saw her run around the building.
She was happy then.
Yeah.
She was smiling then.
Yes, she was.
She was telling you that she was learning how to be an AT&T agent, right?
Yes.
Which is what Miss Culberson does, right?
Yes.
On direct examination, when you were asked about the relationship that Breasia had with Mr. Dinkins, you testified, and I'm quoting, Breasia looked up to him. What do you mean by that?
She looked up to him like he was nice. He never did anything wrong. He looked out for both the kids. When he would come out, he would give them, candy, cash, let him look at his nice rides.
So he cared for your kids.
You could say that.
The pictures you were shown of Mr. Dinkins, the white shirt and the gold shoes. Those pictures fairly and accurately depict the way he looked when you saw him on July 10th.
Yes, that first picture that was on the left that I saw, yes.
So that's how dirty his shirt was, in your opinion?
Yeah, it was a bit dirty, yeah.
And that's how dirty his shoes were, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree that it was a white shirt and not a dark shirt, right?
Yeah, I agree that it was a white shirt, like a white long t-shirt, and it was a little dirty looking.
You ever heard Notorious indicate that Mr. Dinkins was down at Credit Island fishing
He had said that early on, yes, I believe.
with 6 other people around?
Yeah, he had said that he had went fishing and he had met some people downtown or some, down at the Credit Island.
You know, I need to find out, and I'm going to Google in the back because y'all know me. It's a need to know thing. Why is it called Credit Island? Where did it get its name? I will find out while we're listening to this.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 96-1. And let's go back and let's talk about who actually made those calls that counsel discussed with you on cross-examination. So, please go to the 4th page.
So turn back.
Yeah, page 4.
All right.
Going to the bottom of that exhibit. The call at 8:08, was that an inbound call or an outbound call?
At 8:08. Sorry. At 8:08, that was an inbound call.
Meaning, who placed that call?
Mr. Dinkins would have replied. Yes, Mr. Dinkins.
Then at 8:11, was that an inbound call or an outbound call?
You said at 8:11.
At 8:11.
Are we looking at the same one?
Well, let's just do this. Let's talk about all the others. 8:09, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
That was outbound.
Okay. And then again at 8:09, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
That was another outbound.
At 8:10, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
Outbound.
So were you making those calls to his phone?
Yes, I was.
All right. And that 8:11, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
There was at 8:11, there was another outbound call to Mr. Dinkins' phone.
At 8:15, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
That was outbound. Sorry, that was outbound.
Okay. At 8:18, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
Another outbound.
At 8:25, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
Another outbound.
Okay. So actually, you were the one that was calling Mr. Dinkins, isn't that correct?
That is definitely correct.
Okay. It wasn't Mr. Dinkins calling you. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
And then you were left with the impression that he had already called the Davenport Police Department to report Breasia missing.
Yes, because that's what he said he was doing.
And at 8:29, when you spoke with Mona Varelli, is that when you discovered that he actually had never placed a report of Breasia missing?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go to the moment in time where you have followed Mr. Dinkins to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, and you've met with the patrol officer. Does the name of Officer Burkle sound familiar?
I think it was the gentleman at the scene the first time I met him, I think.
Okay. Was that the officer that was on scene when you got out there to the Jersey Meadow Apartments?
I can't recall his name, but it might have been. I'm not sure.
That's all right. When you were out there, you described having a conversation with this officer, correct?
Correct.
And then you described Henry joining in the conversation.
Yes, like I just woke up
Okay.
and she wasn't there. I looked everywhere.
And you really had some issues with what it is that he was saying. Isn't that correct?
I did.
Okay. Is that what prompted you to leave and go back to your house because you're so angry about what it is that he's saying and you're not buying into it?
Yes, and I'm like, it's my daughter. I need to, hurry up, and I need to get out here on feet and figure out where she is.
At that point in time, did you return to the house to get the photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at the house, did you receive a telephone call from somebody associated with the Davenport Police Department asking you to return to the area?
Yes, to the fire station, which was on the, I think that's the left-hand side. Well, it was out there near the apartment complex where he's at.
And that's exactly what I wanted to talk with you about. So if we've got the apartment complex, is Costco located right next door to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Then if we go just a little bit further to what I'm going to say the east, is that where the fire department is located at?
I believe so.
Okay, very simply, the fire station that you are describing, responding to, was that within the same general vicinity?
Yes.
All right. When you responded to the fire station, describe the interaction that occurred between yourself and an officer or officers there at the fire station.
I don't recall the exact thing that we did in particular. I just know that when I met up with him, I told him like I had pictures and that family was coming out here to help us. So then we were able to get out here and try to find her. And he told me that there were people coming out to search the apartment and help patrol the area and look around.
When you were out there, was Henry Dinkins anywhere around the apartment complex?
When I first got out there, that's like when I came back.
Yeah, when you came back.
No, Mr. Dinkins wasn't there.
Do you know when he would have left the apartment complex contextually during that initial contact that you had with that patrol officer?
No, because when I left, he was still communicating with that officer unseen.
All right. And then when you returned, Mr. Dinkins isn't there, is that correct?
Mr. Dinkins wasn't there, and the officer was at that point, instead of being out there by Mr. Dinkins' vehicles, he was at the fire station at this point just by himself.
Okay. Was Andrea Culberson there at the apartment complex?
She was there once Pfeiffer and some other people came to search the apartment.
Were there attempts made by yourself and Andrea to try and make contact with Mr. Dinkins to find out where he was at?
Yes, and I stood next to Obert talking to him once we finally got Dinkins on the phone.
Okay. When you say Obert, is he a law enforcement officer with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Did it take some time before Mr. Dinkins finally answered either calls that you were making to him or Andrea Culberson was making to him?
Yes, because when I walked up to Andrea, I asked her what happened. I was like, where's Henry? What's this? Have you tried to call him? And she said, I've been calling. He's not answering. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to call his phone. And I tried to have my mom call as well. My mom called twice. She said he answered once, but didn't answer the other time. And then I sat out there and I kept calling, standing next to Obert.
Okay. And then finally, with that series of calls being made to his phone, is that where the response comes through that he's down at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When you talked with him, and he's saying that he responded to the Davenport Police Department, what specifically did he say that you found to be very troubling?
Yeah, say one more time.
Yeah. Do you recall a comment that he made in that telephone call when you were able to make contact with him to find out where he was at?
Oh, yes. So when we finally got him on the phone, I said, the detective wants you to come down and answer a few questions. He said, I'm not going down to the police department. I said, why not? If you didn't do anything, it's nothing. It's just a couple questions. I said, you did say that Breasia is your daughter, right? And that was really it that we had. He agreed to come down. And then he had came down, and I also had came down as well.
Now, there was some discussion about Breasia going and spending time with Mr. Dinkins. Had Breasia ever gone off and spent the night with Mr. Dinkins in the past?
Never successfully stayed the night because I always had to come get him, but they stayed for a while with him, yes.
Okay. And when you say that Breasia had spent the night with Mr. Dinkins in the past, was that something that was a frequent thing, or was that something that happened on a rare occasion?
It was like not really even rare. It was trying to get Henry and his wife at the time, used to him so he would know his siblings and that end, and she would definitely tag along. Where there's Dink, there's Bree.
Okay. During that period of time, then, would Bree have been with her brother staying in a house where Mr. Dinkins lived with the lady that he was married to at the time?
Yes, it was right behind my mom's apartment at the time.
Did you feel comfortable with that scenario?
Yes, because I can walk behind, and I was able to be in reach, if anything, because the tourist was still young.
Let's just discuss Breasia's development. In terms of her physical development at 10, had she started to physically develop?
Like body-wise?
Yeah.
Sustain.
Okay. Was DL interviewed on more than one occasion by one of the detectives at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, so on July 10th, was he interviewed at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And then was he brought back in just a little while later after things had settled down a little bit so that he could be interviewed?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze,
Nothing else.
you may step down.
Okay, all right.
This is an appropriate time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll adjourn for approximately 15 minutes and reconvene then. Thank you.
Actually, I have what's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and it has to do with your muscles and your joints and stuff. Like, you see those people in the circus that can like bend over backwards and like put their legs behind their head and all that. It's a muscle issue, and it can go like into your heart and your lungs and stuff like that. Your muscles in your body lose their elasticity. You do know what that is. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So it is what it is. Anyways. Yeah. Anyways. So we moved on to a new person, and I'm not sure who this is. I think this is somebody's mom.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat.
Or who is this? Tell me who this is. I need to know who it is. She's not on my list. Okay, so is this
You may
the?
proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Andrea Culberson, AndreaCulberson.
Ms. Culberson, how old are you?
39.
Are you a resident of Scott County?
I am.
What was your address back in July of 2020?
2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8.
I assume that that's an apartment complex?
It is.
And what was the name of the apartment complex?
Jersey Meadows.
Could you identify the location of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex relative to businesses there on 53rd so that we've got a perspective?
It's right there by Portillo's, AT&T, Walmart. It's right in the business area.
All right. And then are you familiar with the business of Costco?
I am.
Okay. Where is the apartment complex located in reference to Costco?
I would say like right beside it, right behind it.
Okay. And do they both lie on the same side of 53rd Street?
They do.
All right. Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Henry Dinkins?
I am.
How are you familiar with Henry Dinkins?
I was his girlfriend at the time.
As of July of 2020, how long have you and Mr. Dinkins been in a relationship with one another?
6 years plus.
All right. And throughout that period of time, how long had you resided in apartment 8 there at the Jersey Meadow complex?
March to July.
March to July. Who was living there in the apartment with you?
The defendant, Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Let's describe the layout of the apartment. Now, apartment 8, what level of an apartment was that?
It was an upper level.
And then as far as it being an upper level apartment, how would you access the interior of your apartment?
You'll have to unlock the door and go up steps.
Okay. Were there dedicated steps simply for your apartment once you stepped inside that front door?
That is correct.
And if you were entering the front door of your apartment, would the stairs lie to the wall on the right or to the left?
They're like in between.
Okay. After you go up the stairs and you get to the top of the stairs, what essentially would constitute the area off to the left of that staircase?
So you went up the steps. It was a kitchen. So it was living room, kitchen, bedroom.
Okay. Now, the living room and kitchen, was that essentially kind of an open concept?
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
All right. And then in order to access the bedroom, if you go up the top of the stairs, when you get to the top of the stairs, do you see a solid wall?
Yes.
All right. Along that solid wall, then, is there a doorway as you move to go toward the living room, kitchen area that would lead you into that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
How many bedrooms were in your apartment?
One.
And then was there a bathroom in the apartment itself?
Yes.
How would you access the bathroom?
You have to go to the bedroom to get to the bathroom.
All right. Now, we have a drawing on the diagram. I actually want to be able to keep that drawing. But Ms. Culberson, we've got an open spot over here to the left. If I could have you come down, and very simply what I want you to do is to draw the bedroom to include the doorway and where the bed would be located, any window that would look out from the bedroom, indicate the location of closets in that bedroom, and then the doorway into the bathroom. Now, when you do that, don't say anything. You're just going to draw the drawing, and then once you've got that drawing up there on the board, then I'm going to have you come back to the stand where you can use the microphone, and then you'll walk us through that explanation, okay? I know that you're rather short. Would it help just to bring this board down so that you could work with it? Okay, and so you know what I'll do? I'll just stand here and hold it because I'm tall and strong enough to be able to do it. Yes.
Cameron, boost the volume a little bit because they're so far away from the mic.
And don't say anything.
Don't say anything. Don't speak, ma'am. Just draw. Can't hear her. I need to see what she's drawing. I keep trying to look around like I can see on the other side of that poster board.
Also label what
No,
would be
she
the bed,
can't.
and if you could, is there
Just
a
away.
window within your
Away from the
bedroom?
mic.
And don't answer, just go ahead and draw that in there. And then within your bedroom, if there is a dedicated area that you use for a specific purpose, can you also put that within the diagram? And then we'll go back to the witness stand and we'll talk about that.
Good. Y'all can get back to the microphones because you can't hear without microphones, y'all.
Okay. And also, if there's more than one closet, identify who utilizes each closet for their personal belongings.
Okay, so she's trying to get her to identify everything in the apartment.
Go ahead and take your seat.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it back down because they're gonna get to that mic and it's gonna holler at us. And then I'll adjust it when they get back to the microphones. She's like, what am I gonna do with this stick?
Ms. Culberson, as we look at the diagram, have you drawn a specific room within your apartment?
Yes.
All right. And what room would that be?
That would be the one bedroom in the apartment.
All right. As we look at that, have you drawn the doorway that would enter into the bedroom?
Yes.
Where is it located relative to the top or bottom of our diagram?
It's the top.
When you enter that doorway then, and let's just go ahead and use the orientation of an individual standing there in that doorway. So if an individual is standing in that doorway, off to their left, is there a doorway that leads into a separate room?
Yes, it's the bathroom.
And then if you were to continue along that wall, just beyond the bathroom, is there another area along that wall?
Yes, a closet.
Whose closet is that, or was that?
That would be mine, the one I was using.
Is that where you kept all of your clothing and personal items?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that closet specifically dedicated to you for your own personal items and clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, if you're standing there in the door itself and you're looking straight ahead, what article of furniture would you see?
A bed.
How big was the bed?
I believe it was a queen.
And did it encompass most of the bedroom itself?
Yes.
The bed, as far as the head of the bed itself, where would that be located? Along what wall?
The window.
Okay, would that be the opposite wall from the doorway?
Yes.
All right, and just above the bed, was there an ability to be able to look out the bedroom to see something?
Yes, ma'am.
What was located on that wall where the head of the bed was located?
The window.
If you were standing there looking out that window, then what would you be able to observe?
The whole parking lot in front of the building.
All right. Now, let's talk about, again, your orientation there at the door itself. And to the left, if you were to go to the left side, there along that wall, closest to the door, did you have a dedicated area there that you used for a specific purpose?
I did.
What was that?
My workstation.
We'll talk about that here in a moment. But then if you were to move from that workstation, going then along that wall toward the head of the bed, was there another designated area along that same wall?
Closet.
And whose closet was that?
It was where he stored his clothes.
Would that be Henry Dinkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever put any of your personal items in the closet that Henry Dinkins used for his clothing?
No.
What was your practice relative to, I guess, getting into that closet or respecting his privacy relative to the items that he kept in that closet?
I'm sorry.
What was your practice as far as getting in that closet?
No practice. I never went inside of it unless I was asked to.
Okay, so then did you respect his privacy relative to what he was storing
I did.
in his own closet?
I did.
All right, let me go ahead and take that. How are you employed, Ms. Culberson?
AT&T
What type of work do you do for AT&T?
customer service.
As far as your work as a customer service representative, do you go to work at an established office?
No.
Where do you work from?
Work from home.
And were you working from home back in July of 2020?
I was.
What does your work consist of as a customer service representative?
Oh goodness, a lot. I just basically handle people's accounts, order phones, any regular customer service rep.
Okay. Within your bedroom then, the workstation that you've identified as having been set up, was that your workstation that you utilized performing your responsibilities for AT&T?
That's correct.
What were your hours of work as a customer service representative for AT&T?
At that time, I believe I was working 11 to 8.
Would that be 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. During this period of time, was Mr. Dinkins employed?
No.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about your knowledge of certain individuals. Did you know Mr. Dinkins to have children with other women?
Yes.
Were you familiar with a young lady by the name of Aisha Langford?
We have been acquainted.
When would you have met Aisha Langford relative to the events of July of 2020, if you recall?
At a gathering down at the river.
And would that have been in the summer of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to meet the children of Aisha Langford?
I have met Victorious once, but not Breasia.
All right. And who did you understand Henry Dinkins to be the father of?
Victorious.
Now, at any time prior to July 9th of 2020, had Breasia ever come out to your apartment to spend the night?
No.
Had DL, and we're referring to the child as DL, had DL ever come out to the apartment to spend the night?
No.
Directing your attention then to the events of July 8th of 2020, did Mr. Dinkins speak with you about having run into Aisha Langford?
Yes.
And what did he report to you as far as the contact that they had had on July 8th of 2020?
That he was going to spend his time with his son and is going to bring Breasia with him.
All right, now were the original plans to bring Breasia or just simply DL?
This DL.
Okay. Did that later change as of July 9th of 2020?
Yes.
On July 9th of 2020, do you recall what day of the week it was?
No, I do not.
All right. Would it have been a work day though?
Yes.
With your understanding that DL was going to come to the apartment, normally where would you and Mr. Dinkins sleep?
In the bedroom.
With the child coming to the apartment, was there some discussion about how you would handle sleeping arrangements?
Yes.
And what accommodations did you put in place to handle at least one extra individual staying there in the apartment?
Me and Mr. Dinkins would stay on the air mattress, and the kids would take the bedroom.
Okay. Did you set up some type of air mattress there in the apartment when the children came over?
Yes,
Where was that air mattress set up at?
in my living room.
All right. Now, going to July 9th of 2020, when did you learn that Breasia actually was going to be spending the night there at your apartment with her brother DL?
I believe it's 24 hours.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you thought that she was going to stay for a period of one night?
Mhm.
But when did you realize that then she actually was going to be coming over?
That day.
All right. How did you learn that Breasia actually was going to be there to spend the night with her brother DL?
Mr. Dinkins asked, I said, that's fine.
Sure. Do you recall what time of day that Mr. Dinkins would have returned to the apartment with DL and Breasia?
I do not recall, but I was at work.
You were working?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. What vehicles did the two of you have available for use that were driven by the two of you on a regular basis?
A black Camaro and a maroon-ish
Mhm.
type of Impala.
All right. Were those two cars always parked there in the parking lot for use at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Was there something distinctive about the black Camaro?
It has some decals on it.
Can you describe the decals for us?
I believe it was a lion head,
Mhm.
and I believe 2 crowns, a king crown and a queen crown on the hood.
Okay. And then was those decals also along the passenger and driver side of the vehicle as well?
I believe so.
All right. Now, the Chevy Impala itself, how would you describe the tint of the windows on that vehicle?
Very dark.
And then did it have specific stickers that were affixed to the vehicle?
Probably.
Do you remember at this point in time?
No.
That's all right. Did Mr. Dinkins drive both of those vehicles?
Yes.
On July 9th, when he had gone to pick DL up, which vehicle had he been driving?
The Impala.
That's what you thought?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
All right. And at any rate, when Mr. Dinkins arrived back there at the apartment with the children, did he have any clothing for the children as of yet?
As far as I can remember, no.
Once the children got there at the apartment, describe how the day played out.
Oh, I was at work. They were in there doing what they do. I was like, please be quiet because, I'm at work. And then after a while, Breasia got interested in what I was doing. So we interacted a little bit. Everything was fine. I got done with work, went into the living room. We all were interacting, having fun. It was just another day after work.
All right. When you indicate that Breasia became interested in what you were doing, were you working at your workstation there in the bedroom?
I was.
Were you showing Breasia anything associated with your work responsibilities?
Oh, I actually let her sit in my chair and actually watch what I do.
How was she responding to that?
She was happy. She
All
was
right.
happy to learn what I was doing. She seemed interested in customer service. So I was like, sit right on in and jump in with me.
All right. Now, as far as the children doing what children do, what types of activities were they engaged in there at the apartment during the afternoon and evening of July 9th?
Well, outside of playing games on our phones, they were really interested in Grand Theft Auto.
Okay. What is Grand Theft Auto?
It is a game on a Xbox or a PlayStation.
Did you have a PlayStation or Xbox in your apartment?
I had both.
You had both? All right. And were both children playing video games?
Me, Mr. Dinkins, and Breasia were playing on my phone. Victorious was the one more interested in playing the Grand Theft Auto.
What room was DL located in when he was playing Grand Theft Auto?
In the living room, then eventually the bedroom.
And when you and Mr. Dinkins and Breasia were playing video games, what room were you located
It
in?
was in the living room.
Okay. Were you ever in the bedroom, though, playing the games?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall sitting on the bed with Breasia and playing games?
That I do remember.
Okay. And so when I asked you about being in the bedroom, sitting on the bed, was Mr. Dinkins there on the bed with Breasia playing the game?
Now that I don't remember.
But you do recall being in there in the bedroom with
Yes.
Breasia playing?
Yes.
All right. How did the evening then proceed beyond that?
Okay, so after a while, I would say like 11:30-ish after that, I got tired. I worked a long day. I'm sleepy. So I went to sleep. I heard Mr. Dinkins tell the tour he got until midnight to keep playing the game, and I fell asleep.
All right. Let me take you back in time if I could.
Okay.
At some point in time, was any clothing brought to the apartment for the children to wear?
Yes.
Explain.
Their mother brought over some overnight clothes for them.
All right. Would that have included pajamas?
Yes.
How was that accomplished then?
She brought them.
Did she come into the apartment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did either child, one of the children, go out and meet the mother in the apartment or in the parking lot of the apartment?
That I cannot recall.
So that's not something that you were a witness to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then do you have an idea generally what time of evening that Aisha Langford would have dropped clothing off for the children?
I do not.
Okay. Were there any meal times or bath times that night?
Yes.
Describe.
They both took showers, of course, separately, and they were given oversized white shirts to wear to sleep.
All right. Who gave them oversized white shirts to wear to sleep?
Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Who did those shirts belong to?
Mr. Dinkins.
What size is Mr. Dinkins?
Last time I checked, 4XL.
All right. With the children bathing separately, I'd like to talk with you about your bathroom. What fixtures are within the bathroom?
What fixtures?
Yeah.
There's a sink, toilet, and a shower.
All right. Now, is it simply a shower?
You walk in, it's sink, toilet, shower.
Is there a bathtub within the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. And then so my question is, some bathrooms simply have a shower. Other bathrooms have the bathtub
No,
with
this
the shower
had
head.
the bathtub and the shower.
A shower head?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As far as the bathtub was concerned, did you have curtains that hung in front of the bathtub, or
Yes.
was it like some type of glass sliding doors?
No shower curtain.
All right. The reason I asked that question, later on when clothing was recovered belonging to the children, Breasia had wet clothing. Do you know what that would have been attributable to?
I'm going to presume that it was from the shower.
All right.
Getting wet.
All right. Is the bathroom very big?
No.
So if a child were to take off their clothes to get in the shower, and it was within the proximity of that bathtub, would it be very easy for those clothes to get wet on the
Yes.
floor?
Yes.
Another question that I want to ask you involves a little washcloth that ended up being very dirty that went back with Breasia's clothes. At some point in time, had there been a washcloth used that she used to wipe down her feet because they were dirty?
At some point, yeah, I presume.
Okay, all right. All right, now, once the children took their baths, did they have dinner?
Yes.
All right. And then after dinner, before people started to go down for bed, what were the activities within the apartment?
That's it.
Okay. Were the kids continuing to play video games?
Yes. I don't know how long Victoria stayed on the game after I went to sleep, but that's all I know.
Okay. Who was the first individual of the four of you to go to sleep that evening?
Breasia.
Where did Breasia lay down to go to sleep?
The bed. My bed is on the side with Dinkins' closet.
I'd like for you to come down to the diagram if you could. And this draws just a basic stick figure to represent the location where you saw Breasia lay when she went to bed that night. I can't hear her. Okay, I'll have you go back to the witness stand so that we can get you back with the microphone. And then have you drawn on the diagram Breasia's location there on the bed?
Okay. So she will be on the left side of the bed by Mr. Dinkins' closet.
And would that be, if you're standing in the doorway, would it be to your left?
I'm sorry, the right side.
The right side, there we go. All right. Who was the second person to go down?
Probably me.
All right. And then when you laid down to go to sleep, where did you lay down to go to sleep at?
On the air mattress.
Where was Mr. Dinkins at the time that you laid down to go to sleep?
On the couch.
Right. And what was he doing there on the couch?
Playing on his phone.
All right. From there, then, do you have any idea what happened next?
I do not.
All right. After you fell asleep, was there any point in the night that you woke up?
Yes.
When did that occur?
It was like at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nature called. So I went and I kind of glanced over. I had no glasses on, so everything was kind of fuzzy. So I saw that she was not there. So I was like, okay, let me go get my glasses so I can see. And I felt on the bed. I'm like, okay, she's not here. And my first reaction, call Mr. Dinkins. No.
All right. When you woke up to go to the bathroom at 3 a.m., was Mr. Dinkins there in the living room of the apartment?
Not at all.
Did that seem odd to you that he wasn't there in the apartment at 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. With the children being there and visiting, did you have any expectation that he would be there throughout the night for the children?
I did.
All right. So you wake up. When do you initially discover that Mr. Dinkins isn't there in the living room?
As soon as I wake up.
What went through your mind when you noticed he wasn't there in the living room?
I have no idea. My mind was everywhere.
All right. From there, is that when you entered the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you see Detorius?
Yeah, I did.
Where was Detorius located at? Or DL, I should say, I'm sorry.
He was on the foot of the bed.
Okay. And then again, just go ahead. I'll have you take a red magic marker and mark that so that we understand his location there on the bed. After you put your glasses on, what were you able to confirm?
That she was not there.
Did you check throughout the apartment to see if the child was anywhere in the apartment?
I did.
What areas did you check?
I checked the bathroom again, just in case. I checked the bedroom. I checked the living room. I checked the kitchen. I checked everywhere.
Did you check the closets?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you look under the bed?
No, I did not.
All right. At any rate, did you find Breasia anywhere?
Nowhere.
With Breasia being absent from the apartment and Mr. Dinkins being absent in the apartment, how were you feeling?
I don't think there's a word for it.
Okay. Did it make sense?
No.
At any point in time, did Mr. Dinkins wake you up to tell you that he was going to be leaving the apartment?
No.
At any point in time, did Mr. Dinkins wake you up and tell you that he needed to take Breasia somewhere?
No.
Did Mr. Dinkins suggest that there was some type of medical emergency for Breasia?
No.
Did Mr. Dinkins communicate to you that he would have reached out to her mother because the child wanted to go home?
No.
Was there any type of emotional disturbance within the apartment to suggest that Breasia had gotten upset in the middle of the night and wanted to go home?
Absolutely not.
All right. From there, then, when you noticed that Mr. Dinkins was gone, you noticed that Breasia was gone, what did you do?
First thing I did was try to call him. Mr. Dinkins.
What happened when you tried to call him?
It rang and it went to voicemail.
All right. Did you try to call him more than once?
Yes.
What happened?
Same thing.
Did you subsequently discover something
Did I discover something? No.
about his phone?
Oh, it was off.
Okay. What did you do next?
After I got done calling him, there was no answer. I stayed up.
Okay.
I didn't have his phone. I didn't have Miss Langsford's number, so I couldn't call her. So I just stayed up.
Okay. When you say that you stayed up, what room were you located in?
Living room.
Okay. When you stayed up, did you turn the lights on?
No.
Describe then the environment within the apartment.
So when I got done going to the bathroom, it was dark. No lights, nothing was on. And then like a half hour later, I hear a key. And then heard someone softly coming up the stairs. I guess he thought I was asleep and didn't expect me to be up. And when I saw him, he had on a whole different outfit. So I don't know.
All right. Let's talk about the description of his outfit. Do you recall what Mr. Dinkins was wearing when you fell asleep?
I do.
What was he wearing when you fell asleep?
Kind of like a white beater and colorful shorts, like white, blue, and pink.
All right. And then when he came up the stairs, what do you remember, if anything, about what he had on?
I would say like a white t-shirt and some blue shorts that look like bandana pattern and some sneakers.
Do you recall the color of the sneakers?
I do not.
That's all right. When he got to the top of the stairs, what was his reaction to seeing you sitting up?
He was kind of surprised, kind of shocked.
Okay. Was there any dialogue that you initiated with Mr. Dinkins?
I tried.
Tell us about that.
I was like, what's going on? Where are you going? What's going on? And he's like, I'll be back. And about time we're talking, he's inside the room in a closet grabbing something. What is he grabbing? I do not know. But while he's grabbing that, I looked out the window and saw Breasia outside of the car. So now my heart's like, okay, she is with him. She's safe, but yeah, it just seemed weird to me, but I didn't know what to say.
All right. If you were to describe the dynamics in your relationship with Mr. Dinkins, specifically relative to his personality and your own personality, how would you describe the dynamics?
Opposites attract.
All right. How would you describe your personality?
Quiet,
Mr. Dinkins' personality?
very outspoken.
Between the two of you, was one a stronger personality over the other?
Yeah,
And who would have the stronger personality?
he would.
All right. Were you the type of person that would challenge Mr. Dinkins?
No,
How would you respond to him?
submissively.
All right. What room or what window did you look out when you said you saw Breasia?
The window above my bed.
Where specifically did you see Breasia standing?
She was like right between like the passenger door and the back door, like right there
Of what?
of the Impala.
The maroon Impala?
Yes,
And how did you know it was Breasia?
her description is very distinctive. Her hair is very distinctive. The gigantic shirt she was wearing.
So was she in that white large T-shirt that Mr. Dinkins had the children put on after they took their baths?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked out the window and you saw Breasia standing along the passenger side of the Chevy Impala, were you able to see her face to get a sense of any expression or emotional state for the child?
No, ma'am.
Explain.
It's like her head was like, I had an aerial version of it. So I can only see like the top. I couldn't see her face.
Okay. And then when you looked out the window, could you see the front of her body, or was it the back of her body, or even a side profile?
Like a side profile.
A side profile. Later on, did you have occasion to draw a diagram for law enforcement to give them a perspective of where you observed Breasia standing relative to the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 93. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm handing
You may.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 93?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 93?
This was the diagram I created.
And then if you could speak in the microphone so that we could hear that.
This is the diagram that I created
This diagram depicts what specifically?
where Breasia was standing.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 93 into the record.
No objection.
Exhibit 93 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Ms. Culberson, what I'd like for you to do, can you see this right there on that screen?
The dogs are giving me a run. I'm sorry. Dogs are giving me a run. I'm tired.
In front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to tell me how you want to orient this particular diagram. At the top, we see 53rd.
Correct.
Do you want me to keep it there, or do you need me to turn this paper to orient it in a different way?
No, I got it.
All right, okay, so think about our written record.
Mhm.
Obviously, we can look at the picture, but our written record is very helpful for us to describe this. Have you drawn 53rd on this diagram?
No, I did not draw 53rd Street.
Is there a marking on there to
Yes.
indicate where 53rd is?
Yes.
What direction does 53rd Street run?
It's like it's from east to west
Okay, and on this diagram, where is it located?
to the north.
Okay, and so then would that be to the top of our diagram?
Yes.
All right. Now, as we are looking at what's depicted just below that, can you explain the area so that we've got some perspective of what this diagram is depicting?
This diagram is depicting where I looked out the window. It saw Breasia standing.
Okay, I'm going to point to certain areas. This box here that has an X, what does that represent?
The Impala.
All right. The area just above that, that long rectangular box, what does that represent?
That's the parking lot where the apartments are.
All right. And then on this side of the vehicle, which side of the vehicle is that to represent?
That X is where Breasia was standing.
This big open area here, what is this big open area here?
The parking lot.
And then off to what I'm going to describe as I'm looking at it, the right side of the diagram, we've got a larger box. What's that supposed to represent?
Now that I cannot recall.
That's okay. And then we've got what looks like a section that kind of goes straight and then angles off. What is that to represent?
I do not recall.
That's okay. But at any rate, does this give us a perspective of where you saw Breasia standing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what time that was? That Henry Dinkins came back to the apartment and you looked outside?
It was after 3:30
How do you know it was around the time frame of 3:30?
because I looked at my phone.
And is that how you were able to identify it as 3:30?
Yeah.
When Mr. Dinkins went to the bedroom, where was Detorius at?
Sleeping on the bed.
Was he still in his original position?
I'm going to presume.
All right. When Mr. Dinkins went into the bedroom to get into his closet, did he keep that bedroom light off?
Yes.
As he went to his closet, you'd indicated that he got something out of the closet.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what it is that he was getting?
I do have no clue.
When he moved away from the closet, could you see anything in his hands?
No.
Do you know that he retrieved something from the closet?
Yes.
And then explain why you weren't able to determine what it is that he got from the closet.
He could have concealed it. He could have put it somewhere where I can't see it.
Okay. From there then, what did Mr. Dinkins do?
Leave.
And then did you see him go down the staircase?
Yes.
Did you continue to watch out the window?
I did.
What did you observe happening?
Car pulling off.
And was Breasia in the car when it pulled off?
Now, the windows are tinted. You can't see through.
Okay. So at the point in time that he's in the closet, had you looked away from the window?
Yes,
Okay. And then when he's going down the stairs, do you go back to the window?
I do.
Had he already gotten inside the vehicle?
Yes.
And was at the point in time that he was pulling away?
Yes.
At the point in time he was pulling away, did you see Breasia anywhere in the parking lot?
No.
Does Mr. Dinkins give you any explanation at all as to what is going on?
No.
Does he suggest to you that Breasia wanted to go home to be with her mother?
No.
Does he suggest that maybe she hadn't been feeling good and so maybe she's needed some medical care?
No.
Is there any explanation at all?
No.
How are you feeling when you note that he's leaving the parking lot and Breasia is no longer out there?
I can't even tell you.
Are you scared?
Very.
How then do things develop there at the apartment?
Well, eventually, Aisha and Mr. Dinkins come back with a first officer.
Before we get there,
Mm-hmm.
does Mr. Dinkins ever return to the apartment again?
To pick up Detorius, that's it.
Okay, so between the time that he left shortly after 3:30, did Detorius ever wake up?
No.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that he woke up and he was crying?
Mm-hmm. He woke up, and I told him your sister's gone, and then he started tearing up.
He started tearing up?
Mm-hmm.
Explain what you mean by that.
Like starting to cry.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Tearing up.
Yeah.
All right.
When did she wait, I gotta back up a second. The dog distracted me. When did she tell him this? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does Mr. Dinkins ever return to the apartment again?
To pick up Detorius, that's it.
Okay, so between the time that he left shortly after 3:30, did Detorius ever wake up?
No.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that he woke up and he was crying?
Mm-hmm. He woke up, and I told him your sister's gone, and then he started tearing up.
He started tearing up?
Mm-hmm.
Explain what you mean by that.
Like starting to cry.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Tearing up.
Yeah.
All right. Then when Detorius started to tear up, or DL started to tear up, goodness, what did you do to try and calm the child down?
I told him, come in the living room and lay down, because I don't want you to come in the living room. And he did. And then not too long after, Mr. Dinkins shows up, grabs him, and they go.
All right. Do you know specifically what time Mr. Dinkins got back to the apartment?
I do not.
Now, can you give us a perspective relative to whether or not it was night or if the sun was starting to rise?
There was light.
Okay. Had the sun just started to rise around the time that he returned back to the apartment complex?
I believe the sun was already up.
All right. Was it still really early in the morning?
Yes.
Describe what happened when you realized he was back,
When he was back
Mr. Dinkins.
to come get Detorius,
Yeah.
I really can't explain it.
Describe his emotional state when he came into the apartment.
He was like normal.
Okay.
He came and got Detorius, came and got his clothes, said we gotta go, and left.
All right. Did you ask him about Breasia and where she was at?
I did not.
Okay. Did Mr. Dinkins?
She didn't ask where Breasia was. Maybe she assumed she was still in the car. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have asked if he just came, picked his son up and was leaving, got their stuff. I probably would have said, okay, here. Not even thinking a second thought where Breasia was if he's picking up his kid.
Make any statements to you about there were issues that had developed?
No,
You don't recall any of that?
no.
All right. And then from there then, when you say that he came to get Detorius, had you discovered that his phone was still there in the apartment?
I did.
Tell us about that.
It was plugged up into like my work tower, but there was no charge. It was dead. So that was like early in the morning. So I took it off. I put it on the charger in the living room. And once it charged up and he came, I'm like, here, take your phone so I can call you.
All right.
And he took it.
All right. Now, when he came and picked up Detorius, what else did you indicate that he took?
A bag of clothes.
Did he leave the apartment at that point?
He did.
When he left the apartment, did you actually reach out to him right away?
I did,
Explain.
because I was concerned. Well, what's going on? Talk to me. What's going on?
Tell me about that.
I tried to get him to talk to me.
And what was he saying?
He wasn't saying anything.
Did you find that troubling?
Very much so.
Were you asking him about Breasia?
I did not.
Okay. So what was the type of question that you were asking him?
What's going on? Is there anything I can do? Is there anything I can help? What's going on? He's like, nope, don't want your help. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know how I'm supposed to react to that, but okay.
All right. When Mr. Dinkins came, so then he leaves with Detorius.
Mm-hmm.
You call him?
Yeah, because he left it there. He actually left the bag. So I called.
And again, I find the shadow behind the door so creepy. I don't like that. Just saying.
On the back that you left it back here. He's like, okay, we're going to need that. So he came back, got the bag, and then left with Detorius.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We seem to have a lurker. I believe it's the child.
I know it was look, y'all. See, I'm talking shit over here. And look, that he says we have a lurker. I think
He's
it's
like, okay, we're going to need that. So he came back, got the bag, and then left with Detorius.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We seem to have a lurker. I believe it's the child.
Oh my gosh. Oh. He was standing outside the door. Yes, we seen him. And look, bless her, she's looking. Oh.
Did Mr. Dinkins return to the apartment to get another bag of clothing?
Yes.
How did he get access to that clothing?
I actually brought it down to him.
Did you go out in the parking lot?
Yes.
What vehicle was he in?
The Impala.
Did you go up to the vehicle?
I did.
When you went up to the vehicle, were you able to see who was in the car?
I did.
Describe what you observed.
I was him and Detorius, and that's it.
Did you see Breasia anywhere within the passenger compartment of that vehicle?
Not at all.
What went through your mind?
Besides my stomach ripping to pieces,
Mhm.
a lot of things.
Okay. Do you want to articulate what went through your mind?
Fear, anger, fear, more anger, confusion, wanting to know what's going on.
And was Mr. Dinkins offering any explanation at all?
No.
What happened next?
And then next thing I know, detectives are at my house.
Let me backtrack, if I could, to talk with you about a specific issue. You indicated that when you went to sleep, did you identify Mr. Dinkins on his phone?
Yes.
All right. And so therefore, was the phone apparently still with the charge?
I'm assuming so.
Sure. Do you know then who would have plugged his phone into the charging station at your desk?
Not at all.
All right. Let's go back then and let's talk, or let's jump forward again, and then let's talk about the issue of the next thing you know, that there is law enforcement at your door.
Yeah.
Was it a detective or a uniformed police officer that was the first point of contact with you?
Uniform.
Describe what happened during that contact.
He just asked me a couple questions and that was it.
Where were you at before that contact occurred?
I was at home.
Were you inside your apartment?
I was.
Did the uniform officer knock on the door to your apartment?
Yes.
When he knocked on the door to the apartment, did you come down and answer the door?
No. It was, as I recall, it could have been open, but he came up the steps and started questioning me.
All right. Before that point in time, though, and I don't know if you remember, do you recall looking out your door?
No.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Dinkins just
No.
down the sidewalk from that officer?
No.
All right. Don't have any memory of that? That's okay. When the officer came in, then what happened?
Came up the steps and started asking me regular questions.
Okay. Did he ask to look around the apartment to see if Breasia may have just been somewhere that nobody discovered?
That I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if he looked throughout the apartment just to see if she might be in a closet or hiding under a bed?
I don't believe he did.
Okay, and you just don't have any memory of that?
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. I just want you to testify as to what you remember. And then from that point moving forward, what were the developments there at the apartment complex that morning?
They searched my place. They were having trouble getting a hold of Mr. Dinkins, come down to the police station. So I called him and then he went. I asked if he wanted me to come down for more support. I went down there, actually went into an interrogation room, and that's where all the questioning and everything went.
Took place for you?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
Did you try getting a hold of Mr. Dinkins multiple times that morning before you went down to the police department to be interviewed?
Yes.
Did he ever answer any of those calls?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if anyone else was trying to get a hold of him?
I do not.
Had Aisha and family members or friends come out to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion just to talk with her?
I did ask if Breasia sleepwalked or done anything like that. She said no, and I believed her.
Okay, all right. Do you know whether or not Aisha was trying to get a hold of Mr. Dinkins as well?
I have no idea.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 418 and 419 that have previously been introduced. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibits 418 and 419. Now, let me just ask you some questions before we talk about that. Aisha, how would you describe your cleaning habits relative to your apartment?
Oh my God, I'm a clean freak.
What types of products do you tend to use there at the apartment?
Cleaning products that includes bleach.
Okay. And then what do you use bleach for?
Washing dishes, my laundry, regular cleaning.
Did you have a bottle of bleach there in your apartment on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Was your apartment searched by law enforcement on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
When you look at the two exhibits I've handed you, 418 and 419, do you recognize what's depicted?
Yes.
Okay. And what's depicted in those two photographs?
My large bottle of water and my one bleach.
Your Honor, may I go ahead and publish this?
You may.
Okay. Putting State's Exhibit 418 out. Okay. In this photograph, do we see the bottle of bleach?
Yes,
Okay. And then going to 419, is that a close-up of the bleach bottle?
yes,
Is that an off-brand or a name brand for the bleach that you use?
name brand,
What brand is it?
Clorox,
Okay. And then what size of container?
say about a gallon.
All right. Is that what you buy, is the gallon size?
Yes,
Where was that item located or being stored originally before law enforcement did the search? And I'll go back to State's Exhibit 418.
it will be right underneath the sink. That's to the left of the refrigerator.
Okay, now we see what looks like cabinets that are straight on and then just kind of an
Like a-
angle.
Yes,
That angled cabinet, is the sink located above that?
yes,
Was the bleach bottle stored underneath there?
yes.
And then the door that we see right next to the refrigerator, what room does that access?
The bedroom.
All right. To be clear, did Mr. Dinkins bring this bleach bottle into your house?
No.
On July 10th?
No,
Was this something that you had previously purchased?
yes,
And had it been there in your apartment well before the events of July 9th and July 10th?
that's correct.
Aisha, also, I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 420.
She called her Aisha. Wrong name, ma'am. Wrong name. That's not Aisha. That's Andrea.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing you State's Exhibit 4-20, I'd like for you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize what's depicted there.
My broom.
Okay. And was this a room that you kept within your apartment?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. And then, did law enforcement seize this during the course of the investigation?
no, that I cannot recall.
That's all right. But at any rate, was that a room that you kept within the apartment for your dedicated use?
Yes,
Okay. Ms. Culberson, when you noted Mr. Dinkins' phone in the bedroom on the charger, and you described removing it from the bedroom, where did you plug it into to continue charging?
there was an outlet in the living room, right underneath the windows, and I just plugged it in there.
All right. What surface did you set that phone on while it was charging?
The floor.
The floor. All right. One final question. Was Mr. Dinkins somebody that was prone to leaving his cell phone at home when he would go out and about?
No,
Okay. What was his practice relative to his cell phone?
it was attached to his hip.
Had that always been the case in the 6 years that you'd known him?
Yes,
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. When you fell asleep that night, Ms. Culberson, the children had been playing video games and playing with games on the phones, right?
correct.
And that included Mr. Dinkins' phone, correct?
Majority mine.
Pardon me?
Majority my phone.
But included Mr. Dinkins' phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And DL played on Mr. Dinkins' phone, right?
Correct.
And you fell asleep that night before DL, right?
Correct.
And you fell asleep that night before Mr. Dinkins left, right?
Correct.
So you don't know if DL was playing games on Mr. Dinkins' phone when Mr. Dinkins left, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know if it was DL who plugged that phone in to your computer tower or not, do you?
That's correct.
And you say it was common practice for Mr. Dinkins to have the phone attached to his hip, but this was not a common night because the children had not come to stay very often, right?
That's correct.
So it wasn't common for the kids to be there playing on the phone, right?
Correct.
And when you found the phone plugged into the tower, it was dead, right?
Very much so.
So at between 3 and 3:30, you found it to be just dead.
Yes, sir.
No battery taken out of it?
No battery taken out of it.
All right. Now, up until the time where the kids go to bed, it was a good night for everybody. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
Breasia was happy.
Yes.
DL was happy.
Yes.
Mr. Dinkins was happy.
Yes.
You were happy.
Yes.
Everything was going just the way you would hope it would go that night, right?
Correct.
The sleeping arrangements were agreed upon with you and Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes,
To get to the spot where Breasia was sleeping, Mr. Dinkins would have had to walk in the bedroom and then around the side of the bed to wake up Breasia, right?
correct,
That means walking around DL and waking her up, if that's what happened, correct?
correct.
And you and he were on the floor on the air mattress?
I was on the air mattress,
And where was he?
sitting on the couch.
Okay. And you didn't hear him come in between the time you fell asleep and the time he came in around 3:30, right?
I was up on the couch, awake when he came in at 3:30. Yes.
I guess my question is between midnight, let's say midnight, because you were sleeping then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And 3:30, when you say Mr. Dinkins returns.
Mm-hmm.
Then is it a yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
You don't recall any other times where you would have heard Mr. Dinkins enter or exit that apartment?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Are you a heavy sleeper or light sleeper
Depends on the day.
that day?
That day I worked a long day, so I was probably a heavy sleeper.
Okay. Did you recall Victorious being up and playing games at any point after you fell asleep?
No.
Games can be kind of loud. Was the volume up on these games?
No, not at all.
Okay. When you woke up and you saw that Breasia wasn't there, you said that you were concerned, right?
Yes.
And you were kind of sick to your stomach, I think, is kind of what you alluded to, right?
Yes.
You thought something bad may have happened to her,
Yes.
but you weren't concerned that Mr. Dinkins had done something with her at that point.
I was thinking all kind of things.
Sure. Your mind kind of races at that point because you don't expect a child to be gone, right?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
But just so I'm clear and the court's clear, you never saw Mr. Dinkins and Breasia together, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Dinkins came in the house at around 3:30 and you were trying to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
You never once said to him at that point, "Where's Breasia?" Did you?
That is correct.
You never once asked him at that point, "Do you know where Breasia is?" Did you?
That's correct.
You never once asked him, "Do you have Breasia?"
That is correct.
Even though you have this feeling in the pit of your stomach that something bad may have happened, it didn't cross your mind to ask those questions, right?
That's correct.
And then he goes into his closet in your bedroom and is looking for something and is kind of being dismissive of you, saying he's doing something, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you look outside and you see Breasia.
Yes, sir.
It's a well-lit parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
She's standing on the passenger side of the Impala or the driver's side?
Passenger?
And next to the passenger side of the Impala is the Camaro, right?
No, there was a motorcycle.
Okay. And next to the motorcycle was?
I cannot recall.
Now, you said that you really couldn't see Breasia's facial expressions, right?
That's correct.
But that's not true, is it? Because we had a deposition back last summer, and you were asked in that deposition if she looked scared or upset. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
You don't recall being asked, did she look scared or upset? And you don't recall your answer to that?
Apparently I don't, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to see that line of questioning?
Sure. Yes.
If I showed you your deposition, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Culberson, I'm going to show you a copy of your deposition.
Okay.
Dated June 22, 2022, and I'm at page 22 of the
Okay.
record. I want you to look at lines 14 through 23. Just read them yourself. Tell me when you're done, please.
Okay.
You read that?
Yeah, I read it.
Having read that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And would you agree with me that you were asked that question on June 22, 2022? And the question was, does she look scared or upset?
Correct.
What was your response?
Not at all.
And today, you don't recall what her expression was?
It's kind of hard to express something if you don't see their face.
So you
But for
were,
what I saw, her just standing there, she did not look scared at all. She was not like she was frantic, shaking, or anything of that nature. She was just standing there.
did you understand the question in June when you were asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony today is, just so I'm clear, is that you have no recollection that she looked something other than normal?
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins went into the closet, you didn't see him come out with anything, right?
Not that I can see.
Did you ever see Mr. Dinkins with a revolver?
No.
You never seen Mr. Dinkins with a 6-shot silver revolver?
No.
There was a gun in the house, however, right?
Yes.
That gun was found under the bed, right?
Yes.
That was not Mr. Dinkins' gun?
No.
And that gun was actually found under the bed the morning of July 10th, or the afternoon of July 10th?
Talking about between the mattress?
Yes.
Yes, that was mine.
Okay. But if Mr. Dinkins was digging around the closet and had taken a 6-inch or 8-inch barreled revolver and tried to conceal it, do you think you would have been able to see it?
That I do not know.
Okay. You ever seen Mr. Dinkins with any Winchester 38 special ammunition?
No.
You ever seen Mr. Dinkins with any ammunition?
No.
You and Mr. Dinkins went through quite a bit of bleach, isn't that true?
I'm sorry?
You and Mr. Dinkins went through quite a bit of bleach, isn't that true?
Yes.
You guys were both kind of clean freaks.
Yes.
You called Mr. Dinkins after he picked up DL later that morning, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned, I think was your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
You were scared, correct?
Yes.
Again, did you ask him where was Breasia?
No.
Did you ask him if he had Breasia?
No.
What were you scared about?
Everything.
You were scared this little girl was missing, right?
I had a bad feeling in my gut. Yes.
But you didn't ask if he had grabbed her since she was standing next to the Impala?
No, I did not.
And then at some point he came back with DL that morning as well to get a second bag of clothes, right?
That's correct.
How was his appearance that morning when he got the second bag of clothes? Was he dirty?
No.
Wearing a white shirt?
Talking about Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
It was his normal wardrobe. I don't remember what he was wearing. He was very clean.
Wasn't dirty?
No. Not that I recall.
Did you ever have the car doors open at any time to see inside?
When I went down to the car, I can see inside the Impala.
Could you smell any bleach?
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't stick my head inside the car.
Right, but bleach has got a very strong and distinctive odor. We can agree on that.
That's correct.
Didn't smell anything in the car?
No, I did not.
When you saw Breasia outside, you say by the Impala, were any car doors open then?
No.
You didn't see her open a door to try to get inside?
No.
Didn't see her close a door and exit the vehicle?
That's correct.
You didn't see where she had come from?
No.
And you say at some point, Miss Langford came back over to your apartment that morning of the 10th or that day of the 10th?
That morning, her.
Sometime that day.
Yeah, sometime, yeah.
She was angry.
Very. I would too.
She kicked your door in, didn't she?
That I cannot answer.
What did he say? What did he say? Show him? Is that what he said? Oh, I heard him whisper something.
That I cannot answer.
Oh, no. He said, shut up. He said, shut up. Oh, my.
You voluntarily went down to the police station on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
You were supporting Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
In fact, you told the police you didn't like the line of questioning they were coming at you with, right?
At first, I was reluctant.
Well, you told them, like, right out the barrel. It seemed like they were accusing and pointing the finger at Mr. Dinkins right off the bat, right?
Correct.
Thought that they had their mind made up that Mr. Dinkins had something to do with this, right?
Correct.
And you disagreed with that,
At first, yes.
okay? Your house to search it. Recall the detectives asking you questions like, have you searched all the cabinets?
I had nothing about searching cabinets.
Recall them asking you if you searched everywhere in the apartment because Breasia was small.
No, not at all.
You recall them asking you to, if you knew any of the whereabouts of Henry at that time.
Yes, I was asked that, yes.
And you told them Henry must be out looking for Breasia.
Yes.
That when bad stuff happens, when there's tragedy or things that happen, Henry likes to insulate you from that stuff, right?
Yes.
Henry likes to protect you, right?
That's what you want to call it, yeah.
And at 10 or 11 o'clock that morning, you got a hold of Mr. Dinkins and told him you would go to the police station with him, right?
Get more support.
Did you ask him at that point what happened to Breasia?
No, I did not.
You had a lot of opportunities to ask him if he knew where Breasia was, didn't you?
Yes,
Never once asked.
not once.
And you told the police that in your mind he would never harm his kids, didn't you?
That's what I thought.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Were there questions that you wanted to ask, but you didn't ask?
Yes.
Okay. And what questions were you too afraid to ask?
So where's Breasia? What's going on? Do you have her? Where's she at? She okay? If not, oh my God, did she go wrong?
Okay. Ms. Culberson, if you were to describe the person you were then versus the person you are now, would you ask those questions now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you regret not having asked him those types of questions?
Every single day.
Sustained.
All right. Now let's talk about the issue of the bleach. Relative to bleach, is there a store located right next to your apartment where Mr. Dinkins could have bought bleach?
Yes.
What store is that?
Walmart.
Is that where the two of you would shop?
Yes.
Had you bought bleach there at the Walmart before?
Yes.
Would there be any reason for Mr. Dinkins to travel to Clinton, Iowa and purchase bleach at 7 a.m. in the morning with Notorious in the car?
Not at all.
Does that make any sense to you at all?
Not at all.
All right. Did Mr. Dinkins go to Clinton, as far as you knew, to frequent?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know of any occasion where he ever traveled to Clinton during the time frame that the two of you dated?
Not at all.
Okay, all right. Now, I want to ask you about this. Did you notice that Mr. Dinkins had in fact changed his clothes at some point in time between when he came home at 3:30 and then again when you saw him after the sun had started to rise?
Outside the part where I saw him at 3:30, no.
Okay, and at what point in time did you realize that he changed his clothes?
When he came back at 3:30, like half hour after I got up.
Okay, so between the time that you went to bed, was the clothing that he was wearing distinctly different from the clothing that you saw him wearing at 3:30 a.m. in the morning?
Absolutely.
And was that the white T-shirt that's kind of like the wife beater T-shirt?
Yeah.
And then those bandana style shorts?
He had, no, his first outfit was a white beater and those colorful shorts. The second outfit I saw was like a white dingy T-shirt and blue pants that looked like bandana.
Okay.
Bandana print.
All right. Let's talk about this then too. The game that DL was playing, what game was that?
Grand Theft Auto.
And then what device was he using to play Grand Theft Auto on?
First, it was the Xbox that was in the living room, then the PlayStation that's in the bedroom.
Okay, so then did that require him to utilize Mr. Dinkins' phone to play that?
You don't really need it to play it, no.
All right. And you had indicated that your phone was being used to play a majority of the games?
Yes.
Who was using your phone to play a majority of the games?
Yeah, it was actually me, Mr. Dinkins, and Breasia. We were playing Jumanji.
Okay, all right. At any point in time, was Mr. Dinkins using his phone to play games or allowing the kids to use his phone to play games?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to take you back to your deposition, and here's what I'd like for you to do. I want you to read page 22, and then I want you to go ahead and continue on and read the discussion that occurred relative to you observing Breasia standing out there by the maroon Chevy Impala. Just read this to yourself and don't say anything. Go read page 22 and then go on into page 23. Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read the testimony that you gave at your deposition?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the testimony that you provided here in court today?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you this. When Mr. Dinkins came into the apartment at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, when he unlocked that door, how would you describe what you noted about his use of the key?
What do you mean?
Did it seem like it was just like a normal unlocking, or did you have the perception that he was trying to keep you from hearing things or keep you from waking up?
Probably keep me from waking up. It was pretty quiet.
Okay. And then when he came up the stairs, what did you notice about his gait as he came up the stairs?
It was quiet.
Okay. And was that suspicious to you?
It was.
What were your thoughts when you noticed him coming up those stairs very quietly?
That he probably thought I was asleep.
All right. Did you question whether or not he was trying to keep you from waking up?
No.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. You didn't specifically ask him, were you coming in here quietly because you didn't want to wake me up?
No, I didn't ask nothing like that.
But did you think that that's what he was doing?
Possibly.
And when you looked out the window and you saw Breasia standing there along the passenger side of the Impala, did you see anybody else out there in the parking lot?
No.
Who was the only individual you saw out there in the parking lot?
Breasia.
Okay. And between the time that you saw Breasia standing there on the passenger side of the vehicle, if you were to describe if there was much of a time elapse between making that observation and Mr. Dinkins going down the stairs and out the door, was there much of a time elapse at all?
A little bit.
And if you say a little bit, what do you mean by that?
Maybe a couple minutes.
Okay, so a really short period of time.
Yes.
All right. Did you believe that Mr. Dinkins left the apartment complex with Breasia in that car?
Objection, calls for speculation,
Your Honor, I asked her if she believed.
and it's irrelevant and immaterial what her opinion is.
Your Honor, we've laid the foundation for her observations, and the
I
state
don't
does
like
believe that
that
that's an appropriate question to
There.
ask.
And
bothered
it's
by
province of the fact finder.
Overruled. She will answer the question.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Were you aware that Mr. Dinkins had a box for ammunition in his closet?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
It wasn't exactly unusual for Mr. Dinkins to leave for extended periods of time, right?
That's correct.
And he would leave sometimes in the middle of the night, wouldn't he?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes he wouldn't come home at all, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't know where he'd go, right?
That's correct.
And when he would go somewhere in the night and come back, he would come in quietly and not try to wake you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Ms. Cunningham,
I have no further questions.
you may step down. We will adjourn for the day. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we're going to switch to the next day because we have the luxury of Zoom and we can do that. So fast forward till court starts because there was nothing here earlier. So this is, oh, why is it not scrolling? Hello, come on screen, work with me here. Hold up, I don't know what my screen's doing. It's decided to, okay, day 4.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to remind those in the gallery just of the courtroom decorum. Everything has been pretty good so far. It's just a reminder of that. I do expect everyone to maintain their composure and maintain the respect for the court. Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Your Honor, the state calls Amanda Kinney to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Amanda Kenney, AmandaKenney.
What is your occupation?
I am a nurse practitioner in DeWitt, Iowa.
And then what was the nature of your occupation back in July of 2020?
I was a nurse in the emergency room at Genesis West in Davenport.
Just very simply, could you give us a perspective of your educational background?
I have my bachelor's degree from St. Ambrose University in nursing and now my master's degree as a nurse practitioner.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020 there in the emergency room of Genesis East Hospital?
Genesis West, yes.
Or with Genesis West, thank you, I'm sorry, I apologize for that. And then sometime during the evening, did two law enforcement officers from the Davenport Police Department bring in a gentleman by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the purpose for bringing Mr. Dinkins to Genesis West Hospital?
They wanted evidence collected off of him, DNA samples.
Okay. Were you the individual that was assigned to collect various DNA samples from Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Now, is Mr. Dinkins present in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point him out and identify him for our record?
The gentleman on my left wearing the maroon or red button-up.
And Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness's identification of Mr. Dinkins?
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. Where was Mr. Dinkins taken in the hospital for the purposes of being able to collect various samples from him?
He was brought into a private patient room within the emergency room.
And as you went through the collection process, were the law enforcement officers present in the room to observe that collection process?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, describe the various samples that you collected.
I believe a cheek swab, under the nails, palms, and penis and scrotum.
Okay. Let's talk about the swab that you took from Mr. Dinkins' cheek. Were there buccal swabs that you were provided or had that you utilized to collect samples of his DNA from within his mouth?
We do have kits in the emergency room, yes.
Okay. And then as far as the collection process where you were collecting samples underneath his fingernails and even under his hands, how does that process work?
For under the nails, it's like a wooden toothpick tool, and then the evidence is put into like a white envelope.
Okay. For the buccal swabs that was taken from his cheek, once you were able to swab the inside of his cheek, what did you do with those buccal swabs?
The Q-tip is placed in a envelope and sealed.
All right. And then as far as the penile swabs are concerned, describe how a penile swab is performed.
A dry Q-tip is dampened with either saline or water and then run over the skin and then placed in a white envelope.
All right. Once that process was completed, what did you do with the various swabs that you've described?
I believe they were sealed with the officers and then the box was given to them.
Okay. And did the officers take control of those items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters.
Ma'am, just briefly, what time did those two police officers bring Mr. Dinkins in for the testing?
I don't know exactly, but I know it was evening time.
After 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then on July 10th of 2020, when he came in after you performed those 4 tests, you didn't do anything further than simply swab or take something out of his fingernails, correct?
Correct.
So no further testing, you didn't test it for DNA, you didn't test it for blood, or?
We did not collect any blood. We just collected the Q-tips I described before.
Okay, I don't have anything else, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham,
No, Your Honor.
you may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Benita Gardner to the stand.
Zoom, 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 zoom. Let's get up
Raise
there.
your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Donita Gardner. Donita Gardner. Donita Gardner. Garner.
Okay. Ms. Gardner, do you reside here in Scott County?
Yes.
Where were you living back in July of 2020?
Americana.
Do you recall your specific address at this time?
Yes.
And what was the address of your residence?
614 West 63rd Street, Apartment 1.
All right. Do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have, ma'am?
4.
What are the names and ages of your children?
Kashana, she's 40. DeMarcus, 37. Lakeisha is 33. And Aisha is 31.
So is Aisha your baby?
Yes, ma'am.
I would assume then that you are also a grandmother, is that correct?
Yes.
How many grandchildren do you have altogether?
16.
All right. Let's talk about the grandchildren from your daughter Aisha. And other than Breasia, we're using initials for the other two children. What is the initials of the oldest child of Aisha?
CS.
Okay. And then who would be the middle child?
DL.
Or the middle child, not the youngest child, the middle child.
Breasia.
And then the youngest child is who?
DL.
All right. Now going back to July of 2020, was DL 8 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was Breasia 10 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, as a grandmother, just describe the relationships that existed between the three children.
Ooh. Man. They got along.
And how close were Breasia and DL?
Partners in crimes.
They were partners in crimes.
Yeah.
As a grandmother, did you babysit the children?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at times that you were babysitting, where would your daughter be at?
Worked.
All right. Where was your daughter working during this period of time?
Worked.
Or where was she working at?
Wendy's. No.
No, checkers. Mama.
Checkers.
Checkers. All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention, if I could, to events of July 9th of 2020. Was Aisha working that day? And
Yeah.
All right. And were you babysitting all three children?
Yeah.
During that period of time, had Aisha moved back into the family home with you?
Yeah.
And so were Aisha and the three children living with you there at the house?
Yeah.
Now, had Aisha mentioned to you having run into Henry Dinkins the previous day?
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of what developed when Aisha had run into Mr. Dinkins on July 8th of 2020?
You mean July 9th?
No, July 8th, before the day of July 9th. Did you know that they had run into one another on July 8th?
Yeah, but I didn't know until the 9th that DL supposed to go with his dad.
All right. And that's what I want to talk with you about. Now, what did Aisha share with you as far as the arrangements had been made for DL to spend time with Mr. Dinkins?
Talking about from the 9th?
Yeah.
Well, I had doctor, but she told me when I got to the house, make sure that DL take a shower, brush his teeth, comb his hair, because Henry was coming to get him.
All right.
And I'm supposed to keep him for a couple of days, I think. I'm not for sure.
Sure. So did you have a doctor's appointment earlier in the morning then
Yeah.
before Mr. Dinkins came to pick up
Yeah.
DL?
Yeah.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please identify him for our record and what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting over there. I can't really tell what color the shirt is. It looked like a purple,
All
dark
right.
purple or something.
Okay, I have to stop.
Can I just say the 2 braids in his hair?
I have to stop and say he looks better today. This is a better color suited for him. This is day 4 that we just started, and it is a better color for him than that mustard yellow color. Good job, Dinkins.
Here, 'cause
Sure,
I
absolutely.
really can't see the color of the shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
She
Yes.
probably
All
really
right.
don't
It's
want to
also
see him.
reflected.
At least I would.
And then with that being said, did you follow your daughter's directions as
Yes,
far
ma'am.
as
Yes,
getting
ma'am.
DL ready? All right. Now, what time of the day would Mr. Dinkins have come over to your apartment to pick up DL? And if you don't remember a specific time, identify it as morning, afternoon, just give us just some perspective.
About I want to say almost 11:30.
Okay. And would that have been in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what happened when you realized that Mr. Dinkins had arrived there at your apartment. What were you doing?
I was making sure DL was getting ready.
Okay. All right. Did Mr. Dinkins come into the apartment?
Yes, but I don't know who. I don't know if Breasia let him in or CS let him in, because I was in the back room making sure that DL was getting ready.
Certainly. And then what room would he have come into when he entered the apartment?
The living room.
All right. At some point, did either Breasia or CS indicate to you that Mr. Dinkins was there to pick up DL?
No, because when I heard somebody at the door, I came out the back room.
Okay. And then what developed when you came out of the back room and presumably into the living room? Is that where you went to?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened when you came into the living room?
Only thing I remember, they got in Breasia and SC. I had got on them for something. I can't remember what it was. And they asked me, Mama asked Henry, can I go think with him? I said, no, you're not. You're not going. So when Henry got there, they asked Henry, and Henry said no, because I'm whatever that little small car. I don't know. I'm not really good at names with cars, but I know it was the black 2-door that had Queen and King on it.
And would that be a black Camaro?
I think so. Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue to describe then what developed.
Then after that, that's when DL said, Breasia, come on. And I said, no. So Breasia asked me to call her mom. And I said, no, because I don't like calling your mom when she's at work and things. So when DL was walking out the door, he just said, come on, Breasia. So I just I said, so when she called me at lunch, I'll let her know Breasia's with Henry and DL.
Okay. Now, did CS want to be able to go along with Breasia and DL?
Yes, he wanted to go, but Henry told him no because the car wasn't big enough.
Was Henry more than willing to allow Breasia to come along?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Did he say no to Breasia or
No.
simply CS?
No, he didn't say nothing. Oh, well, he did say at first the car was too small. But when DL told Breasia to come on, she just went on out the door.
All right. Did you contact your daughter to notify that Breasia had also gone along with Mr. Dinkins?
No, I waited until she called me because I don't like calling when she's at work.
Absolutely. And then once your daughter called you, what was the nature of the conversation that you had with her?
Well, when she called me, she asked me, did Henry come and get DL? And I said, yeah. And I let her know that Breasia went too. And she said, oh, okay. And that was it. She said, well, let me call him. That's the last conversation we had.
All right. At some point after your daughter got off work that day, did she return back to the apartment?
Yeah.
And then what happened when Aisha got back to the apartment?
When she got off work, she came to the house and got clothes for Breasia and DL and took them over there.
Okay. Do you recall, Miss Gardner, what the weather ended up being like that evening after Aisha had gone to take the clothing over to where Mr. Dinkins was staying at with the children?
Raining.
Okay. All right. Now, after your daughter left, did you get any call from her to tell you about what was going on
Yeah.
to the weather and her return home?
Yeah, she told me that she dropped the clothes off. Can't think of the dog's name, but her and the dog was in the car and she had to pull up because the rain was coming down so fast she couldn't, see. So she pulled over until the rain slowed down.
Okay. And then did your daughter end up coming back to the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was Aisha's activities there at the apartment when she got home that evening?
Basically, she took a bath and lay down.
All right. And then did Aisha sleep throughout the night and into the morning of July 10th?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did you become aware that Aisha was being called into work early outside of her normal schedule, her scheduled time of 11 o'clock?
No, I didn't know.
Okay. At any rate, did your daughter end up leaving for work during the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020?
Well, I didn't know until she called me about Breasia because I thought she was still in the living room asleep.
Okay. Where were you at that created that impression that your daughter was still in the living room asleep? Were you still in bed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you didn't realize she'd been called into work early?
Yeah.
All right. Tell us about the call that you got from Aisha then.
Oh, man, I was still asleep when she called me. I can't remember the time, but I think it was around between 8:30, 8:40. It was in between somewhere up in there.
Sure.
When she called me and she said, Mom, Breasia missing. I'm like, what you mean Breasia missing? She said, Henry said, Breasia missing. And I was laying there and then, from her tone of her voice, like she wanted to cry. So I jumped up. I'm like, what the heck you mean Breasia's missing? She said, Mom, Breasia missing. I'm like, then after I said that, then she said, well, I'm finna bring Detorius over to the house so I can go down to the police station and make my do the police report. And I said, okay.
All right. As a grandmother, emotionally, when your daughter had imparted that information to you, how were you feeling?
A little bit in shock.
Sure. Let's talk about Breasia. What type of child was Breasia as far as her sleep patterns?
Oh, man. Funny. But me and her always, always played around, She didn't like when I used to call her my he, she. She'd get mad at me and then she'd be ready to beat me up.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and just beyond her playful nature, when Breasia would go down for bed at night, how would you describe her sleep pattern? Was she prone to get up?
When she sleeps, she sleeps.
Okay. Had you ever known Breasia just to get up and wander off in the middle of the night?
Oh, no, she's not at nighttime. No, if her mom if I used to send her outside at night, she's not going out there by herself.
Okay. And how did Breasia feel about going out when it was dark outside?
She didn't.
She didn't?
Not by herself. She wouldn't.
All right. Just based on your, relationship with Breasia, was she the type of child that would ever get up in the middle of the night and wander off?
No.
All right. Did you become familiar with the Jersey Meadow apartment complex as a result of Breasia having been reported missing? And that would be the apartment complex where Mr. Dinkins was staying with his girlfriend, Andrea Culberson.
Well, I didn't know where he stayed at.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Was this an area that Breasia was familiar with at all?
No.
Okay, all right. Did you then have an opportunity to assist in various searches that was being conducted by the Davenport Police Department and members of the public who were providing assistance?
Yep.
And then tell me about your, different experiences relative to searches that were being conducted.
For me, everybody did what they, did.
Sure.
And I appreciate that. But, I was maybe out there for a week before I ended up getting really sick because the sun.
Sure.
Then I ended up stopping. Then, they kept on.
All right. The events that you've described, that they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yeah.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Freeze or Mr. Waters?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I just want to talk to you a little bit about your version of events on July 9th of 2020. Okay.
Yes.
I think you just testified that DL and Breasia went with Mr. Dinkins sometime around 11:30 in the morning on July 9th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that at first you were not okay with Breasia going with Mr. Dinkins, but then you...
No, because she wasn't only supposed to have been notorious.
Sure.
I mean, DL.
But then you contacted Aisha, correct?
No, I didn't call her. I wait until she called me because I don't like calling her when she's at work.
But then after that...
I'm sorry, is he not following along with what we're following along? She said she didn't want to call her at work because she didn't like calling her while she was on the job. Sir, pay attention.
Essentially, Breasia had already gone with DL and Mr. Dinkins.
Yeah.
And then Aisha found that out, correct?
Excuse me?
Aisha only knew after the fact that Breasia had gone with Mr. Dinkins and DL.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, just so I know, you had met Mr. Dinkins before July 9th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
And Breasia and DL had spent time with him prior to July 9th, 2020, correct?
You talking about before or during?
Before July 9th of 2020.
Yeah, a couple of times.
And Breasia was never uncomfortable spending time with Henry, correct?
No.
Same question, but with DL.
No.
Was CS ever uncomfortable spending time with Henry? Mr. Dinkins?
No.
Okay. In fact, she as in Breasia viewed Mr. Dinkins as a father figure, right?
Yeah.
You never saw Mr. Dinkins be mean or inappropriate with Breasia, did you?
No.
How about DL?
No.
Did he seem more constructive?
Wait a minute.
Was he a constructive father?
No, I take that back with DL. Cause one time he got in trouble, and Henry didn't whoop him. He made him jog. Made him run.
You made him work out?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he make him do anything other than running?
Just running.
Okay. Did he make him work out in any other way?
No.
Okay. Did he ever do that same thing but with Breasia?
No.
Okay. How about CS?
No.
I think a little bit in your testimony you had mentioned that, in your opinion, if Bree would be outside, she would be uncomfortable, right?
That night?
At any point in time, she would be uncomfortable if she was outside alone.
This only at night. During the day, she was all right.
And she would have come and knocked on a door, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was typical of her?
Yeah.
Okay. And ma'am, you have lived with DL since essentially July 10th of 2020, right?
When they moved in with me,
Well, yeah, I mean, for the past 3 years, you've lived with DL, correct?
talking about now or what?
Well, when did they move out?
When they moved in with me, it was maybe a week before July
Of 2020?
of 2020, yeah.
Do they still live with you to this day?
Well, they just moved back in with me the 1st of June of 2023.
Okay, and you've had plenty of opportunity to speak with Aisha and DL about this case, correct?
I could have, but I didn't.
Okay, have you ever heard DL mention to you anything about a bloody knife?
I don't question my grandkids about anything.
Okay, has he ever mentioned to you anything about bleach or cleaning off a knife with bleach?
I don't question my grandkids about nothing.
Has he ever mentioned to you anything about being present when Breasia was shot?
Again, I wait until they come to me. And he never did.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mrs. Gardner, just given the circumstances surrounding Breasia's death, is this a topic of conversation that you choose to engage in with DL?
No.
Okay, has this been really traumatic for him?
Yeah.
All right. And then as far as Mr. Dinkins was concerned, was he an individual that he was around throughout DL's life or even Breasia's, where he was a constant figure within the children's lives?
I'm going to say no.
All right. Was any contact that he had with DL very sporadic with big gaps in time where he wasn't involved in the child's life at all?
He only come around when he felt like it.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
All right. And so if he didn't feel like it, Henry wasn't coming around. Would that be fair to
Right.
say?
Right.
And then finally, when Breasia and DL left with Mr. Dinkins that morning, did they have any personal belongings that they had taken with them as far as bags of clothing?
No, they didn't take anything with them.
Okay. And then were personal belongings taken over to the location where the children were staying with Mr. Dinkins at some point in time?
Yes.
How did that occur?
Their mom, Aisha, took it to him after she got off work.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
She does, case one. 3 packs a day, bless her heart. She probably stressed out and needs to. Good Lord, she got, what'd she say, 16 grandchildren, 5 children? They got to be smoking more than Newports. Just saying. Okay, let's zoom.
You may step down.
Mr. Waters didn't have no more questions, so.
Excuse me?
Me what real quick? They're doing something real quick.
One moment, Ms. Cunningham. After conferring with counsel for the state and defendant, Danina Gardner is released from any further witness responsibility in this case. Thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
And who is this next? It's going to be Eli McBride, I bet. FBI Special Agent. I'm just taking a guess. I don't really know. I just have a list of who's
Please
supposed
state
to
your
be.
name for the record.
Jim Peters.
Nope.
Mr. Peters, what is your occupation?
Presently, I'm retired, but I have a business that I started in 2015 called Samaritan Detection Dogs, and we use the dogs to look for a variety of subjects.
All right. Now, What got you interested in working with detection dogs?
I worked as a paramedic for about 30 years and then got started in search and rescue, I think 1993. And we had a number of dogs on our team, and eventually I had my first dog around 1999, I believe.
What do you eat? Give me that.
And certified my first dog through the National Association of Search and Rescue in about 2004.
When you talk about having dogs that were utilized in the context of search and rescue, give us some perspective of what types of tasks the dogs were trained to perform.
I have a dog certified for trailing, which means that he can follow a walking subject or mobile subject. That same dog is trained in human remains detection, and that same dog is also certified for article search, as in finding a credit card or a cell phone that has human odor on it.
Okay. With that being said, in July of 2020, how many canines did you have that you were working with?
In regards to this case, I brought two dogs.
And what were the names of your canines?
The German Shepherd is Rocky, and the Red Heeler is Jojo.
What are Rocky and Jojo utilized? For what purpose are they utilized?
Jojo is utilized predominantly for human remains detection and historic human remains detection, and Rocky is also utilized for both of those.
Okay. Now, can you explain the difference between human remains detection and then utilizing these canines in the context of historic remains detection?
Sure. In a more contemporary or current situation where someone has gone missing, or we are utilized to try to locate that subject. I've done a lot of archaeology work, most recently in the state of Nebraska, where it was verified by Dave Williams, the Nebraska state archaeologist. We located a Native American burial that was 1,000 years old.
Okay. All right. And then how are these types of canines utilized in the context of historic remains recovery?
We are assigned an area to survey, and we go out and make sure that my job is to make sure the dogs get into the right places. And then when they detect the odor of human remains or human decomposition, then they provide an alert that's marked with a GPS.
Okay. Let's talk about the types of training that you've had to undergo, as well as your canines, in order to be certified to do the search for human remains.
I am credentialed by the National Association for Search and Rescue as a lead evaluator for certifying dogs owned by others for human remains detection, for trailing, and for article search. I trained with two peace officers who handled police canines, and then I was also certified by NASAR as a handler in each of those disciplines.
Okay. Now, can you?
I pause for commentary. I find this job a fascinating job. I hear about jobs that I had no clue were even out there. When I watch these trials, I hear about jobs that are like, wow, didn't even know that was a real job, I just find it fascinating.
You spell the acronym NASAR and then tell us what that stands for once again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. NASAR stands for National Association of Search and Rescue.
Okay, all right. So in total, how many years have you been performing this type of work?
With a dog, probably 23 or 24 years.
Okay. Is there a regular recertification process that you and your canine units go through as well?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 2-year cycle.
Okay, and then describe that recertification process.
It's the same test as one does originally for the level that Rocky is at. We are required to do a vehicle search, a structure search, buried article search, surface search, and above ground, and then there's a blank area.
What do you mean by a blank area?
We're assigned to survey an area where there is nothing there to demonstrate that there's no false alerts.
Absolutely. And by virtue of that type of training, how would you describe Rocky in terms of his ability to perform and accurately identify the odor of human remains?
We started training when he was 6 months old, and he's solid. He, in my experience on both training and actual searches, he's never given me a false alert. And if he alerts, then I have to trust him.
Okay, what about JoJo? How would you describe her level of performance?
Likewise, in Nebraska just this last summer, we were at a battleground where 2 Native American tribes had a huge battle, and in 5 days, JoJo identified 50 burial sites.
Okay, and then with each of those burial sites, was there any type of exhumation, I guess that's the word that I'll choose to use, to determine if in fact there were skeletal remains in the areas that she had alerted to?
That's a process that is currently going through the Indian Commission in Nebraska. They take their time when it comes to doing invasive kinds of searching.
Absolutely. Now, speak to the issue of regular training that you engage in as well with your canines. You know, and the thing that I'm thinking about is the canines that are utilized relative to drug detection, you know, in the law enforcement world, where they will take them out weekly and then even monthly and do training cycles with other officers and canine units. Is that something that you also do with your canines who are trained to detect on the odor of human remains?
Absolutely.
Okay. Explain if you could.
Absolutely. We train a minimum of once a week, sometimes more, depending on the opportunity to train with other handlers. And
Sir, tell us how you train. We on this side of the computer and phone screens need to know, how do you train? Keep talking.
In the last few years, I've used only human teeth because they're dry. They're easy to get. They're not a biohazard. And that's, when it comes to human decomposition, that's one of the last things to decompose. It's more durable than flesh and bones.
Okay, so is that what you utilize in your training sessions then, to see if the dogs are able to accurately alert to locations where the teeth have been placed?
Yes, and again, I use teeth because I cannot detect any odor on them like I could. For example, we've often used human placenta and human tissue from death scenes, and those can be quite pungent and noticeable to any human in the area, but the teeth are not noticeable. So it's a bit more difficult task for the dogs.
Okay, explain the process of how you condition a dog then to identify the odor of human remains, or even any type of item that you're interested in searching when you talk about the issue of them doing article searches.
There's an initial process that can take a few months to 6 months or longer, where the dog is introduced or imprinted on the scent source, and then we use the theory is, in the beginning, the dog only sees a green light, and there is a red light there, which means an opportunity for mistakes, but that's diminished at the beginning. And then we expand the area where the dog has to look, and then eventually we create scenarios where the dog can make a mistake, but we hope that the foundation training has been solid enough that they don't. And we also use animal bones like deer and raccoon and those sorts of things that are everywhere in the woods. And when they have a choice between human remains or a deer bone, they always go to the human remains because it's known as operant conditioning, where it's positive reinforcement. They only get their reward when they alert on the target source.
Okay. Is that particularly important, recognizing that these dogs will often be used in an outdoor setting?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then for JoJo and Rocky, have they worked in outdoor settings on a frequent basis?
Yes.
And, you know, if you were to describe their ability to focus on human remains and alert to that versus any type of decomposed animal remains, what have you noted about their performance?
They might take a sniff as if to say, what's that? And then they move on.
All right. When a dog is alerting to the odor of human remains, what specifically are they alerting to?
As living things decompose, at the moment of death, when oxygen flow to the tissue stops, then the cells start to break down. And as that process progresses, more and more cells break down, and there are actually 5 stages to human decomposition.
Y'all are off the rails.
But in the early stages,
Comedy in the chaos,
the
okay?
cells will
Comedy
start to break
chaos.
down within a matter of minutes after oxygen flow has stopped.
All right.
Not
Can
being
you describe the
disrespectful at
5
all. We
stages
have
to human
questions.
decomposition?
We just
Yes,
questioned.
initially there's fresh, then within 24 to 36 hours, depending upon the temperature and the ambient environment, there may be bloat beginning, and then there's, putrefaction, where the tissue turns black and starts to turn into liquid, and then there's liquefaction, and then there's dry at the end where there's nothing but bones.
All right. And at any one of those stages, are the dogs able to alert to the odor of human remains?
Yes.
All right. And I want to talk about that initial stage of fresh. So say, for example, a human body has been subjected to extensive trauma, and then the body is in the process of dying by virtue of that trauma, and it's clear that that body is not going to recover. But can the dogs then, would they then alert within those first few minutes?
Yes. There's research that supports that out of Europe, where they had access, they were using police dogs owned by the city of Hamburg, Germany, and they had carpet squares that were placed next to recently deceased people where there were no external body fluids. And then they did random tests over about 3 months, I believe, and the dogs all correctly alerted on the proper carpet squares.
All right. Now, what specifically is it that the odor or that the dog is detecting? With the body dying, what is it that what is the body emitting?
The body emits volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, and as an example, these are molecules.
Just to stop and chat for a minute, you know, because commentary and all that, you know, and Cindy, you were there the other night when I was did my little mental health stream and talking about triggers and stuff like that, and memory triggers, how we've hit. I have lost a lot of my childhood memories, but I do remember, and this just flashed, and I totally forgot about it for many years, but I had a memory of when Muffins, my daughter that comes in here, she was probably about 4 years old, 3 or 4. I let her go stay with her grandparents. And I showed up about 6 hours early to pick her up one day, only only to find out that she wasn't there when I got her. She wasn't there when I got there. They had let their son, who I was divorced and he had no custody rights to, they let him take her up the road to a friend's house. Let me tell you, I was so pissed. I told him, you better call him and you better get her here right now in the next 5 minutes or I'm calling the cops. And sure did. They got her there. Within a couple minutes, I loaded her up and I took her, and I did not let them have her again for years after that because I was so traumatized by them allowing my child to go with that man. So it happens when you least expect it. When you least expect it, it can happen.
That generally are lighter than air, and chemically they're considered volatile because they want to move.
Cindy, I'm not even putting all that on the screen. Oh my gosh, Cindy. Okay, read chat, y'all. Cindy's got some tea over there.
Move. They come out of evaporation, and for example, if you think about cottonwood trees and the seeds that come off, they move around in the air and then eventually land and stay in one place. So these molecules, again, they're molecules, they're microscopic, meaning you need a microscope to see them. These molecules become airborne. Some go to the ground, and some become airborne. Some may stick to other surfaces where the body has been in contact.
Okay. How quickly are these molecules released once the human body starts to die?
Within a matter of minutes.
Okay.
That's called autolysis. As soon as the cells run out of oxygen, they start to break down.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk about this. With the release of those molecules, you indicate that they may just go airborne or they may land and stay in one place. What type of environment is going to lend itself to those molecules landing and staying in one place?
Either the texture of the surface and or the moisture of the surface. These airborne molecules tend to be attracted to moist environments.
All right. If you have an environment outside where there has been a lot of rain, speak to that particular topic and how the release of these molecules will be affected.
Some may wash away. It's been my experience on numerous cases where some will stick to the surface, and as it warms up after the rain, then they might become volatile again and move on to a wet surface where they might adhere to that.
Okay. Give us examples of wet surfaces in an external environment.
Mud, for example, mud along a stream bank or a river bank, wet prairie grasses, wet turf. Forgive me. And once they stick, they tend to stay there for a long time. I can remember some cases where we've gone back 2 or 3 years after a death where there were no body fluids, and the dogs will still give an appropriate response.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a case that you were involved with to help us understand that concept?
And sure. In 2018, a young woman was murdered on a golf course in Ames, and we were called initially, and my job was to, the subject had been found by golf course workers prior to my arrival. Within minutes, we were asked to check her golf bag and then find her path across the golf course where she had been chased. And then Rocky pulled me to the water's edge where the subject was obviously deceased and still submerged. A while later, the crime scene folks removed her body from this pond and placed her on the grass and then covered her with a tarp for their initial inspection, and they were waiting for the medical examiner. And so we went back the next day and they alerted on that location, pardon me, and then went back 6 months later, went back a year and a half later. I try not to go to the same location frequently because they do have memories. And again, for the dog, if I perform the way my dad wants me to, then I'll get a reward.
Sure. All right. And then so when you had taken them back to that location, would you bring them in from different routes so that they would recognize routes that had been taken before where they had made those alerts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Different approaches.
Okay. And with each of those approaches, did the dogs always alert in the area where you knew the body had been laid out after the body had been removed from the body of water?
Yes. And that has been witnessed by officers with Ames Police Department. And I do, in fact, have 4 dogs. All of them are trained for human remains, and all 4 of them have alerted on that spot.
Okay, now let's use that example that you've described. What is the human body primarily composed of so that we understand the significance of the testimony that you've just given us?
Depending on the textbook, the human body is about 80% fluid and makes up a significant portion of our weight. There are also fats and other minerals. So there can be, as the body decomposes, quite a bit of fluid that leaches into the ground. And again, in the case of this golfer, she had been stabbed multiple times, and so she and drowned. And so there wasn't any more fluid leaking out of her body. There was no visible blood.
Okay. When the bodily fluids are released into the ground, then is there a limited lifespan to the presence of that volatile organic compound?
No, as I mentioned, one of my dogs alerted on a native burial that was 1,000 years old. To put it into context, if you take chicken fat, for example, and pour it in the soil, it's fat, it's not water soluble, and it's going to stay there a really long time until that earth is removed.
Okay. Now, what is the normal pH balance of a live human being?
From my paramedic experience and training, it's 7.4.
Okay. With the human body, when it starts to die, does that change the odor of that human being?
Absolutely. The human body is designed to maintain equilibrium. It's often known as homeostasis. And if, for example, it's deprived of oxygen or fluids, that homeostasis can tip, and then the body gets into trouble metabolically. And in the state of acidosis, that just accelerates the deterioration of the cells.
Okay. Speak to this issue if you could, Mr. Peters. You know, I think from a layperson's perspective, not having any understanding of this science, one would have the perception that a human body would have to be placed at a given location in order for the dogs to alert to those volatile organic compounds. Is that the case?
There could be, there could be something that was in contact with the body that was then in contact with that location, or the body was briefly placed at that location, or there was bodily fluid or blood left at that location.
All right. And then so under that circumstance, would the dogs alert to that volatile organic compound?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can dogs distinguish or can they identify who those remains belonged to?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So very just specifically, are they just alerting to the odor of some type of human remain decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, I want to direct your attention to an investigation being conducted by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 involving a child by the name of Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing at 8:29 a.m. that morning. Are you aware of that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become aware of that investigation?
I was contacted later that day through our county emergency management agency that supports our search and rescue team. They had been contacted by the Davenport Police Department. And then I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the detective that I spoke with on the phone. But then we agreed that I would meet them in Davenport Saturday morning.
All right.
The 11th.
What time would you have met with law enforcement on July 11th of 2020?
I'm going to estimate it was between 10 and 11 a.m.
Okay. Where did that initial meeting take place?
At the large historic building on Credit Island, on the east end of Credit Island.
And when you arrived at that location, was there any briefing that took place?
Yes.
What was the nature of the briefing?
I was given an overview of the situation, and then I was given my first area to survey, which was nearby, near the entrance to the park.
Okay, all right. Now, when you indicated that you were provided an overview, what specific types of information were you given?
That there was a child missing, and that the subject may have traveled to Credit Island. I mean, the person of interest may have traveled to Credit Island, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. From there, I'd like for you to look at the whiteboard. We have a diagram, just so that you've got some perspective. Now, over on the left side of the board, we've got an apartment that had been diagrammed. Don't pay attention to that. But as you look at the other portions of the drawing, tell me, once you've had a chance to look at that, if you recognize what that generally depicts.
That it generally depicts Credit Island. When I arrived before the detectives, and I traveled the entire roadway around the island, and then I met with the detectives near that historic structure.
Okay. If I could, I'm going to have you approach the diagram. And let's just talk through this, first of all. I believe we're all familiar with the building that you're talking about, but just to be clear, let's walk through this. Now, as you are looking at the diagram, show us where River Drive is at.
River Drive or Highway 61 is here.
Okay, and then what would represent the entry into Credit Island?
This access here, and then that historic building is generally in this.
I think they gave
And then if you could go ahead
a
and
10-year-old
draw,
some dry erase
something
markers
to
and said,
represent
draw
the
this.
structure.
I'm going to say it's about right here.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. Now, when you were provided the information that a subject of interest may have come onto Credit Island, was there any particular location that you were directed to, or how did you start your process of deploying your canines?
Would you like me to use the pointer?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, get up and use the
Sir, if you
pointer.
could, when you're speaking, face this way,
Okay.
so it's easier for us to hear.
Sure. Yes,
I'd
sir.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We initially met in this region, and then the first area that I was asked to survey was in this vicinity, and we parked approximately right here on some gravel on the edge of the pavement.
For purposes of our written record, the area that you've referenced, does it have any associations to that initial drive into Credit Island? As you are coming off of River Drive, is that area located right on that initial drive going into Credit Island where you'd circle around?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It's immediately off of River Drive.
Okay, and then for purposes of direction, again, speaking to our written record, what direction would that area be located in reference to the drive or road that you take going into Credit Island?
It would be to the west of the entry point and south of River Drive.
All right. Describe the area just further west of where you would have parked your vehicle so that we've got some idea of what it looked like.
Kind of a backwater area, a lot of trees, many of them down, a lot of weeds, difficult to walk through.
Okay. What two canines were you utilizing on that day?
Rocky and JoJo.
Which of the two did you deploy first?
I'm going to say Rocky.
And then describe where you were positioned when you initiated that deployment.
We started right along the gravel and then walked this direction where I was directed to go.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peters, this isn't an issue that I've talked with you about, but are there different ways to handle deployments of canines that are being utilized?
Yes, ideally, one would want to deploy the dog into the breeze. It just makes it goes faster because the odor is pushed to the dog. But in some instances, it's necessary to cover a lot of ground and do a finer grid, if you will, to get the dog in the right area.
Okay. Did you document the weather conditions on July 11th of 2020?
I did in my report to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay. What were the weather conditions like on that day when you deployed your two canines?
It was warm. There was a light breeze. It was quite humid.
Okay. And what was the direction of the breeze?
At that point, generally, I believe coming from this direction, out of the southwest.
All right. Describe then what happened when you deployed Rocky.
We made our way back into the down timber and the weeds, and then, forgive me, and then he gave his alert approximately in this area.
Did you prepare a diagram so that we could actually see where the dog would have alerted with an aerial photograph, essentially?
Yes, ma'am. I use a Garmin GPS and marked both the tracks or the path that we walked and then the alert location as a waypoint.
All right. You've indicated on the diagram what portion he traveled along relative to that body of water. Was he on the north side of that body of water or that south side of that body of water that you described?
Generally speaking, it was about right here.
Okay. And so would that be close to River Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What does Rocky do when he's alerting to the odor of human remains?
He does a drop where his chest and elbows are on the ground.
Okay. And then from there, then, once he gave that positive alert, what was the next step in the process for you?
We returned to my vehicle and gave him some water, put him in the truck, and then I brought out JoJo.
Okay. Describe what happened when you deployed JoJo.
We took a similar path into the woods. That's, as I recall, it was pretty open up to about here. And then just inside the woods, JoJo also alerted in approximately the same location.
Okay. Go ahead and take your seat. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 147-1 and then 147-2. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 147-1 and 147-2 for purposes of identification. Right now, let's just focus on that first page. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 147-1?
Yes, ma'am. I produced this on my computer.
Okay. How do you recognize State's Exhibit 147-1? as far as the area? And I think that the better question is, describe what it is that you've produced in this exhibit.
This is a satellite image with the GPS tracks of our initial assignment and the one that I just described.
Okay, now as we look at our diagram and River Drive, does it look like River Drive runs a true east-west on the diagram itself?
At this point, no, it's running from the southwest to the northeast.
Okay, all right. So is it really in reality more of an angle, at an angle as we look at your aerial photo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Does this accurately depict the location where you would have deployed both Rocky and JoJo?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you have entries on this particular exhibit that show each of the dogs' path of travel and where they would have alerted to?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 147-1.
That exhibit will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
You may.
There we go. Now, Mr. Peters, if you could take your pointer. And then show us where River Drive is located on this exhibit.
This would be River Drive at this point, right here.
Okay. Where is the entry point to Credit Island?
That would be this location right here.
Okay. And as you enter the island, the architectural, or the historic, I should say, structure that you met at, is that on this particular exhibit?
No, ma'am. It would be further south.
Okay. And then just point to the exhibit so that we've got some perspective where south would be.
Would be this direction.
Okay. Do you have a directional indicator on this diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Describe.
It's right here.
And what have you noted?
That north is this direction, which would imply that south is that direction.
Okay. So then would north be pointing toward River Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please show us the location that you would have parked at with that inlet of water that essentially is the runoff from the Mississippi?
We parked right here.
Okay. And then explain to us then the lines that we are seeing. Do you have different lines drawn on that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
What do those lines represent?
The purple lines indicate my activities on the morning of July 11th. In November of that same year, I went there with one of my training partners who was a police officer, canine handler. And we went back to review what the dogs had done and what I had seen. We like to debrief after every case so that we understand what happened.
All right. And is that what you did in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Go ahead and take your seat then, and then walk us through the purple line that would describe activities on July 11th of 2020.
The squiggly lines at this point simply indicate where I turned on my GPS and I'm walking around the vehicle and moving with the dogs, getting them a drink, etc. And then we started our survey and went back to the direction where we were assigned.
Okay. How do these markings end up on this aerial map?
I plug my GPS unit into my computer and I can download it into this particular program.
Okay. And then so does that then overlay the path of travel of the dogs as they worked their way through the deployment?
Generally speaking, yes. The pathways that you see are my footsteps.
Your footsteps. All right. Tell us what happened with the deployment of both Rocky and JoJo.
As I mentioned, we went in with Rocky first, and about where this yellow symbol is, Rocky alerted, and then we walked back out, gave him a drink, and I went back out with JoJo, and she indicated pretty much in the same location.
When you took the dogs back in November, and I presume, did you go back with both Rocky and JoJo?
Yes.
What happened when you took the two dogs back in November?
They gave the same path and exhibited the same behaviors.
All right. Did you advise law enforcement of the positive alerts by JoJo and Rocky on July 11th?
Yes, and there was a detective that pointed the area to me and accompanied me, and so he witnessed those alerts.
All right. After the positive alerts, did the detective explain to you whether or not that had import relative to other facts that had been developed in interviews the previous day?
Yes, after the survey was completed, he mentioned that they believe that the person of interest had been in that vicinity.
All right. Was this the only area that Rocky and JoJo were deployed?
On that day, no, ma'am.
What other locations did you go to?
We went to a storage area a couple of blocks east of there and 1 or 2 blocks north between River Drive and the railroad tracks. I believe the name of the street was Schmidt.
Sure. Okay.
And there was some storefronts, but behind those structures, there was a large open concrete area with a number of vehicles and trucks and such.
Was that the second location you would have traveled to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did law enforcement explain to you why they were going to that lot where there were trailers and trucks being stored?
They mentioned that the person of interest had owned a recreational vehicle that had been parked there.
Was the recreational vehicle still in that lot on July 11th when you were taken to that location?
No, ma'am.
All right. So then describe what happened when you went to that particular lot there on Schmidt Road.
We worked around the perimeter, starting north along the railroad tracks, and worked the west side and the east side. I believe there's a volleyball facility there. And then we moved in closer to some vehicles that were still there.
Okay. Were you actually working inside that, I'm going to call it a parking lot, but I'm going to start, well, maybe not, a storage area where these vehicles were parked at?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this exposed to the elements? Were these vehicles being stored outside, essentially?
Yes, it was open.
All right. And then once you got into that area, which of the dogs were you working with first?
Again, I'm going to say Rocky.
Okay. All right. Was JoJo also deployed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then with respect to the deployment of both dogs then, what occurred?
We found nothing of interest around the perimeter. As we moved in towards the center of that, well, not center, but an area central to that location, there were a number of cars and vehicles, and there was an old camping trailer there, and Rocky approached that trailer and alerted on the ground beneath the trailer.
Okay. What was the surface like underneath that old camping trailer?
The surface in general was concrete, a lot of it in bad repair, cracked and such. And then in and around the vehicles under that trailer, there was a very thin layer of mud, maybe 1/4 to 1/2 inch.
Okay. What happened next?
Rocky gave his alert at the trailer. And so then we continued to do the rest of the vehicles. And then I put him in the truck and got JoJo out and essentially did the same thing. We worked the perimeter. I recall there were some buildings to the west that we walked by, and then we approached that trailer from the north. And JoJo, because she's small and I often use her in the woods, I've also taught her to bark with her alert. She moved towards the trailer and she does a sit bark. And in this case, she tried to crawl under the trailer.
Would this have been the same trailer that Rocky was alerting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so did both dogs give a positive alert to the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 148-1 through 148-3. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 148-1 through 148-3. Please look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
I do, yes.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
I remember the trailer specifically and the vicinity in between the vehicles
Okay.
with the mud and the weeds growing.
If you could, for our written record, describe the appearance of that trailer.
It's apparently an older trailer. It's predominantly white with a red horizontal stripe. There's an entry door in the front half of the trailer that has a padlock on it.
Okay, all right. And if you were to identify where JoJo and Rocky alerted to relative to this trailer, would you be able to show us that once we introduce and publish this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 148-1 through 148-3.
I have no objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I have State's Exhibit 148-1. All right. What are we seeing in this particular exhibit here?
We're looking at the camping trailer that was located in that storage lot.
148-2.
That would be the front of the trailer, which is facing the west.
148-3.
That would be the rear of the trailer with the east behind it.
And which of these photographs would best depict the locations where Rocky and JoJo would have alerted to?
Probably this one. They both were interested in the rear of the trailer, and then, as I mentioned, the smaller dog tried to crawl under the trailer.
All right. With a positive alert, did law enforcement officers discuss with you where this particular trailer had been located in relation to the RV and where it had been parked prior to law enforcement removing it?
Generally speaking, we're looking at the trailer from the southeast in this photograph. The recreational vehicle was located off the front to the south, so it would have been to the southwest of this trailer.
And then as far as your understanding, for distance between the RV and its parked location relative to this trailer, did they give you any perspective of how close the two vehicles were to one another?
They pointed to a general location. No one provided me with measurements in terms of feet or yards.
Okay. Was this information only provided to you after JoJo and Rocky alerted?
Correct.
Okay. Now, take that piece of information relative to where the RV had been parked, its relationship to this, and then the direction of the wind travel.
On that particular day, as a dog handler, one has to pay attention to the microclimate, what's happening at the level of the dog's nose, close to the surface. On this particular day, I believe the wind was out of the southwest, which would have been off the front of this trailer. And then in my report to the police department, I indicated historical weather data from a website called Weather Underground, and it confirmed that the wind was light out of the southwest.
Okay, so then if you go back and you talk about the volatile organic compounds and the movement of molecules, particularly when there's moisture in the air and the direction of wind, the location where Rocky and JoJo alerted to, would that have been consistent with the wind direction of the wind travel and just what you noted as far as the condition under that trailer?
Yes, ma'am. It's my assessment that molecules of some sort, VOCs related to humans, may have leaked out of that RV and were blown in the general direction of the trailer, and some of those stuck in the mud underneath the trailer.
Let's go back to State's Exhibit 147-2. Let's discuss that exhibit, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about other tasks that you performed. Now, what is State's Exhibit 147-2? Do you have State's Exhibit 147-2 in front of you?
Not on the screen, but I have this one.
Yeah, and we're just gonna lay the foundation for that, then we'll talk about it. What is State's Exhibit 147-2?
It's the collection of the sites where I was asked to survey with the dogs.
Okay. Did you do a survey of the RV?
Eventually, yes.
Did you do a survey of a black Chevy Camaro?
Yes.
And did you do a survey of a maroon Impala?
Yes.
Does this diagram show the location of each of those vehicles or areas where they were being kept?
Yes. Number 3 towards the bottom in the center.
Okay, all right. And then is there one other location that you would have been taken to later on that didn't involve the vehicles?
Yes, that was up near Veterans Memorial Drive in Eastern Boulevard.
And then do you have that location depicted on this diagram as well?
Yes, ma'am. It's towards the top.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 147-2.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 147-2 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Mr. Peters, if you could, then explain what it is that we are seeing on this exhibit.
This, I believe, is the entrance to Credit Island where we started initially. This would be the vehicle storage area. This would be the police department parking garage. And then this would be, I don't know if it was a city or a county secured storage lot with a fence around it.
All right.
And then towards the top is where we ended the day.
Did you assign numbers to each of those locations?
Yes, but they're slightly blurry. This would be number 2.
Well, and actually, let's make this a little bit simpler so that we've got this for our written record. The number 1, what location does that represent?
Credit Island.
The number 2, what location does that represent?
The vehicle storage area off of Schmidt.
Number 3, what does that represent?
The police department garage.
Number 4, what does that represent?
The secure property owned by the city or the county.
Sure. And then our final location up at Eastern, what number did you assign to that?
I believe it's a number 5.
All right. All right. So let's walk through all of that if we could. Now, once you left the area of Schmidt Road, where did you travel to next?
We went to the police department.
Okay. Why?
They had 2 vehicles there impounded that they wanted me to take the dogs around.
What were the 2 vehicles that were at the Davenport Police Department?
In their parking garage, there was a holding facility used by the crime scene technician, and there was a black Camaro, a newer black Camaro, and then an older red or maroon 4-door Impala.
Okay. Which of the vehicles did you deploy the dogs around first?
I was directed to search the Camaro first, and we did not go inside the car. We just went around the exterior of the car, much like you would see dogs on television during a traffic stop looking for narcotics.
Were both dogs deployed around the black Chevy Camaro?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when Rocky was deployed?
He went around the vehicle without any alert.
What happened when JoJo was deployed?
She went around the black Camaro without any alert.
Relative to the maroon Chevy Impala, what happened when Rocky was deployed?
We started at the left headlight, worked down the left side, went around the rear of the vehicle, came up on the right side, and he alerted at the seam where the front passenger door meets the right fender.
Okay. Let's discuss vehicles in general. When you are dealing with a vehicle and you work with canines, what is it about the vehicles that we are mindful of or recognize?
Well, for one, vehicles are not airtight, as demonstrated by anytime you see a vehicle go into the water, they sink. And they're not airtight because that assists the ventilation through the passenger compartment for passenger comfort.
With that being said then, are dogs able to detect odors as a result of the various seams and openings that exist on a vehicle?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, recognizing the location where Rocky had alerted to, can you definitively say that there would have been some type of, I guess, the odor attributable to human remains right there on the passenger side of the vehicle?
Likely not on the exterior of the vehicle because he stuck his nose into the seam.
Okay. All right. What happened when JoJo was deployed?
She alerted at the same location, and I recall the crime scene technician and one or two detectives were there, and I made eye contact with them and said I would take this one to the bank.
Okay.
The alerts were solid.
All right. What was the next location that you went to?
From there, we went to the secure facility, which was southwest of the police garage, and I was asked to walk around the recreational vehicle.
What happened when you deployed Rocky around the recreational vehicle?
We started at the left front, as we always do, went down the left side around the rear, went towards the front on the right side, started to go around the front, and the design of that vehicle, there are some molded holes or inlets in the front bumper, and he stuck his nose in one of those and gave his alert.
When JoJo was deployed around the recreational vehicle, what did you note?
We went around the vehicle in the same direction, and she stuck her nose in that same hole or orifice and gave her alert.
Now, I want to go back to my earlier question. I had asked you that when dogs alert to the odor of human remains, can they specifically identify who those human remains belonged to?
No, ma'am.
All right. Given now that you've had 3 alerts down by the river, with the RV, and with the maroon Chevy Impala, does that become very significant when considering all of the investigative facts that were developed through interviews and just investigative techniques utilized by law enforcement?
That, if you break it down, that would suggest that there was the odor of human decomposition or blood at each of those locations.
Okay. Let's talk about that last location up by Veterans Memorial Parkway and Eastern. Now, I want to take you back. What direction does Eastern run?
As I recall, it's a north-south street.
Okay. What direction does Veterans Memorial run?
As I recall, it's a east-west street.
Does Eastern intersect with Veterans Memorial Parkway?
Yes, ma'am. There's a traffic control light there, and then if you proceed through the intersection, it turns into a gravel driveway.
All right. So then on the north side of Veterans Memorial Parkway, how would you describe that area?
To the northwest of the intersection was a cornfield. It was July, so the corn was quite tall. As you proceed north on that gravel, there was...
Okay. Cornfield has entered the chat. We're in Iowa. I believe they have lots of cornfields. So we have a cornfield now. We have a Walmart. We have a cornfield. We have a Costco. We had a McDonald's. Okay. Keep going, sir.
A field to the east, and then there was a residence with a few outbuildings, and that's where we ultimately stopped. I was told that there was perhaps a lagoon or a pond at the end of that gravel road.
What was the nature of the request that was made of you in the area of Eastern and Veterans Memorial Parkway?
I was initially asked to survey the edge of the woods. There was a sidewalk, and maybe from the curb on the west side of Easton to the edge of the woods and the weeds was 30 to 40 feet. And I was asked to walk along the edge of the woods and go into the woods as best I could with the dogs to look for anything in particular. And that made sense to me. I've had quite a bit of training in managing searches for victims of abduction, and the perpetrator will often throw things out the driver's window into weeds or woods.
Okay. Did you have any information at that point in time that the subject of interest had traveled through that area?
No one told me that specifically.
Okay, all right. So then what were the dogs oriented to try and search out and detect?
At that point, when we were working in the weeds in the woods, we were looking for either human or a human or an article that may have been tossed.
Okay. How do article searches work?
It's essentially the same. We try to use a breeze if there is one, and the dogs are conditioned to alert on, for example, a marker or keys or a cell phone or a credit card. If it's been there for more than a week, most of the human odor is likely gone.
And we're talking about a live human?
Yes.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
So it fit with my training and experience as to why they would have me search that area.
All right. Was there an article search done in that area then?
Yes, ma'am.
What odor were the dogs oriented to see if they could detect that?
It could have been any article that was there in the weeds of the woods, regardless of who owned that or placed it there.
Okay. Were the dogs conditioned to a particular scent?
No.
Okay. Now, what happened then?
It was very thick. There was a cornfield to the south edge of this area, and we went through the corn a little bit and then went into the wooded area approximately 20 feet and then concluded. And I mentioned to the detectives that if they could provide me with a scent article from the person of interest, perhaps Rocky could determine if the subject had passed through there.
Okay. What happened then?
Shortly after, a detective brought a brown paper bag. It had two pairs of shoes, or one pair of shoes in it, two shoes. And I was told they belonged to the person of interest. I use cotton rounds used for makeup removal. Used a hemostat. I put those in the shoes for 5 or 10 minutes and then put them in a plastic bag, and then got Rocky out and gave him the scent. And then we started at the southeast corner of those woods, maybe further south. And he took off and pulled me to the intersection. When he pulls, it's my indication that he's in odor, as we say. And we made our way across the intersection, and then he stopped after about 50 or 100 feet. And we went into the woods and the cornfield to the west of that road, and then returned to our vehicle.
Okay. Did he give any positive alert?
He was working the odor off of the cotton rounds. That odor came from the person of interest. So that indicated to me that the person of interest at some point had been in that area.
All right.
Or driven through that area.
Driven through that area. Okay. And then we're going to come back to that. Tell us what happened with JoJo.
She was not used in that particular assignment.
Right. I want to come down to the whiteboard here. I'm going to erase a portion of it. But what I'd like for you to do so that the court has a better perspective of what you're talking about in terms of the area that was searched, let's work just in this small area right in here so that we have an idea of where Easter meets Veterans Memorial, and then the wooded area that you described the dogs working, okay? So go ahead and come on down, and I'll just have you draw that diagram real quick. Don't say anything, and then once you've got that done, then I'll just have you sit down and we'll walk through it.
You know, looking at him from this view, I got the vision of Colonel Sanders. I'm sorry, squirrel. I just saw Colonel Sanders. No, there's no squirrel, Lola. Stop. I say squirrel, and she wants to go out and bark in the window. You gotta love the girl. And you see how his bottom, like little shaved area is white too? That's why I don't think he dyes his hair or colors his hair, because all that underneath is the same color as what's on top.
Now,
So
Mr. Peters,
Ms.
have you guys?
Cunningham, if I could, I think this would be a good time for our
yes,
morning.
the size, that's just what I was saying.
Pre-start
The size of the
questioning
head
on
is
this
shaved
diagram.
like
We'll be in
yeah.
adjournment for 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe that's why Hector won't ever pull over and let me pick any. It's not eating corn, but we don't discuss that. I just pull over. I'm gonna grab a couple. He says, no, we're not doing that. I'm like, look, it's out here in the country in a little town called Needville. Nobody will know. Just pull over. He said, no. I said, damn. All right, zoom to the next spot. It's Colonel Sanders. That's who I see. Whisper. This courtroom is just a complete weird setup.
Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, if you could come back to the whiteboard and then walk us through the diagram that you've drawn so that we've got some perspective of the area that you have drawn. All right.
As I suggested, or as I recalled, there's a residence here. This
I'm going
is
to turn it up a
gravel.
little bit so we can hear him better.
At that point in time, this was corn. This is Veterans Memorial here going east-west. North is, this is accurate to the drawing. This is eastern. This, I believe, was an open field down in here. Subdivision over in here. Subdivision, and then some corn, and then the weeds in the woods.
All right. So for purposes of our written record, north lies where on your diagram?
At the top.
All right. Veterans Memorial runs what direction?
East and west.
And then eastern runs what direction?
North and south.
All right. And then if you cross eastern heading north, is that then where you would enter that private drive that goes up to that farmhouse?
I'm not sure that it's a private drive, but it turns to gravel, and then there's a farmhouse up there.
Absolutely. All right. So then as we talk about the various areas that you've described, on our northwestern corner along Veterans Memorial, you describe that area as what?
This is a cornfield.
On our northeastern on the side of Veterans, how did you describe that area?
I just remember some low vegetation. It may have been a bean field, and then approximately 200 yards beyond Veterans, there was a residence with trees and hedges and structures.
And again, speaking to our written record, for the southeastern portion along eastern, closest to Veterans, that area was described how?
As I recall, in 2020, this was low grasses.
All right. And then jumping over on the southwestern portion along eastern, how did you describe that area?
Again, a subdivision here, or houses, and then some standing corn, and then weeds and woods.
Okay, so we're working from south to north then, from the subdivision to woods and weeds.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let me have you take your seat just for a moment. I want to set up some, just some foundation before we go back to some details that you had described. Speaking to the topic of a vehicle. If a vehicle is moving through an area, with the mobility of that vehicle, is there any ability for it to leave behind scents associated with individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain that.
For example, if you light candles on a birthday cake and put it in a vehicle and drive down the street, some of those smoke particles are going to leak out, more so if the window was down. I've seen it.
He needs to turn his microphone back to him. Somebody, please tell him.
Xavier Helson search
Can't
in
hear you, sir.
Montezuma. I saw that with a dog. I was a part of a search for Evelyn Miller in 2005 in Floyd, Iowa, and I saw the same thing with a dog there. Those dogs indicated the direction of travel of the person of interest.
Thank you. That's very helpful. All right. So then when the shoes were provided to you that you used the I'm going to call it a Q-tip in the hemostat. Was that for the person of interest that Davenport had talked with you about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then once you conditioned Rocky to that odor, with the deployment of Rocky, tell us what happened so that we really understand now that we've got this diagram.
The way a trailing situation typically plays out, the dog, now if I were to go to a nursing home, for example, and there was a slipper outside, I would just leave that on the ground and point to it and have the dog take a sniff, and then the dog would cast about or move about until it found the trail and then establish a direction of travel. In this case, I put it in a Ziploc bag and then hold it open. He's done this often enough that if I put a Ziploc in front of him and it's open, he'll stick his nose in to get the odor of who the subject is. And then on that particular afternoon, I put him on a long lead because I'm always concerned about traffic, particularly in this environment. And so he cast about, and then he decided to start going north between the sidewalk and the fence line where the weeds were.
Okay, can you show us using the pointer where it is that he was casting about and then the direction that he started scenting toward?
I believe that somewhere through here, there's a power line, one of the large ones, and I believe that we started in that vicinity near the power line and near the cornfield, and then the single line is to indicate the sidewalk, and then he pulled me north along here. In that environment, particularly since it had been 24 hours or longer, maybe 32 hours, the odor molecules are moved around by the wind, and they'll go until they find a place to stick. And so it's pretty common for the odor to stick to grass or vegetation in the area.
All right. And so then as you observed him, what is it that Rocky did for you? What did he establish?
He put his nose down, and we use a harness, much like law enforcement dogs. And he pulled me to the intersection. I had to wave to traffic to get them to stop so that we could keep going. It's better to not interrupt them when they're working like that. And then he went up here onto the gravel, and after about 100 yards or so, he ran out of odor, which indicated to me that the subject had not been in that vicinity.
All right. So the odor he detected was there along Eastern and then just directly across Veterans. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would that be consistent with a path of travel that the subject interest would have taken, traveling north on Eastern and then west on Veterans Memorial?
Sure, I'll say sure, but I don't know that the subject of interest was in the area.
And I simply just point that out for purposes of future testimony when future testimony is offered.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat. And what else was done up in that area beyond just providing him the scent of the person of interest and deploying him?
After we got across the road, 2 or 3 deputies or detectives followed me, and we went down into the cornfield to the west of that gravel road and looked around and saw nothing, and the dog did not indicate that he had any odor in that area.
All right.
And then we had a discussion about what to do next, but a pretty severe thunderstorm moved in on us, and we had to get out of there because of lightning.
Did that conclude your responsibilities in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I left Davenport at that point in time.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Good morning. Sir, I think you gave a pretty long testimony about using dogs to identify human remains. Is that correct?
Yes.
You use a reward system as part of training these 2 dogs, or any dog that you train with, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that reward system is pretty similar to training dogs in other respects, simply that you give them treats, right?
Correct.
Now, before I get into your involvement in this case, I just want to know whether you've published any articles on human remain detection with dogs.
Have I? No.
I want to first talk about when you went to this golf course in Ames. I think you mentioned that was in 2018,
Yes,
right?
September 18th.
Okay, and I assume that would have been involved with an investigation of a murder case?
Yes, that's correct.
Or some sort of homicide?
Yes.
Okay. I think then you testified that Rocky, the dog, essentially found a body by a riverbed, correct?
Yes.
And then I assume then that body was either moved by the county or somebody, right?
Correct.
Then you testified that Rocky came back and alerted human remains the very next day, correct?
Yes.
And then again, 6 months later, right?
Yes.
And then a year later, from the first time he detected that body.
Correct.
Okay. And just, if you can, just explain it to me, how do we know that the dog isn't just working off memory to get the tree?
Well, as I said earlier, and that's a fair question, as I said earlier, on day one, the day that we were deployed, I typically don't reward my dogs at the scene. I'll walk away with them, give them a drink of water, whatever. The next day, he demonstrated the same behavior as day one. And then just to finish up what we did the second day, I was there with a canine officer with the sheriff's department. And he and I followed we got a scent article from the perpetrator. He and I followed that odor across the footbridge and into an overgrown part of town that was known to be a kind of a vagrant camp. And then there was a brief blast of wind and rain, and then we followed the subject, left that area on a bicycle, and we followed him for a half a mile, his trail, until we got to where the police had located him at a residence. We wanted to confirm how he went from point A to point B. And maybe they do have a memory that long. They certainly know what the toy is when they see it, but they get the toy every day. And as I mentioned, I don't go to these places on a regular basis because I don't want to give them the idea that, oh, we're here, that means I get to play. So I try to break it up. There's another location outside of Ames where a subject committed suicide with a shotgun. That area has been flooded on a riverbank, been flooded multiple times, and I can go back once a year, summer, winter, or fall, and still get the same behavior because in that instance, the subject bled into the sand.
And then I think you testified, in fact you did, you testified that these dogs can detect human remains for up to thousands of years. I think those were your words.
Yes,
right?
that's correct, as confirmed by the state archaeologist.
Okay, I want to first talk about your venture down to Credit Island. I think you mentioned that was July 11th of 2020, right?
Saturday, yes.
Okay. You were directed specifically by law enforcement to go to Credit Island, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then I imagine what that means is they contacted you and asked you if you could put these dogs to use for an investigation that they were having.
Correct.
Just bluntly, you didn't locate a body at Credit Island. Right?
No, sir.
Okay. But the dogs did alert to some sort of human remains, right?
Human remains anywhere from a few blood cells to a body.
Okay, but you couldn't tell me, and I think you testified to this in direct examination, you couldn't tell me whose body the human remains were, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And obviously you can't speak with dogs, right? So there's no way of knowing whose body that could have been. Correct?
That's correct.
And I mean, are you aware whether anybody has ever died down at Credit Island?
I am not from the area. I am not familiar with its history.
So as far as we know, it could be, from your words, Native Americans, correct?
Sure. It's an unlikely location based on my knowledge of archaeology.
Sure, but it's possible.
Sure.
Or not even Native Americans, could be somebody who died a couple thousand years ago.
Yeah, or 50 years ago.
You didn't observe any blood down at Credit Island, correct?
No, sir.
When you went back in November essentially what you said was that the dogs alerted in the exact same spot that they had alerted to in July of 2020, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, the dogs could have alerted to somebody who died between July and November, right?
Sure, that's fair.
And then somebody could have also, or the dogs could have alerted to somebody who died prior to July 10th of 2020.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk now about that storage area. I think that was probably the second place that you went.
Correct.
And that would have been the same day, July 11th of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the trailer the dogs searched, I think it was in State's Exhibit 148-1-2 and -3. You were shown pictures of that trailer, right?
Correct.
You remember that trailer?
Yes.
Okay. You have any clue who that trailer belongs to?
There were two gentlemen that arrived that apparently were caretakers of the property, and they mentioned that the trailer had been there for a few years, and they believed that the owner had moved to Florida and just abandoned it. So, no, I don't know who the trailer actually belonged to.
So then you do understand that the trailer does not belong to Henry Dinkins, right?
Correct.
Okay, again, you couldn't tell me whose body was in that trailer, at least at some point, right?
No.
Couldn't tell me how long a body was there, or how long ago a body may have died, or how long ago blood cells were in that trailer.
That's correct.
Okay. But when the dogs alerted to the trailer, you were aware that that trailer was in the vicinity of Mr. Dinkins' RV, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're saying is that wind could have carried either from Mr. Dinkins' RV or any other car or any other place in that storage area, either molecules or some sort of human remains over to that trailer, right?
Correct.
Are you aware how the wind was blowing that day, July 11th?
Yes, I would assume that you might have the report that I submitted to the police department. The wind was out of the southwest, and then as the day progressed, as it got hotter and the thunderstorm kicked up, it started to become more variable. But at that point in time, I believe it was out of the southwest.
Okay, so that was from July 11th of 2020.
Correct.
Are you aware how the wind was blowing July 10th of 2020?
No, I'm not.
How about any other day before July 10th of 2020?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Why,
I think next thing-
sorry, why would that, here, let me turn my camera off. Why would that matter where the wind was blowing days before? Me and my question. Sorry, guys.
You searched a Camaro, an Impala, and an RV, right?
Correct.
Were you aware at the time that this Camaro, that Impala, and that RV belonged to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. And again,
Well, forgive me. I was aware that they belonged to the person of interest. I did not know the name of the owner. I wasn't provided the name of the owner, but I was aware it belonged to the person of interest.
were you aware at that time that the person of interest was being suspected of either murder or kidnapping?
I don't think those words were used when I received that information.
Okay, I'll move on. When you brought the dogs to the Camaro, again, there was no alert on the Camaro, right?
Correct.
And then when you brought the dogs to the Impala, just from your own observation, did you notice any dents or any sort of manipulation?
Lois, about 30 minutes ago, I made that same comment. I said, look, it's Colonel Sanders. See, great minds think alike.
Of the vehicle itself?
No, sir. I was right next to it 2 times, and I don't recall seeing any physical damage, particularly to the area of the right side.
I mean, you had looked at it for some time, right?
Yes, I was in close proximity to it, and then I took one dog around, and then I took a second dog around.
Did you notice any dirt on the Impala?
I don't recall.
Okay. But I think you testified then that, was it Rocky that detected some sort of human remains on the passenger side of the Impala?
Correct.
You testified that Rocky was indicating.
Out. You say, get out, your uncle. You're crazy. Can we call him KFC? Instead of TCN uncle, we'll call him KFC. There's KFC on the stand. He's not your uncle. Get out. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. Y'all off the rails today, y'all.
On a scene.
Okay, wait, TCN. Okay, wait. Does that mean Colonel Sanders is your uncle or this guy's your uncle?
Of the door, right?
Correct.
This is going to become redundant, but you couldn't tell me whose remains they were.
No, sir.
Okay. Couldn't tell me how long remains could have been there.
No, sir.
Then I think you said that the RV, when you inspected the RV or when the dogs inspected the RV, they detected human remains on the RV, right?
I did not visualize anything that looked like blood or human remains at the front bumper. They indicated that there were volatile organic compounds emitting from that access point or that opening in the bumper.
With all three of these vehicles, the Camaro, the Impala, and this RV, it's fair to say you're unaware of the ownership history of these vehicles?
That's correct.
Okay. Couldn't tell me who owned the Impala, let's say 5 years ago.
No.
And the Camaro?
No, I have no idea.
And the RV?
Correct.
Okay. You are unaware when Breasia Terrell was killed, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. I want to last talk about this venture you took up to Vets and Eastern. When you were given these shoes, did the police tell you who the shoes belonged to?
I wasn't provided with a name, just that they belonged to the person of interest.
Did they differentiate the two persons of interest? Or did they just tell you, hey, there's a person of interest we want the dog to maybe find?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the latter.
Are you aware whether these shoes were worn by multiple people?
I have no knowledge of that. I don't know.
So it's a possibility that they could have been worn by multiple people.
Yes.
Okay. Did the police ever give you another article of clothing to search any other area in Davenport?
No, sir.
They didn't give you an article of clothing to search for a person of interest down at Credit Island?
No.
Okay. And then same question, but the storage area where all the cars were?
That's correct.
And then lastly, how do we know whether a person was in a vehicle or walking or by bicycle or bus up at that area in Vets and Eastern?
We don't know. I don't know. It could have been any of those options.
So the dogs couldn't tell you?
Well, no, they couldn't tell me the mode of transportation, but they told me that Rocky told me that odor belonged to the owner of those shoes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Peters, to be clear, a human body that is dying or has died does not have to be at a particular location for the dogs to alert to the odor of the volatile organic compound, correct?
If the body or body fluids had been at that location and then removed, they would still provide me with information that there had been some VOCs in the area.
Okay, let me use an example. Say, for example, if there was a knife that had blood on it, and that knife was taken to an area where it was washed off, would that blood contain the volatile organic compounds that then would release those molecules in the air at that location for the dogs to pick up on that scent?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you another scenario. Let's say an individual has been directly involved in the death of a subject. If there is that contact between the deceased or the dying person and a subject, can those molecules attach to the individual and their clothing or shoes?
Yes,
And so then if there is movement by that individual in an area, can those molecules then fall away off of clothing or off of shoes?
possibly.
All right. Let's assume this scenario. If there are shoes that have mud on them, and there are the volatile organic compound from the deceased individual that has attached to the mud on those shoes, can that transfer take place in an area where the subject would have walked?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay.
If I could just add that humans detect odor in parts per million. For example, the smoke detectors in here detect odor at parts per million. Dogs detect odor at parts per billion. A more recent article suggests 1 to 2 parts per trillion. So their noses are incredibly sensitive.
All right. And then so by virtue of that, is that why they're able to detect these molecules associated with a deceased body or a dying body?
That's correct.
All right. Now, the red and white trailer that we had you discuss through the exhibit that was introduced, the question had been asked, was there a body in the trailer? Were the dogs actually alerting on the trailer, or were they alerting to the ground below the trailer?
They were alerting to the ground below the trailer.
Okay. And then if you were to describe the surface of the ground below the trailer, how would you describe that surface?
It was the one area in the parking lot where there were a number of vehicles located, and there was a skim of mud specific to where the vehicles were located. The rest of the parking lot was clear.
Okay. I don't know if you know this, but actually, did they determine that the owner of that trailer had not died in that trailer, that red and white trailer?
I don't know what the detectives discovered. The gentlemen that were acting as caretakers of the property said that the last they knew, he had moved to Florida, and they had tried to contact him with no success.
Okay, I have no further questions. Well, hold on a moment. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You may step down. We'll take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
I thought he was going to
Thank
stand
you.
there and put his jacket on. I'm like, sir, get your glass of water. We're going to take a break. Okay, big old lunch break. All right, y'all. Zoom right along. Zoom right along. All right.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And who we
Please have
got
a
here?
seat. Thank you.
Who we got here?
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Eli McBride, that's spelled E-L-I, last name M-C-B-R-I-D-E.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent,
Who are you employed with?
the FBI,
How long have you been employed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
since 2006, so about 17, going on 18 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I graduated with my undergrad degree with a bachelor's in criminal justice and sociology, and then a graduate degree in a master's in forensics.
When you completed your formal education, is that when you started your career with the FBI?
Correct.
All right. Now, over the course of your career with the FBI, describe the different capacities that you've served the department.
So I have been a special agent, and then I've been on the evidence response team with the FBI since 2008, and I've been the senior team leader of the evidence response team. We refer to that as ERT. So I've been the senior team leader for ERT since 2017.
Okay. What is the evidence response team?
The evidence response team is akin to like a CSI team for the locals or state. We are a team that specializes in evidence collection and packaging, crime scene processing, the like.
Okay. Describe the different types of functions you perform in the processing of crime scenes, of course, depending upon the nature of the crime involved.
So depending upon the nature, we we really kind of have two different types of searches we do. We do non-forensic or we do forensic searches. Sometimes those can blend a little bit. So we can do everything from search warrants where we're, maybe there's a drug case or something like that where we're searching people's houses for very specific items, or we can work different types of crime scenes depending upon whatever's happened. And we can also be requested by state or local departments to come in and assist them. Sometimes if they just don't have the resources, training, or if they're multiple scenes and they just need assistance.
What types of evidence falls within the guise of forensic searches?
So forensic searches is going to be any time that we're looking for everything from trace evidence to DNA evidence, latent prints, anything that would be really much more than just finding something and collecting it. So anything that might need maybe lab analysis.
All right. Now, DNA speaks for itself, latent print speaks for itself, but if you could define what you mean by trace evidence.
Trace evidence is going to be mostly transient type evidence, looking for like hairs, fibers, small particles that aren't necessarily always visible by the human eye, stuff that we might just find in different areas of the house or vehicles that we're searching.
Okay. And what would be the relevance of locating trace evidence?
The relevance would be, it could be a number of things. One of the things could be that it can specify, or I guess can corroborate where someone has been to whatever the crime scene is. It can help show that a specific person has been there, or that, you know, everything from having, you know, pet hair present, that there shouldn't have been pet hair present, just, you know, a number of things. It usually is kind of something that helps connect one location to another.
All right. Now, talking about that very subject matter, in the course of criminal investigations, are there instances where there is not intelligence information or facts gathered during the course of an investigation that would connect an individual to a particular location or even a vehicle?
Yes.
All right. In other instances where investigations are conducted and through the course of interviews or just like, say, surveillance video, there is information provided that an individual has been connected to a specific location or has been in a specific vehicle, then does trace evidence end up being as valuable in that instance if we know that somebody has been associated with a location or a vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of situational, so it definitely can.
Okay, all right, but is it always going to be very fact dependent when you determine the value of that evidence? And maybe that's not a good question, and let me just refine that a little bit. And say, for example, DNA. If you're trying to identify whether or not an individual has been attached to a particular location, if you have no information that that individual was there, does DNA evidence help us tie a subject to a specific location?
Yes, it can, yes.
Okay, all right. And then, of course, if we have intelligence information or information provided by statements that an individual was tied to a location, obviously, with that type of evidence, is it as important to be able to resort to DNA evidence to tie an individual to a location?
Yes, they can help corroborate that information.
Okay, all right. Now, moving beyond that, when we talk about the evidence response team, if you could just describe what the scope of your team's responsibilities consist of when you go to and process a scene for evidence.
Sure. It really is dependent upon the type of scene that we're at, that, you know, obviously the scope of the warrant. If we're there, you know, it depends on what type of legal authority we're acting under. I would say for forensic scenes, you know, obviously where we're going to, what our scope is going to be is really looking for any of those items we've just talked about, trace, latents, DNA, trying to further along the investigation and assist, you know, the case agent or detectives in you know, finding the truth to what might have occurred.
Certainly. Now, I want to direct your attention to an investigation initiated by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 with the report of a missing child identified as Breasia Terrell, with that report coming in at 12:29 that day. Did you become involved in that investigation?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in that investigation?
I became involved via ERT, a request that was made to me to mobilize our evidence response team.
Was the Davenport Police Department working with agencies at both a state level and federal level in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And so was the FBI one such a law enforcement agency that was also a component of this investigation?
Yes.
Who was the what I'm going to call the lead investigators for the FBI that was reaching out and gathering resources to bring to Davenport to assist in that investigation?
Cameron Smith was, I believe, the case agent at the time, and then James McMillan was the, I guess, kind of more senior case agent that was helping him.
Okay. From the time frame of July of 2020 through the discovery of Breasia Terrell's remains in March of 2023, then did the FBI have involvement in different aspects and stages of this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now, what date were you contacted to come to Davenport?
I don't know for certain. I would imagine that it was likely the 13th. It might have been the 12th, but sometime either on the 12th or 13th.
Okay. And with that contact, then, when did you perform your official responsibilities in the course of this investigation?
Well, I mean, it would have started the moment that I was contacted, as I have to then start putting together a team and kind of getting everybody going. We are not like a traditional CSI team in that we are all co-located in the same area. If you want me to define kind of how we're
absolutely
spaced out. So the Omaha field office of the FBI covers all of Nebraska and Iowa. We have satellite offices in both states that we refer to as RAs. And so we have personnel on the ERT, and it's a collateral duty for each one of these personnel. But we have them all throughout the RAs, Omaha, and the Iowa RAs. So when we have a response like this, it's kind of a bit of logistics issues, just trying to get everyone going in the same direction sometimes. So I would have started that on the 13th or 12th, or let me think here. We respond on the 14th, so probably on the 13th.
All right. How many members were a part of your team when you came here to Davenport?
8.
If you could identify the names of those individuals, and to be kind to our court reporter, could you give us spellings of names that aren't obvious?
Sure. So myself, I was the team leader. We had Lavone Tinkin, which is spelled Lavone, last name Tienken.
In what capacity was Ms. Tinkin going to be assisting the emergency or the evidence response team?
She was our lead photographer.
Okay, continue.
And then we had Lauren Peck. She is now Lauren Bell. Her name is Lauren, at the time Peck. It is now Bell for her last name. She also did photographs for one of the vehicles and was the photo logger for the others.
All right. And then beyond those two individuals, who else was on the team?
We had Michael Bishop, both as they sound. He was just a searcher. We had Jasmine Horn, Jasmine, last name Horne. She was our sketcher and also forensic searches. We had Elizabeth Salzman. Her last name is Salzmann, and she was our evidence custodian. We had Cameron Smith, who was a member of the ERT. He was also obviously the case agent for this. And how many is that? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I'm trying to think. Oh, and we had Brandy Hayes, Brandi, last name Hayes, and she was just a searcher.
All right. So was there a total of 8 people on the team?
Yes.
As the team leader, were you responsible for directing the search of locations you were assigned to?
Correct.
And would you have been aware of every aspect of that search and any processing of those scenes?
I would have, I don't know if I would say every single aspect. I would have been aware kind of overall of everything that was happening within the scene.
Okay. Now, can you define for us what you mean by a sketcher?
Just someone who will prepare a sketch of whatever crime scene that we are working on to include, so basically just as it sounds, you're sketching out kind of a diagram of the scene or the vehicle and showing, where each room or compartment or whatever might be important is on there.
Define the role of the evidence custodian.
The evidence custodian is kind of as it sounds, that they're going to be the ones that ensure that whatever evidence we are collecting and eventually seizing, that we are doing so pursuant to FBI policy, that we're keeping a organized, consistent log showing each one of those evidence items and where they were located and by whom they were located. They can also kind of play a little bit more of an administrative role for the scene to make sure that everything is properly documented.
Okay. And then let me just further our discussion on that topic, if I could. With respect to any evidence that was seized by your team then, who would that evidence have been turned over for submission if there was a need to submit it to a laboratory for, like DNA analysis, latent prints analysis, or any type of trace evidence analysis?
Generally, that's the case agent. So in this instance, it would have been Cameron Smith.
All right. Now, when you responded to Davenport on July 14th of 2020, had there been a briefing provided to you to explain what the nature of your assignment was going to be?
Yes, I believe Cameron Smith and I would have, we had discussed things prior to our departure.
Okay. What was the nature of the assignment that was made to your team?
As far as like why we were going out there?
Exactly.
I would say there wasn't much known, I don't think, at that point to us as far as, aside from the fact that we had a missing 10-year-old girl that was last seen with her stepfather out in the Davenport area, and that there was different vehicles that had been in play as far as things that the Davenport PD and FBI wanted us to look at. It was a pretty basic set of facts as far as what we knew going in.
Okay. Were there specific vehicles that you were assigned to search and process?
Yes.
Okay. How many vehicles?
3.
Could you give us descriptions for those 3 vehicles?
Sure. The first one was a 1980 Kings Highway motorhome, kind of a big RV type vehicle. The second one was a 2007 maroon Chevy Impala.
Okay.
And then the third one was a 2012 black Chevy Camaro.
All right. Now, were there search warrants that had been obtained prior to your team searching and processing those vehicles?
Yes.
All right. Just by way of background so that we have some perspective, even before the search warrants that had been obtained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had the Davenport Police Department also obtained search warrants for those vehicles to accomplish certain objectives that they were needing to accomplish before your team came in and did the processing of those vehicles?
That was my understanding. Yes.
All right. Had photographs already been taken of the vehicles just to establish their appearance at the point that law enforcement had come into contact with those vehicles?
I had not seen the photographs, but it was my understanding that they had. Yes.
All right. And then let me ask this. I want to focus very specifically on the RV. Were you aware, based on a statement provided by the younger brother of Breasia Terrell, identifying a machete that was in the RV, were you aware of Davenport having gone in and seized that machete before you came to do your processing?
I was, yes.
Okay. All right. So that being said, were the vehicles in police custody when you began your responsibilities on July 14th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where were they located?
They were located at the, I believe it was the Public Works building.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the exact address off the top of my head, but Public Works building for either, I guess, Scott County or Davenport.
Okay. Did your team respond out to that particular location?
Yes.
And then when you arrived at the location, had the Davenport Police Department taken steps to secure that vehicle in some way to establish that there was a proper chain of custody and that no one had been able to get into those vehicles or remove anything from those vehicles?
Yes.
Describe.
So the outside of the building was taped off as far as the entrance to get into the building, had yellow caution tape. Inside the building, there was caution tape across, kind of in front of and behind each of the vehicles, as well as evidence tape that had been placed on all of the, I guess, possible entrance doors for each vehicle.
Okay. How were the vehicles situated inside that building?
They were situated with, at least from where we went in through the entrance, it was the motorhome was situated first. Behind that was the Impala, and then behind that was the Camaro.
Okay. And in what order did you conduct your search and processing of those vehicles?
We did it in that same order. We just went from kind of front to back with the motorhome, then the Impala, then the Camaro.
All right, let's focus then on the process that you follow. Describe the steps utilized by the evidence response team when they process a vehicle.
So we generally go by a 12-step process no matter what type of search we're on. And I can take you through each of those steps if you'd like.
Absolutely.
So the first step would be preparation, just kind of what we've already talked about, having that discussion with the case agent. Then the second would be, approaching the scene, again, going more into like what type of scene we're dealing with, where we're going, logistics. The third step would be securing the scene. Obviously, in this instance, that was already taken care of for us. Next, you would have, I conduct an initial survey where I go in for something like this, for instance, I would go in and just kind of do an initial survey around the vehicles. And then for each vehicle, once we get to that point, going inside the vehicle and doing an initial survey, which really just means I look around to see if there's anything that jumps out to me. After the initial survey, I come out and I provide some sort of brief or meeting with the rest of the team as to kind of what I've seen, what the plan's going to be. Then we document the scene. That just goes with our administrative logs and everything like that. Photograph the scene. We sketch it. We conduct a thorough search. When that's all done, we collect and package the evidence. Then we do a final survey, again, where I'm going back through making sure we didn't leave anything or if there was anything else that just got missed. And then we release the scene.
Okay. Was the search of the RV different than the search of the maroon Chevy Impala and the black Camaro?
Yes.
And what would make that search different as compared to the two passenger vehicles?
I mean, the motorhome, you're treating a little bit more like we would for a residence search or an apartment search. You have room to move around. You have living areas and usually a lot more items than what we typically find in just a vehicle search.
And staying with the topic of the recreational vehicle, had Davenport already gone in and done at least a search for specific items of evidence?
In the motorhome?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Set the stage then for the RV.
Once we start the search, our photographer will get entry photos all around the exterior of the vehicle. Then we get into the vehicle and she and I, this would be Lavone Tinkin. Lavone and I would have gone through the RV looking for anything again that stands out. And also so she can kind of get an idea as to how she wants to label things. And by that, I mean, we have room labels that we'll put up in different areas that helps us differentiate where we find things. After that, she'll do her room entries or her vehicle entry photos. Once that has been finished, then we make a determination as to if there's anything that is maybe more higher priority to collect right now than other things. A lot of times that might be trace evidence, or if we're on a scene that involves any type of transient evidence. For this case, I don't believe we necessarily found any of that in the motorhome, so we just treated it as a normal search in which you would just go in and start looking through things, trying to find things that look like they might have evidentiary value.
Okay. And I want to make sure that I understand that with respect to that particular testimony, are you talking about transient evidence? There was no indication of transient evidence in there?
None that initially that we saw.
Okay, tell me what you mean by transient evidence.
Transient evidence, anything that is going to be easy for it to, for instance, trace evidence, hairs, fibers, anything like that we're worried about, like if even so much as open the door or if somebody would step on it, anything that is going to be possibly easily damaged or moved or anything like that, that might be something that we go for. Transient evidence is really going to be any evidence that goes from one area or one person and gets transferred to a different person or a different scene, which would include DNA, blood, biological fluids, anything like that.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you are looking for DNA, blood, or any type of bodily fluids, how do you do that other than just looking at things with the naked eye?
So again, it depends. If we have reason to believe, for instance, that a certain area should or could have blood and we just aren't seeing it with the naked eye, there are different tools that we can use to help us try and locate that a little better.
Okay, and what would be the tools that you would use for locating potential blood?
For potential blood, the number one that we would use is Blue Star. It can also be luminol, but for what we have with our team, we use Blue Star.
What is Blue Star and how does it work?
Blue Star is a chemical, generally, it can be a spray, it can be generally a spray that you use, and it's got properties in it that if in darkness, if it is sprayed onto potentially blood, that will sometimes illuminate kind of a bluish glow that you can see, which then kind of points you to that might be a potential area of blood. It is not a confirmatory test, nor is it even a presumptive test. It is more just an indication that there might be something, and really what it is, it's indicating that there's something that quite possibly has either heme in it, meaning the molecule that delivers oxygen within blood, or that it could be even something as simple as certain types of metals can give that off. Urine can have the same properties as far as glowing. So that's why I say it's not presumptive or confirmatory, because it's not saying that it absolutely is blood. It's just giving us an indication that there might be something there.
Okay. As a general rule, is blood something that tends to be visible to the naked eye?
Yes.
All right. Give us an example of an instance where it's not so obvious when you're looking at something that you think, oh, this could potentially be blood. And so you are taking that, well, I'm sure you take that step anyway, but you would take that a step further.
So the two that pop out in my mind would be, one is if you were dealing with a background that might be the same color. You might be dealing with like a darker background that is just hard to, with the naked eye, see if there are certain things that are blending in, or like a darker carpet or something like that where it's just harder. The number two would be if it's been cleaned up or been attempted to have been cleaned up. Sometimes we can still see residual, I guess, luminescence from that.
Okay. I'd like for you to speak to that topic. Are there products out there that can be used to clean up blood?
Yes.
Okay. What would be those products?
I mean, I'm not the expert on all of them, but I know bleach would be, is kind of the universal, the easiest one that somebody would use.
Okay. And then as far as bleach is concerned, does bleach have any type of impact on DNA and the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And just generally, I understand that you're not one of the forensic analysts, but generally, through your training experience, what is the import of bleach if bleach is used in an area where there might be blood or even potential DNA evidence?
That it would destroy it.
Okay. All right. And do you have any understanding of how quickly, with the use of bleach, DNA evidence can be destroyed?
I don't have generally speaking, I believe it happens fairly quick.
Okay.
I don't have a scientific background enough to know the exact time that it would take.
Now let's talk about bodily fluids. Is there a distinction between blood and when we talk about bodily fluids?
There can be, yes.
Okay. What is encompassed within that category of bodily fluids that you would also look for?
So with bodily fluids, in addition to blood, it can be anything, as I've already stated, urine, it can be seminal fluid, saliva, vaginal fluid, any type of biological or physiological secretion from the body, generally associated with some sort of sex or sexual incident.
Certainly. And when we talk about bodily fluids, is this something that's necessarily obvious to the naked eye?
No, not all the time.
Okay. Are there tools that you utilize as a member of the evidence response team to help identify locations of potential bodily fluids?
There are, yes.
Explain.
So what we will use is we call it ALS, which is short for alternate light source. Within the ALS, within an alternate light source, there's a number of variations of light. The one that we primarily use is UV.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is you can use that UV light to shine it upon areas that might have, for instance, stains on them, or that you think might have those types of areas. Again, using a little bit of darkness, then using that light. What happens is that light is fluoresces back, and if you're using the proper filtered goggles, for instance, if you're using UV light, you would use orange colored goggles. That takes out the overexcitation light, so it basically kind of lets you see different, I wouldn't say chemicals, different areas
Mm-hmm.
that you wouldn't normally see with with the naked eye. It can highlight areas.
Okay. If there are areas that have been highlighted by those alternate light sources, how is that then collected to be submitted to a laboratory for forensic analysis?
We can do one of two things. We can either swab the area, but our most preferred method is we just like to, if there's any part that we can take out and just send the whole thing to the lab, we prefer to do that because they're the experts in analysis. We're just kind of the collector. So anytime that we can collect something and send it to the lab, we generally try to do that.
And when you use this alternate light source, if there are areas that it fluoresces on, is that the right term that I want to use?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. If there are areas that light source fluoresces on, is that something that's confirmatory in nature that, yes, this is definitely a bodily fluid?
I wouldn't say it's confirmatory. That's what the lab is going to be for. Again, what this is showing us is that there's something there that likely has some sort of biological fluid in it. Doesn't necessarily mean, it could also mean that it's something that could be like a cleaning product, it could be plant-based, a whole number of different things. It could be ink. So it just kind of gives us an idea that this might be something.
Okay. Speaking to the topic of bleach, and I'm just bringing this full circle, does bleach have an effect on bodily fluids if there are bodily fluids present?
It would have an effect on the DNA within bodily fluids.
And so just in terms of our earlier discussion, it still applies to bodily fluids. Bodily fluids has DNA in it. Is that correct?
I would say most bodily fluids should have some DNA in it, yes.
Okay, and that's probably not a good question, but can we take bodily fluids and use that as a means of developing DNA to identify who that bodily fluid belongs to?
I believe for most cases it's possible, yes.
Okay, is that the better question?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does the alternate light source ever fluoresce if there has been a cleaning fluid like bleach used, on an area where there had been bodily fluids?
I don't know about bleach. I know that it has the potential to on certain products. It's hard with bleach, again, because a lot of times if you're using bleach, you're wiping it down, and so that's going to not necessarily leave like a solid, like a pool or a stain. So that's a hard one to answer. I just don't know. I don't have, again, enough background in, I guess, the analysis of it to surely say one way or the other whether bleach will always produce some sort of emission.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk about the RV. Relative to the RV, was there an area that was of particular interest when you were looking for stains or bodily fluids, blood stains or bodily fluids?
Yes.
Explain.
I'd say there was probably two areas. The first being the bed area, and then the second being like the sink area.
All right. Speak to the area of the sink.
The sink, obviously, our thought always goes to with sink is, if you're cleaning something up, if you've got stuff on your hands, for instance, blood or anything like that, and you're cleaning, that there might be some residue of that still left over. Any type of stains that we might have found within the sink or around the sink would be something we'd be looking at. It's also going to be a possible area for DNA, from whoever's using the handles and whatnot.
All right. And if an individual is in fact washing off blood or even bodily fluids, if there is caution taken to clean up that area, is there the ability to be able to, rid the sink of evidence that could be collected?
There's definitely the ability to. Does it happen all the time? No. I mean, there's still times where someone might think that they're cleaning everything up and think that they've gotten everything, but we are still able to find, little specks or little, bits of blood spatter or whatever. But yeah, most of the time, I think when that happens, there's a much better chance for it to be successful.
Certainly. Let's talk about the bed. And I think it states the obvious, but why were you interested in the bed within the RV?
So in the bed, obviously, we're looking for DNA and biological fluids. For stating the obvious, obviously, if there's going to be sexual activity, one would think that the bed would be the primary spot for said activity to have occurred, as well as just for anybody laying down, anyone sitting down or whatever. There's that chance for everything from hairs, fibers, DNA, any type of biological fluids, etc.
Okay. Was the scene photographed before we started the processing for blood or any type of bodily fluid?
Yes.
All right. And Special Agent McBride, were there a significant number of photographs taken?
I believe so.
Okay. Have we narrowed those photographs down to particular items of interest within the RV itself?
Did we take specific photographs of the evidence items? Is that what you're asking?
No, did we take a massive amount of photographs to begin with, showing the overall condition of the RV?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the items in the RV?
Yes.
Did your team go through drawers?
We did.
Did you go through closets?
We did.
Did you take photographs of items in drawers?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of items in closets?
Yes.
Did you go through cupboards?
We did.
Did you take photographs of items in the cupboards?
We did.
Even within the driving compartment of the RV, was there storage areas like a console or a glove box?
Yes.
Did you go through those areas?
We did.
Were photographs taken of items within those areas?
There were.
And then just the general living quarters, were there seating, or the kitchen, were there photographs taken of all of those areas?
Yes.
And even back into the bedroom?
Yes.
So then, very simply, were there photographs taken of everything, whether it just be the layout of the RV or any personal item within the RV itself?
I would say that we took a very thorough amount of photographs that should show just about everything in the RV. Is there a potential that something might have, in taking photographs, is there always the potential that there's something that is missed? There's always that potential, but I think we did a pretty good job of getting just about everything in there.
Now, for purposes of trial, have we gone through those photographs, though, and limited it to items that were of interest relative to this investigation and investigative details that became the focus?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibits 149-1 through 149-15. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 149-1 through 149-15. I want you to look through that group exhibit, and once you've finished looking through that exhibit, let me know.
I finished.
All right. Do you recognize what's depicted in this group exhibit?
Yes.
As just a general statement, what is depicted within this exhibit?
This is a true and accurate depiction of the photographs that were taken in the RV.
Okay. Were there particular items of interest?
Yes.
Okay, was there areas within the bedroom that included bedding that was actually taken out of the RV and photographed and sent in for processing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 149-1 through 149-15.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may I go ahead and publish these exhibits?
You may.
All right. Special Agent McBride, were you aware of, I guess, statements collected from witnesses about Breasia and her younger brother having been dressed after their baths at the person of interest apartment in large white T-shirts?
I don't know what the specifics were, but I remember discussion about being dressed in attire such as that, yes.
Okay. And so was that something that would have been of interest to your team when you were in there in the RV and looking for items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, State's Exhibit 149-1. What does this particular photograph depict?
This photograph depicts like a large white T-shirt or undershirt.
All right, then I'd like for you to actually look at your 149-2. And rather than viewing it on the screen, I'm going to ask you to look at something if you could. What is 149-2?
It's a picture of it's called a DG Home Cleaner with Bleach.
All right. Was this found in the RV?
It was.
All right. Has this been removed from its original location as we see it in this photograph?
Yes.
All right. But going to State's Exhibit 149-3, does this give us a perspective of the location where that item was found within the RV?
It does.
Generally, where was this cleaner that contained bleach found?
So for 149-3, what you're looking at is if you would enter into the RV or the motorhome, you would take a left and you'd be walking towards the bedroom area. This is on the left side of that. I would call it kind of like a cabinet area or maybe like a little desktop kind of table next to the bed.
Let me ask you about your knowledge relative to bleach. Is bleach manufactured in one of two ways, essentially? And if you don't know, just let me know this. So if you buy bleach, the active component of bleach, is there different active components depending upon the brand of the Clorox that's been bought?
I wouldn't know.
And that's okay. I didn't know if you knew that, but we'll go ahead and we'll set that aside. Let's go ahead and let's talk about the next group of exhibits. And if you could, then lay the groundwork for what we're going to be seeing in these photographs that we'll be discussing. State's Exhibit 149-4. Tell me about what we are seeing here.
149-4 was a blanket, a blue and white checkered blanket that we found in the bed area.
Okay. When you went into the sleeping quarters of the RV, was there bedding on the bed?
I mean, I believe that there was bedding, like blankets and sheets and whatnot, as I recall, on the bed. Like, was it wrapped around the bed in such a fashion that we're thinking of as far as like a fitted sheet around a mattress? I don't believe so. I think it was just kind of on there.
Okay, kind of balled up in a messy sort of way?
Yes.
Okay. Did your team go through and examine the various articles associated with this bedding?
Yeah, we looked at each item.
Okay. Now, how would that have been done to facilitate a complete examination of each item of bedding?
The easiest way is just for us to, obviously in that motorhome, you don't have a lot of room. It's very narrow, so we would have taken the bedding out and laid it on butcher paper so that we can get a better idea of, one, the size, two, we can get a better look as to if there's something on there that is suspicious in nature.
As we look at State's Exhibit 149-4, the surface underneath that bedding, is that the butcher paper that you're describing?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you could, what was it about this particular item of bedding that was of interest?
Well, any item of bedding is going to be of interest to us just for the mere fact that it could have DNA, trace evidence, stuff like that. This one also had a red stain on it. There you can see it in the bottom right corner that obviously drew our attention.
All right.
Let me go to State's Exhibit 149-5. Was there close-ups taken of that area that you were referencing?
Yes.
All right, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 149-5?
A close-up area of that where it could show kind of the reddish stains on that same blanket or comforter.
149-6.
Sorry. Also, a close-up of one of the red marks or stains.
Okay. Moving on to 149-7.
This is just another sheet that was white with little green triangles, I believe, that was roughly in the same area.
All right, 149-8.
Another blanket that was in from the same area as the last ones that we talked about.
Now, as we look off to the upper left corner of this picture, what is it that we're seeing there?
So here, that's one of our personnel in their dress. The white is a Tyvek suit, and you can see, I guess the silver would be the tape that goes around we have rubber booties that would tape the rubber booties with the Tyvek suit.
And then is there a yellow cord that we're seeing here in the background?
Yes.
What is that cord associated with?
Just whatever we were needing to power at that point, most likely probably our laptop or just whatever electronic means that we had going.
149-9.
Another picture of, I believe it's the bottom side of the same blanket in 149.-8.
So is this just some representative examples of bedding that was located in that RV and the process that you went through to identify locations of interest?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, what was the bed constructed of, the mattress itself?
I would refer to it as kind of a foam mattress.
Okay. How many layers were there to this foam mattress?
Well, there was 1, 2, really 3 layers.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 149-10, explain what this is.
This is a picture of what I would say is the second layer, which that thick kind of foam mattress that you can see, and there's a kind of a darker yellow line down the middle of that foam mattress. There's also a smaller foam mattress on the top portion of that bed.
Is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
Where I'm running my finger?
Yes.
All right.
And so that laid adjacent to those the foam mattresses that were laying on the bed.
If there's bedding on the mattress itself, why would you pay any attention to the foam mattress?
Again, we could be looking at trace evidence that has been caught in that foam mattress. I mean, that foam material sometimes is a little bit better at catching different types of things, as well as if there's been any stains or fluids or anything like that that have seeped through sheets or blankets that might have been collected in that foam.
State's Exhibit 149-11.
Yep.
What are we seeing here?
So that was the top portion, or I guess that's kind of what I'm calling it. This was actually more of an egg. I would refer to it as an egg carton type shell or a type foam mattress. And this is the bottom side of that.
Okay, and then just to illustrate the point that you were making, 149-12.
That would be, in my opinion, what the top side of it would be.
Okay, and then do you see stains here on the top side of this mattress?
Yes.
Would those have been areas that would have been processed as well?
I don't know. I mean, those are areas that, those are reasons we would have also collected it. Whether or not those specific areas were eventually processed by the lab, I don't know.
Okay, and that was a bad question on my part. Was this an area that you were interested in for having potential evidence to submit to the laboratory?
Yes.
Okay, going to State's Exhibit 149-13. What is State's Exhibit 149-13?
So 149-13 is, if you remember back to 149-10.
Okay, and then let me just throw that out there so that we can just reference that again.
I'm sorry?
There we go. So 149-10.
So yes, so this is the mattress that you're seeing. I believe on 149-10 is that first kind of layer.
Okay, is it this, what's laying flat
Yeah,
here?
the thick foam mattress, I
Okay.
believe. I mean, I would have to double check with the photo log, but I'm almost certain because the first layer, that first layer that we looked at on 149-10 was actually two kind of rectangles that were together.
Sure.
Whereas the layer underneath that, that we'll see in later pictures, that it was already split apart.
Gotcha. All right, and then to carry that thought through, looking at 149-14, is this what you're speaking about?
Yes, so that would be the bottom layer that was split already.
All right, now we see a number of darkened markings along this that almost looks like grids, if you could. Explain that to us so that we understand what we're looking at.
I don't know what those are. My guess is, again, just purely guessing, would be that it's from being on the bottom and having, being pressed up against whatever shelving or materials underneath it.
And then was there any trace evidence that you would have collected during the course of this particular search?
Yes.
What was that trace evidence?
Hairs?
How many hairs?
2.
How would you describe the appearance of those hairs?
I think one was a little bit longer, and off the top of my head, I don't remember the color of it, but one was found on top of the mattress and one was found, I believe, kind of underneath the mattress.
Were these seized as well?
Yes.
All right. For what purpose?
For potential value or potential evidential value for the case.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 149-15. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 149-15?
One of the hairs that we collected.
All right. It's hard to see, I think, but if you could, is my finger running along?
It is.
That hair.
Yep.
All right. Let's speak to this particular topic. Was this an older RV?
Yes.
Just based on your observations of the condition of the RV, did it appear that this vehicle had been subject to significant use?
Yes.
That being said, over the course of time, even though you found 2 of those hairs, if there is a lot of activity within that RV, finding those 2 trace hairs, could that be, pretty typical for any RV that you go into?
I would think so.
Okay. At any rate, are you still going to collect that evidence just to be safe?
Yes.
All right. Does that really speak to, I guess, what occurred with the search of the RV?
For everything that we just went over?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, let me go ahead and grab this one. Which vehicle did you search next?
Next, we searched the 2007 Impala.
All right. How was that search conducted?
So there we go back more to a vehicle search format in that where we kind of go grid by grid or area by area, as opposed to the motorhome, which we can kind of get into and walk through and do all this stuff. For vehicles, it's actually a little bit more difficult because you're confined to just one spot at a time. One of the fears is that, for instance, if you have like all of the doors open at the same time in a vehicle, you can create somewhat of a wind tunnel, and then that could have the potential for shooting out or bringing in, trace evidence into it. So we do one area at a time, which takes a little bit longer. We'll also look at things depending upon the vehicle, depending upon the facts known at the time. Latent prints might be a little bit more applicable, or we might be looking for DNA in certain areas, or we might be looking for trace in certain areas.
Okay. Were you aware that the Chevy Impala had been processed for latent prints on the exterior of the vehicle before your team had come down to do your processing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right. And so with the latent prints having been developed from the exterior of the vehicle, were you interested in any potential stains that might reflect blood or bodily fluids, to include DNA, vaginal secretions, or even any type of penal secretions?
Yes.
Okay. Identify the areas then.
that we found that could have possible stains in them?
No, as far as you say, when you try to focus on an area inside the vehicle as you do the search. So what are those areas? Define those areas for us.
Gotcha. So for this instance, what we look at for most vehicles, we usually break them up into front driver's seat area, front passenger seat area. Depending upon how the back seat is, we could either do it all as one, if it's just like one long bench seat without a lot of room, or we might break it up into rear passenger, rear driver's side, and then the trunk area.
All right. I would represent to you, Special Agent McBride, that we've already had civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster, who has testified, and we've introduced the photographs of the vehicle, just showing each of those areas and how they appeared when the vehicle was seized. So for purposes of your testimony, let me ask you this. We were able to look into the trunk, but we couldn't necessarily discern what was in the trunk. In your search, did you take items from each of those locations and lay them out so we could specifically see what all of those items consisted of?
We did.
Okay. And then how were those items laid out for purposes of photographs?
They were laid out on butcher paper that we would usually label what area of the car they are coming from.
Okay. And then the group exhibit that we're going to be talking about, will that then follow that procedure that you've described?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that, let me ask you this. When you were looking at the interior of the vehicle, were you interested in the condition of the upholstery of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was this, how would you describe the upholstery?
I would describe it as I guess what we would expect from a 2007 era car. It's going to be a little bit more worn, a little more used looking.
And was it leather or was it an upholstered fabric?
An upholstered fabric.
Okay. With the examination of the interior of the vehicle, were there any areas of interest that you and your team members noted?
Yes.
What were those areas of interest?
We had the left shoulder area of the front passenger seat, and then we had kind of the center portion of the rear seat, which I believe was, again, kind of more of a bench style seat. We had two different areas that we were concentrating on within that area, within that centralized back seat area. One kind of more toward the front and one kind of more towards the back, almost like the crease where it separates between what you're sitting on versus what you're leaned up against.
Okay. Were alternate light sources utilized in both of those areas?
Yes.
Describe what was noted when the alternate light sources were utilized.
We saw a reflection. We saw, I guess, a fluorescence of specific stains within within the back seat area.
Again, would that be something that's confirmatory, or would you need to submit that to the laboratory?
You'd need to submit it to the lab.
What was that collected as evidence for submission to the laboratory?
We cut out the upholstery portion of the seat, as well as there was a portion of the, and I don't know what I would refer to it as kind of the foam padding that's underneath the upholstery. And so we cut out a swath of that as well.
And then I'm going to go back to the topic of bleach. If there was any type of bodily fluids or even blood, could bleach be used to clean those areas?
It could be.
All right. Let's talk about the trunk. When your team was doing the search of the trunk, did you lay out all of the items found within the trunk?
I don't know if we laid out every specific item. We took out every item. I don't know if each item got specifically laid out, but we laid out most of them, yes.
Were there items in the trunk that seemed a bit disturbing to you?
Yes.
Describe.
There was, one item was just a black metal baseball bat. And another item was a hatchet.
Okay. And then was there any type of covering for some sort of knife that you found within the trunk?
Yeah, we also found a sheath, a black sheath that to what I would say it would fit like what you would picture as being a machete.
All right. Now, was any machete within the trunk or just simply the fabric covering that would fit over the machete?
We did not find a machete in there, no.
but just simply the covering for it?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect, there we go, that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 12-1 through 12-32. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 12-1 through 12-32. Please look through those exhibits and tell me if you recognize that group exhibit. That for you, Agent.
I do, yes.
How do you recognize this group exhibit?
I recognize them to be accurate depictions of photographs that we took from the Impala.
Okay. Now, for purposes of our record, have we narrowed the photographs to be introduced?
Yes.
And then how did we narrow down the collection of photographs from the Impala?
Most of them are just pictures of the items from within the Impala.
Okay. With the previous photographs introduced by civilian crime scene Jill Foster, would that give the court then a perspective of what the vehicle looked before you started your search?
I would imagine so.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 12-1 through 12-32.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish these exhibits?
You may.
Sorry.
Please explain what's depicted in State's Exhibit 12-1.
So in 12-1, what we're seeing is a floor mats as well as like phone chargers and a pack of cigarettes and some change.
Is there something written on that piece of butcher paper to identify the location where those items came from?
It says door panel. I think that was more specific to where the cigarettes and change came from.
Okay. And then the floor mats, what area of the vehicle did they come from?
From the front area.
All right. Now, as we look at this photograph, you had referenced that there were phone chargers.
Yes.
Could you describe, how many phone chargers, first of all?
2 from what it looks like.
And then can you describe the color of those phone chargers?
One is white, one is black. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there might be 2 heads of phone chargers in addition to the white phone cord that has a USB head to it.
Speaking to the obvious, if there's phone chargers in a vehicle, can a phone be charged within the vehicle itself?
I would think so.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 12-2. What is State's Exhibit 12-2?
12-2 are items that were taken from the center console of the vehicle.
Anything of import that we really need to discuss here?
The rag in the middle, washcloth or whatever you might refer to it as.
Okay. What was it about the washcloth that was of interest?
I think mostly just that it didn't make a whole lot of sense in the center console. We had just concerns that might have something on it.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 12-3, were photographs taken of either side of that washcloth?
Yes.
Okay. And then as you had looked at the washcloth, was there anything?
Stop. I gotta unmute. Stop. Look, y'all. Look. What's that receipt say? What does that receipt say? Anybody? What does that receipt say? Oh, I'm about to fall out, guys. I'm about to fall out. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. Go back to trial.
On this side of the washcloth that stuck out to you as a potential stain?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, and then going to State's Exhibit 12-4, again?
Again, nothing that really stood out to me as like a stain that we needed to notify the lab about.
Certainly. Let's go to State's Exhibit 12-5. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 12-5?
12-5, you're looking at the front passenger seat area.
Is this the area that you had referenced earlier on where there was a stain or stains that you were interested in?
It is.
Okay, now you've got a pointer somewhere along the side. Let me see. Did you see it?
I do.
Okay, and actually that darn thing when we put it up on the screen isn't working very well, but I'll just give you this little little pointer and then show us where we need to be focusing our attention.
May I stand?
Absolutely.
So we're looking at kind of that general area.
Okay, and then down below as we look toward the bottom of the seat, was that a stain or just simply just the way the plush on the upholstery was going?
Are you talking about right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that was a stain. I think it was
Gotcha.
just a discoloration. I don't know. It didn't appear like a stain.
Okay, with this section that you pointed to, was that part of the fabric that was cut away to be sent to the laboratory?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, going to State's Exhibit 12-6, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 12-6?
That's a closer up picture of that same seat that we saw in 12-5.
Okay. Can you look at that photograph up close? Not looking at it on the screen, but just looking at it to the naked eye. As you look at this with the naked eye, was there any type of coloring associated with that stain?
Yeah, there's like a darker coloring to it.
All right. If you apply bleach to a spot of blood, does it change the depth of the color associated with blood?
I couldn't speak to whether it definitively does. I would, based upon my experience, I would say it does. It's going to lighten it a little bit.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 12-7. What is State's Exhibit 12-7?
Is a photo where we're looking at on the bottom side, it says door panel. And then above that, we're seeing things like kind of like your COVID style mask, N95 mask. Then above that are two floor mats.
Okay. Is there anything of import that really stands out in this photograph?
Nothing that I know of.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 12-8.
12-8, now we're scaling back a little bit, so you're seeing more to the right of what we just saw in 12-7. And now we're seeing the words glove compartment, indicating that the items around that were taken from the glove compartment, which are mostly document type items, things you would normally find in a glove compartment. The vehicle maintenance, books and air fresheners and whatnot.
When you had removed those items, or when they were removed, was there any examination of those documents to see if there were names associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 12-9, what do we have here and what name do we have on this document?
This is showing, I guess, documentation for a new license plate for IVU 770, which we knew to be the license plate for the Impala. And then it shows Andrea Culberson as the who it's registered to.
Sure. Going to State's Exhibit 12-10. What's depicted in this photograph?
Here we have the words back window and rear driver door written by ourselves on that butcher paper. Above each, you have some various hats that were found in the back window. You have on the bottom right, a black mask. It has kind of a nose piece almost to it with the American flag on it. A couple of plastic bottles, and then floor mats.
Okay. Was there anything of import as it relates to these items?
No, I mean, I believe we took the mask for potential DNA purposes.
Okay. And then going to State's Exhibit 12-11, what are we seeing here?
Here we're looking directly into the trunk before we've started taking those items out.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 12-12.
this is, so that first one is kind of standing back, taking a picture into the trunk. And now this is moving forward. And as you can see, as you move forward a little bit and look down, you can see other items still in that trunk.
In this photograph, does it depict items of interest that seemed unusual?
Yes.
What?
You can see the wooden handle right there. And then it might be hard to see in this picture, but you can see the bat that I was talking about, kind of sticking out right there.
Okay, what's the wooden handle associated with?
Hatchet.
Okay. And in this photo, can we see that sheath covering for the machete that was not within the trunk?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing it with my naked eye here off this picture.
Sure. Going to State's Exhibit 1213, just explain why this, well, what's this about?
This is just showing the label for the box for shoes. Again, oh, sorry.
Yeah, and would that be associated with 1214?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And again, at this stage of the investigation, we don't know what's important versus what's not. Well, there are some items that we don't know if they're going to be in play versus not. We did know that shoes were in play, so we wanted to take a picture of the label to show what type of shoes at least have been in that box.
Can you give us a description of the shoes that were noted as being in that box?
Yeah, it's Jordans, B Loyals, white metallic silver, 4Y.
Okay. And is there an American size on this or not?
I'm sure there probably is. I'm just not. I'm guessing. I don't know if 4Y is the. I don't know.
That's okay. All right, now, since you indicated that there were shoes of interest, let me ask you this. Were you aware of a pair of gold tennis shoes that the defendant had been noted wearing during his initial contact with an officer out at the apartment complex where he was staying with Breasia, his younger, her younger brother, his son, and the girlfriend?
Yeah, I think that general information was passed on to us.
Okay.
Prior.
And was there information passed on to you that those particular tennis shoes had quite a bit of mud on them?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of steps taken by law enforcement in the execution of search warrants trying to find those shoes?
I was not specifically aware of that as to what actions they took. I know that was of concern to them.
Okay. Is that why you were interested in photographing that particular box, since it was a pair of shoes?
Yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 1215, and then actually again, State's Exhibit 1216. And then I'm going to go again to State's Exhibit 1217. Tell us what we've got there.
So 12, 15, and 16 are showing a black, I'm probably going to camisole top, maybe?
Sure.
Is that what you, like a tank top with a Foot Locker plastic bag? And then 1217, as we zoom out.
I'm gonna pause for a minute just to tell y'all, I have to put batteries in my keyboard because, as you see, I have been having trouble typing. It's not putting all my letters, so I need to replace my keyboard battery. So I'm gonna mute so I can do that. So I'm gonna hit play, but yeah, give me a second if I don't type.
Out a little bit more, you can see some of the other items to include that shoebox that we had talked about earlier, some sandals, and some leopard print shorts.
Was there a reason why you were interested in laying out clothing?
Yes.
Explain.
Just for the potential use for, again, we didn't know who all the players were yet in this case, meaning if there were multiple subjects, if there was, what was victim clothing, what all was in play. So we grabbed that clothing also as a means of potential DNA or trace evidence that could be contained therein.
State's Exhibit 1218, and then again going to State's Exhibit 1219. What is depicted here?
So 1218 and 1219 show a box labeled Moto E6
Why was this of interest?
for the potential use of it having like a phone or electronic device.
Are electronic devices always of interest to law enforcement, particularly where you have a child that's been reported missing?
Yes.
Okay, why are they of interest?
A number of reasons. One of the easiest would be that there might be some sort of there might be information contained therein within the data that can help us, that can help point to either what happened, where the child went, where the subject went, any number of reasons.
Okay, going to State's Exhibits 1220.
That shows the hatchet that we talked about earlier, that kind of black looking baseball bat, that Moto E6 blue box that we talked about earlier, a windshield scraper, Boost Mobile, I think it's a card, backing, and then some of the other items that we've seen.
Sure. 1221.
A close-up of the hatchet.
Okay. And then do you take photographs of both sides of the hatchet?
Yeah, we try to. We try to get
1222? Okay.
both sides of most of our evidence items like that.
And then does 12...
If you notice, the guard is still on the hatchet. Interesting. Usually, when the last hatchet I bought, I lost that guard right away, and it just hung around being dangerous to cut everybody.
22 reflect the other side of the hatchet.
Yes.
Okay. Now, since shoes were in play, in an earlier photograph, had it shown a pair of shoes within the trunk?
Yes.
What style of shoes were they?
Timberlands.
And if you were to describe the type of shoe, other than the name brand,
Those are
how would you
dirty
describe these?
looking shoes.
Kind of more of like a work boot almost looking type of shoe.
Is that reflected in State's Exhibit 1223?
Yes,
And then were those shoes then turned over to see what the soles look like?
they were.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1224 and again in State's Exhibit 1225, what did you note about the condition of the soles?
Fairly clean.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 1226. What's depicted here?
So on the left side, you see a box of mostly kind of various clothing items, as well as then toward the right, you see some hangers, quality motors, sign that hangs where your license plate does, a couple of Iowa license plates, and then above that is that black machete case that we talked about earlier, and above that is a roll of white Gorilla Tape.
Okay. Then going to State's Exhibit 1227, is there a close-up being taken of at least one particular set of items,
Yes,
which would be,
the clothing items as well as kind of a box of toiletries.
okay, was there anything of any real import as far as these items were concerned?
We did not think so at the time, no.
Okay, now let's go ahead and let's talk about the other item that you'd mentioned in 1228.
All right.
Are there two items of interest here?
Yes.
Explain.
There's the black machete case that you can see towards the top, and then the white, the roll of white Gorilla Tape.
What is the difference between Gorilla Tape and just standard tape that we may have around our house?
I believe the difference is that it's a little bit stronger, a little bit more durable.
And where were these items taken from?
These are all items that were taken from the trunk.
Okay. Did you find the machete anywhere in the car that would belong to this sheath?
No.
During the processing of the RV, was there a sheath found in the RV?
In the RV, I don't believe so.
All right. Had Davenport already been in to look for a machete before you got there?
Yes.
Okay, so then they would speak to that issue. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, going to State's Exhibit 1229. Again, I think that this is probably just a repeat of what we've described earlier. Is there anything different about this than what we've seen in other photographs as far as the contents of the trunk?
I don't believe so. I think the only thing you might see is just that flashlight kind of between the blue box and the yellow one.
Going to 1230.
All right.
What area of the vehicle are we talking about?
The rear passenger side.
Was there anything of any real import that was noted when you laid out the contents from the rear passenger compartment of the vehicle?
No.
Okay. Of 1231. What do we have here?
So 1231 is the barcode area showing for like I believe that's from the Boost Mobile box.
Okay. Why would you be interested in documenting that?
Because we'd want to make sure that we had the serial number as well as the IMEI number that can help investigators track down certain information or, help with certain warrants.
Okay, all right. Would that relate to cellular devices that might be of interest?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, States Exhibit 1232. What do we have in States Exhibit 1232?
In 1232, you're seeing the different areas that we cut out of the car.
Okay, did that include the area from the front seat?
Yes,
How many areas from the front seat?
just one.
Okay, did that include the area of the back seat?
It did.
All right, and then what would have been the additional item?
Well, they're both really from the back seat. So the top portion here is the cloth covering, the upholstery covering.
What do you want to see? Tell me what you want to see. I'll magnify anything for you. Y'all know me. I'm Matiche. What was
And
it?
then it both
Include
the
two.
Go back.
What that might be?
help
Hush.
mobile box.
This,
Okay.
this mobile
Why
box.
would you be interested in documenting that?
Oh, yeah. It's just
Because we'd want to make sure that we had the serial number as well as the IMEI number that can help investigators track down certain information or, help with certain warrants.
Okay, all right. Would that relate to cellular devices that might be of interest?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, States Exhibit 1232. What do we have in States Exhibit 1232?
In 1232, you're seeing the different areas that we cut out of the car.
Okay, did that include the area from the front
under
seat?
back of
Yes.
seat padding.
How many areas from the front seat?
Front
Just
seat,
one.
Okay, did that
front
include
of
the area of
seat,
the back
back
seat?
of seat.
It did.
All right, and then what would have been the additional item?
Well, they're both really from the back seat. So the top portion here is the cloth covering, the upholstery covering, and then down here is the kind of foam padding that's underneath that.
As we look even at the stains on the back portion of the seat there, how would you describe, the appearance of those stains?
I would say that the appearance of those stains with the naked eye don't necessarily jump out at you. With when we applied ALS, they were a little bit more significant as far as the contrast of it.
Okay. Can you help us to understand that last statement?
Sure. So what I mean by that is that kind of what we talked about earlier when we're using ALS and we're shining it on certain stains, that it's going to show the outline of what that stain looks like better than what we're going to see with the naked eye. So it illuminates it a little bit better. I think, whatever appropriate verbiage fluoresces it a little better.
Okay. And then finally, relative to the Camaro.
Ms.
Oh, sure.
Cunningham, this is a good point for us to take our afternoon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, 15-minute break. Man, and the judge just decides, I'm going to take a break now. Maybe he need to go smoke a cigarette, take a comfort break. Who knows? But he's like, nope, we need a break. So let's jump back in. And there's about 40 minutes left.
Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Excuse me?
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay.
And one of the Spanish words I do know is matiche. Matiche means being nosy. I learned that quite early on in my relationship with Hector.
Special Agent McBride, I'm going to hand to you a number of exhibits here. Let me just show these to counsel so that they've got a perspective. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 117.
What would have took him so long to
118.
figure it out?
119, and then 120. May I approach?
You may.
Mama, I'm gonna feed him in a little
I'm
bit.
handing you State's Exhibits 117, 118, 119, and 120. I want you to look at these physical items of evidence and then tell me if you recognize each of these. Let's start with our first one.
Can I grab some glove? Would you mind if I
Oh,
grab that?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But where do we keep our gloves? That's right.
Thank you. Already grabbed too many. Thanks.
Okay, I hate the sound of rubber gloves. He did. He did. He did. I had to figure out what it was. Oh, these gloves. The sound of gloves is just grossing me out.
Do you recognize each of these exhibits?
I do.
Okay. For purposes of our record, what is State's Exhibit 117?
Uh, 117 is the white Gorilla Tape.
State's Exhibit 118?
118 is a black sheath for a knife or machete.
119?
119 is a hatchet.
And 120?
And then 120 is the black baseball bat.
Are these the items that we previously noted in the group exhibit that we've talked about relating to the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. And then just describe the chain of custody for these items of evidence.
Well, the chain of custody would have been, to my knowledge, the extent that I can talk to, is they would have been collected on the scene, seized by Cameron Smith, and then from that point forward, I know from the scene we drove them to the Quad Cities RA FBI office. From that point forward, I can't speak to the chain as I wasn't a part of that.
Certainly. At any rate, then, as far as these items were concerned, were these all items that you seized from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 117, 18, 19, and 20.
I have no objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. What I'd like for you to do is let's focus on State's Exhibit 118. Could you please remove that item from the bag so that we can get a perspective of what that looks like? As far as the sheath is concerned, would that hold a narrower, that's, I don't know if that's a word, but we're going to use it, a narrower sheath or a broader sheath?
The sheath would hold a narrower blade.
All right. State's Exhibit 119, could you please show us the hatchet so that we can get a perspective of that item as well? And then I'll just take those items and move those for you.
Sure.
So that you don't have to deal with those.
Thank you. I know what it was. I figured you'd know.
All right.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Going to State's Exhibit 120. All right. And then finally, State's Exhibit 117, so that we then can also get a perspective of that gorilla tape. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 6-1 through 6-20. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6-1 through 6-20. I'd like for you to look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize.
And he's going to flip and flip and flip and flip. And
You do?
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 6-1 through 6-20?
I recognize them to be fair and accurate depictions of photographs that we took of the items in the Camaro.
And do those photographs essentially follow the same format of what we noted when we published the photographs from the items in the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. Just generally, and in the interest of time, is there anything that was of particular interest that stuck out to agents when you were going through and looking at those items?
There were 2 items.
And what were those 2 items?
One was a white undershirt, commonly referred to as a wife beater. Another was a black
I hate that
colored
term.
fold-out knife.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 6-1 through 6-20.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I do a limited publication?
You may.
Okay. I placed before you States Exhibit 6-3. What are we looking at?
We're looking at the white undershirt that I just earlier mentioned.
Was there information that was imparted to the evidence response team about an article of clothing that Mr. Dinkins would have been wearing in the middle of the night of July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the information that was imparted?
I think the nature was that he often wore this style of undershirt.
Okay. And so by virtue of that, is that why this particular item was of interest and was photographed?
It was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay.
Was there another reason why this particular item was of interest and photographed?
Just due to the stains that were on the shirt.
Okay. What was the location of the stain as we see in States Exhibit 6-3?
In 6-3, you can see the stains. I don't know if you can see it all that well. It's kind of more up towards the head area right there. And I think there might be a few down on like the, right by where your fingers are.
And then going to States Exhibit 6-4?
So on 6-4, you can see them a little more predominantly up on the left side toward the head, and then again on the bottom left side, right in that area.
Okay. And then directing your attention to States Exhibit 6-14.
Driver door.
What's of interest in this photograph?
Here's in the kind of top middle portion is the black fold-out knife that I talked about.
Okay. 6-19,
That's a closer up picture of said knife.
6-20.
And that's a picture of the knife unfolded.
Why was that item of interest?
I mean, just any time that we have a missing individual and we're searching vehicles that we think might be associated with that missing person, anything that could constitute a weapon is going to be an item of interest.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
The 3 searches were all that that I was involved with for.
Okay. The events that you've described, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will be as brief as I can be, but I would just like to know, to kind of restate your involvement, just very briefly. So my understanding is that you were involved with the FBI's evidence response team, correct?
Correct.
And then short, we can just call it ERT.
Yes.
The involvement is essentially, can be either one of 2 things, forensic or non-forensic searches, right?
That's generally the 2 type of searches really anywhere you do.
So my understanding with these 3 searches, or the searches of these 3 vehicles, was both non-forensic and forensic, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. Generally, a forensic is going to encompass non-forensic. Non-forensic obviously would just be everything except for forensics. Forensics is going to include everything.
Okay, so the forensics would essentially be, testing for DNA, blood, seminal liquid, some sort of bodily fluid, something like that.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were requested, I think you said on July 13th of 2020 by the Davenport Police Department to conduct these searches, correct?
I was requested by Cameron Smith. I would imagine that they contacted either Cameron or the supervisor at some point. I don't know when that would have occurred, but I would have been contacted by Cameron either the 12th or the 13th.
Okay, and then in any event, on July 14th of 2020, this is where you actually go to this public works place and search these 3 vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, and then essentially testify that you use this 12-step process of searching these vehicles, right?
That's the process that we use for generally every scene.
Now, just before we go into these 3 searches, all 8 of you, as this search is being conducted, are wearing, essentially hazmat suits, right?
Oh, I wouldn't call them. I get what you're referencing. They're not hazmat suits. They're made of Tyvek material that keeps us safe from anything that we might encounter, as well as keeping our own DNA and biological, anything like that off of whatever it is we're searching.
Sure. I mean, so you wear these specialized suits, so one, you don't taint any evidence, right?
Correct.
Or possible evidence, right? And then you don't want to get your blood, sweat, tears, whatever it may be, on any of this stuff that you're searching or that you're standing.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to talk first about the motorhome. There was some indication that either blood stains or some sort of stain, could be from a bodily fluid, might be in this motorhome, correct?
From the initial survey, yes.
Okay. You're actually physically in the motorhome on July 14th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you smell bleach at all during that time?
I don't recall smelling bleach, no.
Okay. Is there, and I'm going to probably reference this a few times, but is there a test that the FBI uses or any law enforcement agency uses to test or detect bleach?
There's nothing that our evidence team would use. That I'm sure there might be. I couldn't speak to what the lab uses, but there's nothing on scene that we could use.
Okay, so I think you testified maybe that the alternative light source that you use could detect a fluorescence of bleach, right?
I said that it's got the possibility of detecting a number of different types of. So when it fluoresces, it doesn't necessarily mean that it absolutely is biological fluids. It could mean that it's cleaning, different cleaning solutions. It could mean that it's different, plant-based, things. There's really, that's why it's not a confirmatory test. It's just, it could provide us insight as to there might be something worth sending to the lab, but it isn't anything confirmatory.
Sure, but then you would swab something like this or cut it out of, whatever material it may be in, right?
Yeah, we would either swab it or send the whole thing to the lab.
Okay, so once it gets into the lab, does the lab have the technology to test for the detection of bleach?
I don't know. I couldn't speak to that.
Okay. In this motorhome, there was a sink that you said was of import, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware there was no running water in the RV, right?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't. It made sense that there was not any.
Okay, and then I think you said that the sink was either swabbed or, some sort of swab was used on the sink, and then whatever results from that, you would have bagged it, sent it to a lab. Right?
That's correct. Yeah.
What a guy smacking
Meaning
his
you
phone.
collected evidence from the sink, you put it in a bag, and then you sent it on to the lab.
So we would have collected. We would have swabbed the sink. We swabbed the sink, packaged it, and then once it's seized, then whatever happens as far as it going to the lab, that's the case agent's call.
Okay, so with any one of these swabs or any one of these stains in any one of these vehicles, you wouldn't have had any involvement in testing it for blood, DNA, vaginal fluid, any sort of bodily fluid. You wouldn't have had any involvement in that.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I should say that there could be, if they reach out to me and say, hey, what are what are your thoughts for sending this to the lab? I don't recall that happening in this manner, probably because Mr. Smith was on scene, so he saw everything and knew everything that was going on.
I mean, how many, I'll call them exhibitions, or how many, jobs have you been on as part of the ERT?
I would say easily over 100.
Okay, and then in those over 100, it's pretty typical that you're looking for some sort of bodily fluid on a bed, right?
When we're dealing with, well, no, I wouldn't say that. If there is a bed in the scene and we are looking for, and we have like a missing person or a sex assault or something like that that would make sense as to why we're looking at that bed, then yes.
Then it's pretty typical for an alternative light source to show an indication of bodily fluids, right? Is that fair?
No. Again, it's kind of hit and miss. It can be, sometimes it can show it. Hopefully it shows it. Sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on what it is that you're looking for. I mean, the ALS isn't, it's not 100%. It's just a tool that we use to help try to enhance our ability to find, certain things.
Is it typical to move items around when you take pictures of items?
It is, yes.
Okay. Is there any reason that you would know that, well, we looked at an exhibit earlier that it showed a picture of a small container of cleaning bleach. Do you remember that exhibit?
The green bottle?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason that that little bleach bottle would have moved spots if the Davenport Police Department has a picture of that bottle in another place?
Not to find, I mean, I don't have an answer for that. No, I don't know why it would have moved.
Did you or anybody from your team, those 8 people, move that bleach bottle?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then just specifically for the RV, did you find any firearms?
No.
Did you find any ammunition in the RV?
No.
Specifically, you didn't find any .38 special ammunition?
No.
No ammunition whatsoever?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Then I want to move on to the Impala. And I think you said that the left shoulder of the passenger seat was of interest to you, right?
Yes.
And that would have been because you saw some semblance of a stain, right?
Correct.
Okay. You submitted, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you said is that you cut out that little patch in that seat and then you sent that on to the lab, right?
The first part's correct. I didn't send anything to the lab, but I would have cut that piece out, and then again, the case agent would have made that determination.
Okay, but somebody from the team sent it on to the lab.
I would imagine so.
Okay. And then, again, you wouldn't have had any further involvement with actually testing that little cutout piece.
That's correct.
Okay. Did the Impala smell like bleach at all?
I don't recall the Impala smelling like bleach.
Well, I mean, you would agree with me that bleach has a pretty strong smell, right?
Initially, yeah. I would say that over time, it dissipates. The smell dissipates.
And then the items of the trunk, we looked at quite a few pictures. Essentially, what happened is you took pictures of these items, and then you collected all of those items we just went through, right?
We collected those items, yes, that we just presented.
Okay, and then specifically, we looked at pictures of those boots in one of those exhibits, right?
That's correct.
That would have been those yellow Timberlands?
Correct, yes.
And then I think that you said, or you testified, that they looked pretty clean, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, are we aware whether those boots were tested for any dirt on the inside or outside of the boot?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Did you or the case agent direct this lab we're talking about to test for dirt?
I did not. I can't speak to what the case agent did.
Are you aware whether those boots were tested for anything?
I'm not, no.
Okay. And then we talked about this hatchet that's actually sitting right up here in front of me. I think that would be exhibit number 119, right?
I don't remember the exhibit number, but I do recall what you're talking about.
Well, you just looked at that hatchet, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the hatchet had hardly been used?
I couldn't answer that.
Well, there's no obvious chips or abrasions on the metal of the hatchet, is there?
I don't recall without looking at it, but I don't know if that would.
Here, well, I can bring it to you.
Sure.
I am handing you exhibit number 119. Again, do you notice any obvious abrasions or dents on that hatchet?
I don't know anything that necessarily stands out without further lab examination.
Okay. Do you notice any stains on that hatchet?
Yes.
Okay. Where?
On the blade portion.
Again, you wouldn't have had any involvement in actually testing that hatchet, though.
No.
Right. Okay. What about the bat? Did you notice any dents in the bat?
The bat looked pretty beaten up. I mean, it looked like an old, fairly used bat.
And then, just so I know, how long did you guys look or search this Impala?
I would have to look at my documentation. I want to say we started the search of the Impala at approximately 2 p.m. And I mean, we seized all evidence at 6:30 p.m., but that also accounts for the Camaro in there. So I would say, again, without looking at the documentation, I would be guessing that it was anywhere between 2 to 3 hours.
Okay, and that's fine. And the reason I ask is because you extensively searched this vehicle, right?
I feel like we did, yeah.
Okay. You didn't find any tarps in the Impala, correct?
Correct.
Didn't find any plastic sheets?
No.
Didn't find any garbage bags?
We did not.
Okay. Didn't find any firearms in the Impala?
That's correct.
Okay. And then
Dude, he already went over with you what he found in the Impala. Why are you asking these?
I'm guessing, but correct me if I'm wrong, that you searched that pretty extensively as well, correct?
Yes.
No firearms?
Nope.
No plastic sheets?
Nope.
No garbage bags?
Nope.
Did you find any bleach?
We did not find any bleach.
In the Camaro, though, you did find that black little knife, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then a white wife beater?
Yes.
And then, of course, you would have sent those 2 items on to the lab for further testing.
The case agent may have.
Sure. One of you did.
It was not me. I mean, again, we just collect and package evidence. We don't, unless it's my case, I don't have anything to do with whether it goes to the lab or not.
And then again, any item in the Camaro, you wouldn't have had any involvement in testing it?
That's
blood,
correct.
DNA, anything of the like?
Nope.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Again, for purposes of the record, what date did you process and search those vehicles?
That'd have been the 14th, so July 14th of 2020.
And if those vehicles had been seized on July 10th of 2020, would you imagine that any smell of bleach would have dissipated within that 4-day time frame?
It's very possibly that it could have, yes.
Okay. As to the issue of running water in the sink, if with that RV being out there at the Public Works facility, was it connected up to any water source?
It was not.
Okay, and then of course, if it had been stored in a area that was essentially a parking lot, would you imagine that there wouldn't be any running water going to the vehicle at that point?
I think there at least could be the ability for that.
There could be the ability for that. But at any rate, the owner of that RV is going to know whether or not there's running water available to be able to wash hands.
Yes,
Okay.
I would think so.
Certainly. When you go into these scenes though, and you process the sink, are you considering whether or not there's running water, or are you just simply being very comprehensive in the coverage of the processing that you engage in?
I would not consider that at all.
Okay, certainly. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I don't know if you have the ability to articulate it, but is there discoloration on the hatchet itself? Not the handle, but on the hatchet?
I don't, I mean, with my naked eye, looking at it right now, there are a few marks, like
Okay.
scuff marks, it looks like.
All right. All right. And would that be consistent with something that had been used?
I would think so. You know, I can't say on expert level whether that's true or not, but it
Sure.
looks like something that's been used.
Okay. What is the color of the blade of the hatchet?
Black.
Okay. And then so when you look at the color on the blade of the hatchet, is there variations then in the surface so that it's not a total black hatchet?
There are.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, when you were searching the RV, did you take any swab of the drain of the sink?
I don't know what specifically. I believe that would have been Jasmine swabbed. I will say most of the time when we're swabbing the sink, they will swab every part of the sink.
Does that typically include the drain?
Like, are you talking about the pop-up drain, like the actual drain itself, or are you talking like a trap of some sort? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
Either one.
The drain, yes, it would not necessarily include the trap, if there's a trap, like a P trap or something. We don't always necessarily do that.
Okay, you know if it happened with this search?
I would say that the drain, I can't speak to that it absolutely did. I would say usually our protocol would suggest that it did. With a P trap, I would say that it most likely did not.
That's all I have. Thanks.
The state has no further questions, Your Honor.
You may still.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Jason Ellerbach to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Jason Ellerbach, Ellerbach.
What is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a police officer with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
I've been in Davenport a little over 16 years.
In what capacity have you served the Davenport Police Department?
Currently, I'm the lieutenant on the night shift as a supervisor. I've been a sergeant in the gun investigations unit. I've been on different shifts throughout the career here at Davenport. I've been in crime prevention unit many years ago when I first started. Served as many roles as a participant in Davenport Police Department.
Okay. Now, in what capacity were you working for the department in July of 2020?
At that time, I was assigned as the sergeant in the gun unit.
Were you involved in some way with the investigation of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing as of July 10th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
In what different capacities were you involved in that investigation?
The main capacities that I was involved in was I was tasked with assisting in searching some areas once information came in for the case. At times I was assigned to assist in coming up with a plan and coming up with searching in some of the areas that were identified through the investigation.
Okay. Now, were you involved in the search efforts that were conducted on July 10th up in the area of the Jersey Meadow Apartments?
I was not.
Okay. Were you involved in the search efforts of July 10th down in the area of Credit Island?
I was.
And then just very simply, what did your role consist of down in the area of Credit Island?
Yep, in that area on that day, many officers from multiple agencies were down there searching through the foliage in that area. Information was given that possibly would be a location of the body. I assisted in just walking through literally on a scrimmage line side by side with other detectives throughout the day. That day was sunny and hot. It was really hard to get through the train that day. And ultimately, nothing was found by me on that day.
Okay. And I'd like to take this opportunity just to educate. When you had talked about the search efforts down there in the Credit Island and the use of scrimmage lines, define what you mean by a scrimmage line.
Literally just walking shoulder to shoulder, arm's length apart, between different distances because you had to move your way around bushes, trees. Get just the terrain was rough down there. So at times we'd be side by side and at times you'd be 10, 15, feet apart, just trying to work through the area.
Okay, recognizing the proximity of individuals involved in the search, did this type of setup lend itself to ensuring that all of that area was covered to ensure that Breasia was not down there?
Yes, to the best of our abilities, yes.
Okay, now if we talk about that concept, was that same concept applied to the search efforts that would have been conducted anywhere relative to looking for Breasia Terrell?
They would have been very similar, if not the same, depending on the terrain.
Okay, now I want to direct your attention to events that would have played out on July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Before we talk about those events, Sergeant Ellerbach, were you aware of developing information that was coming into the Detective Bureau after Breasia had been reported missing at 8:29 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
Okay, were you aware of who the party of interest was that was associated with Breasia?
Yes.
Who was the party of interest?
Henry Dinkins.
And what was your understanding of why Henry Dinkins was a party of interest?
He's a male figure in the household with Breasia.
Okay. Was he the last known individual to be seen with Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
All right. Now, with the report of a missing child, in this investigation, beyond just doing massive searches, were there certain approaches being taken to this investigation to identify the movements of Mr. Dinkins through the night of July 10th, and I mean after the midnight hour, to the morning where he then had contacted her mother to say that the child was missing?
Yes.
Okay. What were two of those primary investigative techniques that were utilized?
One was probably the cell phone.
Sure.
And they're just trying to track down where he may have been throughout those specific dates.
Okay. As of the early morning hour of July 10th, was there some information that was developed from his cell phone that was the foundation for events that played out July 15th through July 19th?
The cell phone indicated that he may have been up near the area of Clinton, Iowa.
Okay.
At a store.
All right. And with that being said, did you know what location he would have been identified as being at there in Clinton at a store?
At Walmart.
At Walmart. Was that confirmed through video surveillance footage?
I believe it was. I did not do the confirmation of that video.
All right. Was that handled by other investigators and or officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, given that piece of intelligence information, did that make the area of Clinton an area of interest?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Why?
Through the cellular device, it gave probable and likely areas of individual carrying that cell phone. That would be good areas to search for Breasia. That is why the investigation kind of moved up to Clinton for us going up there with search teams.
Okay. What was your role in that aspect of the investigation?
My role for that was I was contacted by Lieutenant Chisholm at the time, and he had identified an area that needed to be searched up in Clinton. My specific role was to link up with local resources, identify the areas, identify the terrain and needs that would be in regards to equipment, personnel and staffing, in order to conduct a thorough search of those areas. On those specific dates, was stationed inside. I didn't do any of the searching. There were teams that were sent out to assist in the searching, broken down by the maps that at the time Lieutenant Benning, along with local resources, had identified as areas that we would like to search.
Okay. When you reference you're connecting up with local resources, define what you mean by that.
The Clinton PD, Clinton County PD, eventually Iowa State Patrol came up to assist. Any law enforcement area or agency. Scott County was also up there with us. It's kind of all hands that are available on deck to help us search those areas because of the severity of the case.
Did that include any law enforcement from our state DCI?
DCI may have been there.
Sure.
FBI was also there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't recall if DCI was there or not. They may have been, yes.
Certainly. And then as far as the terrain and needs, what was noted about the terrain, which would predicate the needs that were required for search efforts?
In regards to the terrain, we utilized four-wheelers, ATVs, just to be able to cover more ground at times. We used drones. The Iowa State Patrol airplane was utilized to assist searching larger areas. In water fed areas or water areas, we used the kayaks and kayak teams. We were out on foot searching in the areas that we could get to. Any resource that we deem that would be appropriate and assist us in covering those areas that we identified through the cellular device, we utilized if we had available to us.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention, I believe, to State's Exhibit 38. Let me go ahead and put this up here on the easel. Before I ask you any questions, I want you to come down and orient yourself to this particular exhibit.
I'm going to boost the sound because he's away from the microphone. So.
Is it sergeant or lieutenant at this point in time?
Now it's lieutenant.
Okay, there we go. I can't keep up with all your promotions. All right, so Lieutenant Ellerbach, having had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 38, do you understand what's depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Now, does it include areas of Scott County that were areas of interest relatives to the events that played out on July 10th of 2020 and search efforts?
Yes.
Okay. Does it also include Clinton County?
Yes, it does.
As you look at the portion of State's Exhibit 38 in the Clinton County area, is there an area that has been designated to identify the locations within that county that law enforcement would have searched?
Yes, it does.
Okay. How is that depicted on State's Exhibit 38?
On the exhibit, it's highlighted to me that looks pink in the areas that were designated for the searching efforts. Highway 30 is also highlighted as a path to get to those areas that was kind of used as a land marker just to help us kind of identify the map.
Certainly. Highway 30, for purposes of our written record, runs what directions?
East and west.
Okay. As far as the areas that were searched, which sides of Highway 30 were searched?
On the south side were the main focuses of Highway 30.
Okay. And then were there search efforts even on the north side of Highway 30?
It does appear that, yes.
Okay. Did you actually prepare, for purposes of this operation, a document that set forth those areas and how they were divided up into grids?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141-1 and 142-2.
All right, thanks. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 141-1 and 141-2. Do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
141-1 was the initial map that we identified as the areas needed to be searched.
Was that area later broadened?
Yes, it was.
Okay, explain.
Through cellular information and information coming in through the investigation, through the detectives, a cell tower up in that area also identified just the importance of broadening that search through the cellular device. 141-2 is then the new areas that we broadened to add additional areas to our search efforts.
Okay. Would that have included an area to the south of Highway 30 when we speak of the community of Comanche in the rural area around the Comanche area?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, was that entire area divided up into various grids?
Yes, it was.
And then were each of those grids assigned a number?
Yes, they were.
Okay. With the entire efforts that played out on July 15th through July 19th, how many gridded areas were the subject of a search?
I see 24.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 141-1 through 141-2.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that? May I publish that?
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 141-1 to begin with, how many zones or grids were there initially established?
In this picture, there's 13.
And then when we go to 141-2, does that set forth the additional zones that were established?
Yes, it does.
Were you stationed at the command center the entire time?
Most of the time, the very last day I went out, but I wasn't involved in any of the searching. It was still organizing search efforts, but the majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what would happen at the command center?
So a lot would happen between organizing, a lot of things between food, resources, identifying who is searching certain areas. Once an area was complete, monitoring that and making sure that it was completed as thorough as we could. If there are areas in that specific zone, if we had to go back to, if we had to drop additional resources into it, and then organizing those. Communicating with local resources, communicating with the investigators, command staff from multiple agencies, just to kind of keep them abreast as to what was going on. So there were many things going on inside of the command center, and really anything that was needed for the case or the detectives, police officers that were conducting the search, if whatever they needed, we tried to organize those needs and get them to them if we could.
Okay. I've thrown out a date range just to verify that for the record. What dates then did these search efforts take place on?
It should have been, I believe it's the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th.
And was the 19th also that date as well, a date as well?
It may have been, yes.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing a report that you viewed or prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you a report. Tell me if you recognize that report.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize the report?
It's a report I narrated on August 3rd, 2020.
Does it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was the 19th also a date that search efforts were conducted?
Yes, it was.
Was Breasia found anywhere within that area?
She was not.
And so as of July 19th, was this child still missing?
She was.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Briefly, Lieutenant, you seized no evidence in this case, correct?
I did not.
Would you agree with me that as of July 11th, 24 hours from Breasia Terrell's disappearance, that the theory of the Davenport Police Department was that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell?
I believed at that time he was a person of interest, that the investigation was needed to be furthered.
But the question is, the theory was that among law enforcement, the Davenport Police Department, the theory was that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell.
Yes.
Okay, so within 24 hours, that was the belief of law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, that he was involved in one way or another.
Well, how could there be another?
Through the investigation, the investigators had to track down any leads, and
I'm just saying within the first 24 hours, you thought he was involved in her abduction one way or another?
possibly yes, yeah.
Okay. And within a couple days, the assumption of the Davenport Police Department was that Breasia Terrell was dead, right?
I think the longer the investigation went on, that was a strong possibility, yes.
Well, would you agree with me that the Davenport Police Department would not have brought in an expert with cadaver dogs to search for a dead body unless they had a strong opinion that this little girl was in fact deceased?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. That's all I have.
The state has no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Your Honor, our next witness is an FBI agent that will take a little bit of time. Would this be a good time of the day to break?
I think it would be if that's the case, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your
Thank you
Honor.
very much. We'll stand in adjournment or reconvene at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unmute, Sheila. All right. With that, we're going to end out our day. I said I was going to go over the Credit Island, but I think I'm going to use that tomorrow to start off the stream. We'll just kind of visit Credit Island and some stuff I found. It was just kind of cool. Just a little history behind it. You know, just the more you know, learning channel. I always like to put out facts. So with that, what did we learn today? What did y'all learn today? I learned that Dinkins is a piece of shit. I'm just going to say that. That's all I can say. I'm going to leave it at that. So I'm going to go hang out with these dogs, see what all kinds of trouble mom caused, because I don't know. I can only imagine. I need to go recheck my dishes. So with that, I will see y'all tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Hector's going to be home, so there'll probably be zombies in Call of Duty in my background. You know how that goes. So, yeah, there we go. That's what we learned today. We all like KFC. We all like KFC. That's what we learned today. All right. My dogs are being quiet. They kept jumping up on me while I was trying to stream. It's been a wild day. So with that, I am going to end out for the night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great night.
Life's a ride.